this.
Ready, Sheila? Are we ready? Okay. All right, I want to bring this budget workshops, day one, in order, so let's all rise. Nick, would you have our prayer?
Father, we thank you today for your grace and your mercy. We seek your wisdom today, Father, as we deal with these issues at hand. Guide and direct us. We love you, we lift you up in praise. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lights on, please.
Okay, first item of business we have is insurance. I do want to, just a little bit of housekeeping. I've decided that and I see public here, but at the end of every day, then we'll have public comment if people have questions, from the public, in order to kind of expedite this and keep it moving. We're not going to have a lot of talk from the audience unless, we ask questions. I want to, for people in the public that's listening, these are budget workshops. This is a preliminary step on the process of doing our budgets. There's nothing final, it's just a workshop. And we will have several steps until they're finalized. So I just want to make that clear. And moving on, now we're ready for insurance.
Sam, do you want to explain Ron Remack?
Yeah, Ron Remack came to us
And Sam, you probably need to come up and speak in the microphone
Yeah.
so people can hear.
And that may need, I
Anybody
don't know
that
if it's on
speaks
or not.
probably should come up front. And,
Let's see,
yeah.
is it on?
Sorry.
no, that's fine. No. Ron Remack came to the commissioners meeting, presented to us that, of course, IU Health sold out to Anthem. Anthem so far has not acknowledged in writing that they're going to honor the 2026 contract yet. They do think that they probably will, but there's a caveat to that, the 2026 budget for insurance, that if we have a good 2026 year with not too many claims, they'll go ahead and honor the contract as is. But if we have a bad year, they want us to reimburse them 10%. So with that being said, because they haven't confirmed it totally that they're going to honor it yet, Ron has reached out to other insurance agencies or corporations or whatever the word is for that, tried to find us maybe a different insurance carrier if needed. But Ron recommended, and I agree with this, that for insurance for budget purposes, we need to go ahead and budget for the 10% that they might charge us for back pay, but then we should probably go ahead and add another 10% for 2027. Ron, it's unfortunate, but the cost of everything is going through the roof, and insurance is not going to be no exception. So for budget hearings, I recommend that we add 20% to the current budget in case we have a shortfall for 2026 on the claims, that money will be there, and get ready for the increase in 2027. Because it's coming. And, the county pays 96% of the employees' insurance benefits. Now, the premiums are not going to go down at all. We're kind of at the mercy of these big conglomerates telling us how much it's going to cost us. And Anthem's one of the biggest. But he is reaching out to other insurance carriers to see what quotes he can get. He did file a letter to the National Insurance Board concerning that Anthem has yet to say that they're going to honor our 2026 contract as is in whole, no matter what claims we had or what claims we don't have. But Anthem has not stated that yet. So, and that's a little concerning to me that they've not already come out and said, hey, we're going to cover you through 2026, let bygones be bygones. But they've already said that if we have a big claim year in 2026, they're going to hold us responsible for an extra 10%.
Now, you're talking just on the premium?
Yes.
Not on the claims?
And that could be substantial. And also, we have that, the clinic that we go to, what's Proactive Clinic. You know, we have several people going there, but if it doesn't meet Anthem's standards, they can cancel the contract anyway. So Anthem's not gave us anything in detail, strict saying, yeah, we're gonna do this or we're gonna do that, so we're kinda at the mercy of them making the decision, but we need to be prepared if we have a shortfall in our insurance, to go ahead and get it covered now and have it set aside. If we don't need it, praise God, but if we do need it, at least we won't have to worry about coming back and trying to find the money. My recommendation, go ahead and put it aside now.
So 20% would be 75,790 is what I've got.
Yeah.
So that would be,
So, what was the chart that was just sent that has multiple choices, different options of carrier, right? That was just sent to us?
Yes.
And one of them is with Anthem.
Yes.
It had a 0% change in cost, and that would not involve the current finagling of the contract and some 10% cash back, correct? So why would we not, because it didn't look like it was that different, why would we not just go with that and forget this contract thing and this potential 10% payback?
I guess maybe I don't understand what the question.
Does he have this?
Yes, I've seen that.
Because you see there is an Anthem choice right here. At the
Yes.
bottom, it said percent change 0.
Yeah.
So what is that option?
I think it was in the comparison that if you honor the contract, that's what it would be. But that's not what it's gonna be if the contract is not honored. That was how Ron presented the numbers. That's where we're at right now.
Okay.
If we were to maintain that and at that level and not in SIHO and United or the other expenses that they get. And not only are you looking at the increase in it, there could be increase in deductible amounts for the employees and those things that come along as well. We really have tried to get Ron to be on top of this, hoping by your September 8th meeting, we will know an exact answer so that everybody, as far as employees, know what they're looking at, if they have other options or can pick it up cheaper with spouses, because we're gonna have open enrollment later this fall as well, and they're gonna have to be coming in and doing it. This is also all based on when we have our healthy results and everybody that comes in, we have to have 50% of our employees that attends that healthy results, or it's an automatic null and void. And then we're just stuck with whatever Anthem says, or if we go with somebody else.
And he is coming to the September 4th Commissioners meeting for an update.
Okay, so for purposes of that chart, the third column for Anthem is what you're talking about.
Yes.
It does have, now it's 0 for the next year
If every-
anyway. That we know, if we stay with that.
Yes.
It's the following year, 27, that you could have up to a 10% increase.
but it's
No.
0.
Yeah.
If you have a good
If we've got
2026
a
year,
good,
Okay.
otherwise it's retroactive.
it's
right?
retroactive
Right.
10%. If we fall below the good healthy choice 50%, that can cut us
Plus if
immediately.
we have a bad claim year, right?
We have a bad claim year.
And what constitutes in their mind as a bad claim year?
Yeah, it would be very subjective,
Yeah,
potentially.
and see, they're not providing to Ron, any really upfront information. as of yet. Now, Ron said he's coming on the September 4th Commissioners meeting to provide an update for us, but right now, that's where we're at.
Norm, did you have something?
By reading him when he was telling us this, I'm telling you right now, you're gonna need at least 10%. He was selling it, but he wasn't selling it very well to me. I would count on 10% this coming year. And like Sam said, you probably wanna put 10% aside for 27. I did not feel confident that that was gonna happen. There was a lot of gray in it, so
Yeah.
better safe than sorry.
His other comments was that he hoped that Anthem would become competitive with the other two that he was looking at. Just thinking that, well, if they think they're gonna lose us all together, maybe they'll come around and meet us somewhere that, other than the other two.
And
I have heard from multiple employees and past experience, and nobody wants side of them.
And Ron's a good advocate for us too. He's good for the insurance, and he's advocating for us. And, you know, he's been real due diligence with Anthem, and he sent them a letter saying, look, these, you know, this company or the courthouse or the Owen County government is good. They're true to their name and stuff like that. You need to honor the contract and give them the, you know, benefit of the doubt. But Anthem's not, they're not responding. And that makes Ron nervous. That makes me nervous. I mean, they could have just said, yes, we're gonna honor your 2026 contract, then we'll let you know what it's gonna be in 2027, but they're not saying that. They're saying if you have a shortfall in your healthy results, or if you have a high claim year, you're on us another 10%.
And like we said, a high claim year, what does, you know?
Now, what's a
what does
high
that
claim
even
year?
look
You know,
like?
is that 300,000, $500,000, $1 million? That's on them.
So on the methodology of collecting the premium, so walk me through this, Sheila. We have about 4 or 5 different budgets where we have health, or the benefits package, and it includes health, but it has the dental division, all that stuff. And we have a certain amount that we figure the math on. Now, that's assuming full employment and no gaps and that kind of thing, which occur, so there's unused parts to that. Do we pull the full amount out of all those budgets by the end of the year? So are those
Yes.
line items all zero?
Yes.
So we collect all that from the appropriate budgets. It gets put into a holding fund or over time. Then we pay the bills accordingly. So if there's any excess, then wouldn't there be some kind of a cash balance or a buildup in wherever it goes? Like, for instance, if you take it from the budgets and I'm just using rough math, $1 million total. But our actual expenses were only $950. Then is there $50,000? Where's the $50,000 sitting?
It sits in the cash balance unless you encumber it. It just stays in the cash balance in that fund,
Which fund?
the 5,200.
5,200, okay. Is the holding fund. So the thing, your idea of keeping it higher and kind of banking it a little bit, if that's to work, then I want to make sure we have this 5,200 fund there's not greater accountability, but there's more detailed reports on a regular basis of that cash balance and where that's going. Because we want to make sure that we're pulling the correct amount anyway, plus whatever we set. And right now, that's up to us. We've been doing, I think, $9,015 per full-time employee. But if we make that, let's say, $10,000, then that extra grand we're pulling would be banked this coming year, because we know it's
Absolutely.
going to be zero.
Yeah.
And then if there's an overage, then we've got some cash.
But right now, that fund's negative, because we've had problems with that, right?
We've been doing audits on everybody. There is a $2 million carryover error from 2019 that Lau is still looking at that needs to come out of there. When it's all said and done, it will not be in the negative.
Okay.
There's also funds that I have not pulled from due to their cash balances. So we're doing, I offer to the departments quarterly or so there's June 30th cash balances. I think the highway EMS were two of them that we took half for the year, and we're gonna take the other half the rest of the year. So we're pulling them so that there's not negative cash balances, but we're waiting on Lyle to do that final step, and Nicole has, I've pretty much gone through everybody. I think we're where we need to be, back and forth. We got multiple credits from the insurance company because they haven't taken them off the bills, or they haven't done. So in looking at the bills is the most important thing we can do for the next 6 months to make sure that what is supposed to be being pulled is pulled now.
So we really don't know what that cash balance is gonna be after all that is said and done, right?
Yeah.
I would say probably by the end of the year, we should have 75,000 easily in it.
Okay,
It's just
good.
pulling from the funds. Same thing on anything that we pull from. Whether it's insurance or any of the other line items, we had to pull insurance, we had to pull copier fees, those kinds of things. And so,
Good question.
in the meantime, yes, there will be a positive cash balance.
Okay, good.
So, yeah, so I think if you, I mean, I'd be willing to just make it simple math, $10,000 per position. It's currently 9, so that's about 11% right there. We would do that all through 2026. There's a lot that'll happen between now
Oh,
and
yeah,
next
yeah.
year this time.
Absolutely.
Worst case scenario, we just banked 10 or 11, we're ahead anyway. We really can't budget for 27 yet.
No, because we'd have no idea.
But I think that that's not gonna be a budget buster, but it's gonna be prudent and reasonable and simple math for the auditor's office to track all that. That's kind of my thought, is if you're willing to do that,
But, yeah, if you
we
go
would
from
then
nine
use that
thousand,
number throughout the budget process to, in
if
the
you
next
go from 9,000 to 10,000, there's rough math, stuff like that, you'll bank enough money in case we have to pay for the 10% increase.
And I do want to make sure, though, that we have a different way of reporting, and we need to focus on 5,200 more. You know, we need to make sure the situation with Lao gets resolved, that we know the exact dollar amounts on a monthly basis. I don't want to get to this year, this time next year, and we have some negative number and we can't figure out why it's negative. That there's no way that could be plausible. But at the moment, considering the history of that fund, it kind of gives me a little bit of concern. But we need to be very much on top of that.
I agree.
So, but that's just a thought. 10,000 is kind of
That's,
throwing
That's
that out there as
doable,
a
yeah.
suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay. How many of, because a big chunk of our group insurance comes out of lit edit, how many departments are not included
The
in that?
levied funds are not included in that.
Okay,
Most, when you look at the math, it's kind of a
Yeah.
third, a third of it is out of lit edit,
Okay.
and the other 2/3 is split out over the other funds.
departments.
So it's spread out. It's not like that increase is all out of the general fund.
That's correct.
It's a little bit of highway, it's a little bit of EMS, some of those incidental funds, election and registration, those separate levied funds that aren't general, and the specialty.
Sure.
So,
Okay.
what about dental, vision? The clinic is staying the same.
so, yes,
Life and disability are not huge amounts, but all of that is out of the 10 grand. So, any major changes with those?
Yeah, and
No.
they're presenting a report at the commissioners meeting
yes.
next Thursday as well. So we'll have updated numbers by your September 8th meeting if there's any changes.
What about, if we're done with health insurance, what about the liability and property insurance?
Waiting on John Parmley. We've had a numerous amount of claims. A numerous amount of claims throughout the county in all different avenues and stuff like that. John is pulling together, some numbers, thought we'd have them before now, but he doesn't have them yet. So we're kind of at the mercy of John Parmley getting us some numbers.
Are the numbers that we have budgeted for 25, have those kept up
Yes.
with the bills?
Yes.
Have they been a little better or worse, or where are we at on?
Better.
A little better, so. So we have a little cushion
A
currently.
little bit.
Maybe if we at least keep that part the same, we can keep that part of the budget.
Yeah, I wouldn't change that.
Okay, so
That would
we'll
change
keep
it.
all those numbers the same as 25. Okay.
Now, if he comes to us, hopefully he'll have an update for us at our next commissioners meeting as well, then we can address it back with the council before.
Okay.
Make
That's
a
very
final.
good guidance. That'll help as we go through the budgets to put those numbers in,
Yes.
so.
Okay, are we ready to go to raises and COLA?
So are we good with the 10,000? Are we, do we have consensus on using that number then for the health costs? Any objections?
Was it actual number 86 previously?
Well, for the health part, yes, but now the total package that we use for the budgeting adds in the other stuff, vision, dental and stuff, and the total is 9,015. Yeah, so we take that 9,015 and move it up to 10, essentially, which is about 11%.
That'll cover you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll cover you.
Yeah. And there's not 24 people after the time. That would be. Because I think there's only 11.
Feels like there's a congressional panel here. Like, you guys are, you gotta look official.
Right, just as fast as I can.
No, I mean, if the position's not filled, it would.
Coming and going, so.
That's a good question. We got a question. On that, Joe's pointed out that at the highway, it's got 24 eligible and 24 active on group health.
Yeah,
That was the list at the
Yes.
start of it. It
Okay.
doesn't include the
we'll
regular
update
ones
this
that-
list
Okay.
based on what we do over the next couple days and
Okay.
the 10,000.
So, you know, if it was budgeted at 24, but they only have 12 on it,
Yeah.
then there should be a,
Yeah, technically, and I guess that's a very good decision. We would have to make a decision on how short we run those. If we are gonna maintain 24 positions, then we should budget for 24. But if you're gonna dial it back, then you wanna reduce that
Right.
officially. You know, it's gonna depend on what you do and the permanency of having the positions. Because if it's incidental, I would budget the whole thing. If it's more permanent,
Right,
then don't budget.
yeah. So those positions, I mean, those numbers,
So we could save some money there technically.
yeah.
So Madam Chair, what do we decide?
We decided to, for budget purposes, to 9,000 per person, position.
10.
10, I'm sorry. It's 9,000 now, sorry about that.
So move it to 10,000,
Yes,
budget that. Okay.
yes. Do
So
we,
you want to do a financial overview first before we go into wages?
okay. Sheila, you want to do,
Do we need that in motion?
do we need a motion with the 10,000?
I'll make a motion that for
Okay.
purposes of figuring our budget numbers, we're going to use 10,000 for the group,
Yeah.
or that line item 38000.
I second that.
Motion made by Anton, seconded by Nick. All those in favor? Motion carried. So 10,000 per employee. Or group health.
Joe, did you vote?
yeah, you just can't see it.
No.
Ah, see? Bigger computers, you won't ever know.
Okay. Anton, are you gonna give a,
Yeah, so let's talk about finances, because that's going to kind of drive our overall, what we're doing here and how stressed or not we are as we work through these hearings. I will say up front, probably a little better news than thought. Going into this after Senate Bill 1, we took pause to know that we were going to have a pretty big hit to our property tax revenue. We did, in fact, have a pretty substantial increase in what's called the circuit breaker or tax cap report. You all heard about that at our last meeting. Instead of the usual $50,000 a year that we figure into the math, we're looking at about $250,000, okay? So that extra 200 or 218 as it was, is less revenue than we normally would get. So that's obviously a negative. However, on the positive side of that, the way the state does the formulas and all that, we still have our levy growth, and that's still 4%. We still benefit from that. So it almost not cancels out, but it goes, there's still revenue increase on that part of it. Now, Sheila, you have those numbers. Did you happen to have a total of the difference in the levy? It was in the DLGF report, the maximum levy report. She'll find that number and confirm. I think it's 400,000, maybe? Again, only property tax, and it affects our levied funds, okay? The other part of this is the income tax. Income tax is very robust, actually. When we got our report for initial estimates for '26, just to give you some numbers here, our lit edit revenue is going to increase 100,000. Our jail lit is going to increase about 25,000. Public safety answering point or 911 looks like another 60,000. Our general fund 300,000, and the sheriff fund 1170 another 300,000. So there is income tax revenue that's going to be very good for us going into this. So that's another area that will be a positive going into the budgets. When you look at miscellaneous revenue, I suspect, for example, like EMS has a good chunk of miscellaneous revenue as a part of their budget. I don't think, and Chris, I don't think that's going to go down. It'll at least be the same, maybe a little more. So we're not going to be losing any major revenue there. Highway department, same thing. I don't think we're going to be losing any revenue, but we're not going to be gaining any either. So that's probably going to be similar. So I think that if we were to try to maintain 25 numbers as much as possible through this, that's the first step. The second is being prudent with things like insurance and the pay for employees. So that gives you a little top view of revenue and the different sources. And Sheila will have all that figured out.
We've had a pre-meeting with DLGF and the guidance and stuff to put in. However, we can go in and enter everything one by one, or we can wait until we're done today and we can upload loud and it's all there. Once those are uploaded into Gateway and DLGF, then it'll give us the final numbers or estimated numbers. Everything is estimated, they're not final until October 27th.
Can you do the math on that levy increase, just to see what the total is eventually? Now, as far as wages and compensation, we had updated our tool, so we're ready to go to plug in anything the council wants. We can instantly figure the math on every fund, every employee, PERF, FICA, the costs to the penny. So we're ready to do whatever we decide. Now, what I did is I put together 7 or 8 different samples, okay? They're just throwing different options out to you. They're in the printouts that were handed out before the meeting, yes. And if you organize them by dollar amount, that's the order in which I had sent them to Sheila. And essentially, if you look at those, the first one
is just our normal longevity obligation. So if we do nothing else,
Still a
the
cost.
cost
of 70.
to
Yeah.
all funds, system-wide, oh man,
Yeah, Sheila did this, she had.
wow,
Yeah, look
that's
at this.
impressive.
Oh, my.
Wow, okay. The cost system-wide and by funds are all spelled out there, and it's 70,290. That's easy. Of course, we're gonna do that. That's very easy. The second scenario takes that further, and it's another thing that I think we should do at a minimum, is making sure that there's no one under the low point. Just like we did a few years ago, no one should be outside of the range of our last study. No one. It's almost like a minimum wage, if you will. If the low point is X, then every single employee should start at that point.
Do we have some?
We do. We do
Yeah.
have some that are below that because of inflation and costs over the last several years. Some more than others, but if you were to take everybody to the low point and do the longevity, then your system-wide cost is the 323,500 figure. Okay? So you'll notice there is a bit of an increase there by bringing people up to the study levels. Now, if you look at, you're going to skip through, if you look at longevity plus what's called the 15% point, that is going further than that low point. You're going to go to what's called, 50% is the midpoint, so you're going to go to 15, okay, which is about a third of the way there, because we'd love to get everybody to the midpoint. But if you go about a third of the way, then your cost is $512,739.
Anton, did you have extra copies? 'Cause
They're
Sheila
right here.
doesn't have.
There may be an extra set right
Yeah,
there.
there's a number.
There's a whole bunch of them.
Say that on this second one.
12,739.
I got it,
Yep.
I got it, I remember 4, 3.
So again, that's longevity, plus you're taking everybody not just to the low point, but you're going further than that, working your way towards that midpoint. Because that's kind of where we'd love to be. But there's also a 30%, and then I gave you the midpoint. And you'll notice if we went all the way up front now, brought everybody to the midpoint, honored the longevity, it's $1,025,000. Okay. So you've got both ends of the spectrum in your printouts, and you can pick 17%, you can pick 2.5%. It's up to you what you pick, but I'm giving you some points along the way to give you an idea of where that cost goes and where the cost is incurred. Another variation that I printed out for you is a combination, and we did this maybe the year prior, where we go to a certain point with the wage targets, but then for those people who are not affected otherwise, we have a minimum COLA, a certain percentage. So people would get the greater of either the wage target or a COLA. And the only thing that really does is it's a way to acknowledge to folks that otherwise are already at a higher wage, acknowledge, hey, if other people are getting increases, yours is not going to be as much, we're going to give you some kind of a minimum, like a way.
So does this include in elected officials, or is it just
Everything.
everybody?
Everything, yeah.
So even, I think you know where I'm going here. There's a couple of positions that
Yes.
somehow got overstated.
Yes, anybody that's over the targets, if you don't do a COLA, they're going to be zero.
Right.
There's going to be no.
But
increase.
there's
Right.
a couple elected officials,
Correct.
that somehow
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
quite a bit higher
Yeah.
than what it should have been. So,
Yeah. So the COLA, there's 3 COLA examples for you, ranging 1%, 1.5%, and 2%. that's just, again, to give you another idea or thought about, you know, how you're applying this and the costs that are involved in it. Again, at a minimum, I think we should at least do the longevity and the low point for everybody. We should at least get people to that point. What you do at that point beyond is up to the council and up to our financial perhaps. But be thinking about the different choices and options that are available to you.
Do we need to make a decision? We probably, to be able to go forward, we need to figure out how we want to do this.
How long has it been? We had a wage study 5 years apart.
Correct.
So if we took another 5-year study 5 years from now and looked at the same thing, and we kind of did this, because it seemed like it worked out pretty well over the last 2 years. that
Surprisingly,
we
in some
moved
cases,
forward,
yeah.
keeping everybody moving up, and I think if we could continue that motion over the next 5 years, another wage study if it's needed.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not needed in 5 years like it was between 2020 and 2025 when everything changed so much.
It was unusual.
But it's probably something we could look at as a long-term if it just kept going.
Well, and technically, in a normal economy and market, if you've got everybody where they need to be, and
Yeah.
as far as proper classification, proper wage levels, then from year to year, then a normal COLA would work.
Yeah, it
Because
looks like-
technically, everybody's at the correct
Right.
spots, and
Right.
everybody moves up the same percentage. The problem is, unless you bring them to the low point at the moment, they're not calibrated. So
Yeah.
that's why I suggest we at least go to the low and get everybody calibrated. And then what you do from there, whether you go straight for that midpoint or whether you go with a COLA, at least it's proportionate
Right.
and consistent, you know. The trouble with giving a COLA though, as we just mentioned, is that there are some positions that are ahead. They are paid more than where they technically should be.
And that kind of happened because they had some of the bigger counties in the study in 2020, is
Yes,
that right?
specific to elected officials, yes, we were a bit more aggressive than we needed to be, which is fine. They did it, you know, they get it sooner rather than later. But there are other non-electeds that are also ahead, and the reason for that is because, like Steve was mentioning, we were working on a 5-year-old study, and we were going beyond the midpoint at that. We went to 75%, if you remember. Well, that's just a guesstimation. It didn't recalibrate anything. It just was purely moving that money up. And if there's any differences along the way in classification, that never resolved that. It just simply kept giving more money, whether the position really needed it or not. And so that's why the calibration part to this is so critical. Getting people where the appropriate levels of pay are, and then maintaining that. That's the key. So,
Anton, on the one here that deals with low points plus, or you say 2% COLA,
yes,
we're at $401,000 expense. How does that line us up with this data that they furnished us?
as far as what data?
The wage study.
Wage study, yes.
Well, that would calibrate everybody. But then it would also add COLA to anybody that doesn't get anything per the wage study.
Well, okay, but if you go to the low point, are we looking, okay, but you say there's some under the low point.
Over, yeah, there's some
There are some
under.
There's some
over.
over and there's some under, I mean,
So we have-
both.
Okay, some under, some over.
Uh-huh.
If you
And
go,
this 323,497 would bring those people under the low point up to the low point. So everybody would be either at the low point or more.
okay, my question is then, do we take a serious look at the 323,000 or the 401,000, which would give, apparently you're going to say that brings everybody to the right level and gives a 2% COLA?
Just the ones that.
Yeah, and it's the greater of. So I'm going to give you a scenario. If I have X level of pay and my midpoint, let's say I'm at $10 an hour. My midpoint is 15, okay? if I'm already at the low point or below, then I'm gonna see an increase of some sort, no matter where we go with that. But if I'm at $16 an hour, and the midpoint's 15, it's gonna be 0. You're not gonna get anything, because you're already above the midpoint, or already beyond that point you're setting. So COLA then is a way to give that person something. So they're at 16, if you select COLA in the mix, then they're gonna get 16 plus 1%, 2%, or whatever that COLA is. They're not gonna get any wage study increase because they're above that, but they are gonna get COLA, okay? So COLA is purely a choice of giving folks something that wouldn't otherwise get anything from the study. That's what a COLA is for. And you are gonna have people in that position. Council's one of them, because we're ahead of where we should have been. So we're not gonna get anything, which is fine, but to me, but if you give COLA though, there would be.
And that's why I would rather just see us bring everybody up to the low point. I think especially with our, cuts, even though we're not quite as bad as what we thought, we know that we're looking at insurance and increase in that, and I would just like to see us bring everybody up to the low point and have a level playing field and go that route. But that's me.
So no COLA, is that what you're thinking?
I would just, that's my preference.
Longevity though?
Right, longevity plus bring everybody up to the low point.
Is that the amount of 70,000?
That's the 323,497.
70,000 is longevity only.
Yeah, 70,290 is just longevity.
Now, the only thing I see is, if we gave the 2% COLA, and we just brought everybody else up to low point, then those that got COLA are already 2% ahead. So come
It's
next
true.
year,
Right.
everybody else is 2% behind.
Well, you still have the people that are ahead,
Right.
even farther ahead, and,
I mean, that's the risk you run. I mean, that is the downfall, but again, it'll eventually catch up. I mean, if you're looking at a 2 to 3 year whatever, like Steve was referring to, then it's gonna cycle out. It's just in 26, those people that would otherwise be 0 would have an increase, and they'd be still ahead.
Well, what I like, I'm like her for is this year especially, but we really don't even know how much the jail's gonna cost. And do we have the extra money and all that stuff? And if we get everybody, that's fair for closer to everybody, if we stay with that, I think. And then, we will know where we're at after we know the exact figures on the jail and where we're coming from. I don't like to give the extra, and then try to even everybody up as close as we can.
And again, you can always increase it further later. I mean,
Yeah.
at a minimum though, I would do what you're saying. I would get them all to the low point and
Yes.
get that longevity in there. We would have solid numbers to use. It'd be fully calibrated. But let's say at the end of the workshops and the process that we're good, we're a little money ahead, or we have
Yes.
some more resources. Then you can go to 10, 15, whatever that additional is on the
Right.
study. Or entertain a COLA, whatever combination you think is appropriate. You can still do that. That's
Right,
not
right.
out of the question. So
So
that's
Anton,
I will make that a motion, that we,
I got this.
oh, Sheila's got a
Does
question.
that include the EMS employees that you were promised last year they were gonna be brought up this time around, or they?
Yes,
included in this?
they are below the targets, so they would see an increase based on that. Correct.
well, you've already figured that though, right?
That's already in here.
Okay.
Fund number 1151, is that right? So you're looking at about $10,000 there.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what I would suggest.
How many people would?
Well, that'd be,
Oh, not
if just
10,000.
that, yeah, it'd be
It'd be,
33,452.
33.5.
Yeah,
Just bring everybody to the low point, how many people
Right.
are going to leave out and not get any?
I mean, we can raise it later.
Yeah, if you
we
go-
see that we got plenty.
If you go onto the spreadsheet I sent you, and you
Right.
plug in if you go in there and do where it says WIS on the first page and type in .0000001, like a real small number, then it'll bring everybody up to the low, and you can see line by line. who
What
gets
the rate
what.
would be.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So Earl, what would be the cost to the county on your motion?
323, 497,
Yeah.
21.
323.
Right there.
Okay.
323,
A little something.
491.
20.
And that would get everybody.
323, 497, 21.
Low point.
With no COLA.
We're doing
Right.
An extra 37,000, everybody could get a little something,
Yeah.
if we wanted a 1% COLA.
So we have a motion by Burl. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Anton. Are there any other discussions?
We're gonna use this just for the budgeting purposes for this 2 days, 3 days to look at this and then re-look at this again on Friday?
Oh, yeah, we can change it.
'Cause-
I mean, this ain't in stone.
yeah,
Yeah, it could be
it's
September.
not, it's on
Right,
paper.
and like you said, these are workshops. so
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
preliminary.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't want to jump something up to begin with when we don't really.
Oh, I
know.
understand, I agree, so,
You
yeah,
know,
I'm ready.
That's my point.
I'd like to think though, if we went with the 379, we would be giving everyone a 1.5 COLA. But then again, if everyone's willing to look at this towards the end of the budget hearing, I have no problem.
Okay.
Because I'd like to see everybody get a raise. And 1.5 COLA, that's something. That is to say to them, we do appreciate you and we're going to try our best to make sure you're accommodated.
Yeah, and I'll say that the higher you go with the wage targets, the lesser the impact or need is on the COLA. Because obviously, if you get closer to the midpoint, then you're pushing into a situation where everybody's moving up. Because there really aren't that many people beyond the midpoint. So the higher you go with the wage target part, the lesser reliance or concern there would be with the COLA part.
I
if
like
that
the
makes
COLA
sense.
part though, because we can see that everyone gets a raise that way. But that's my opinion. You've already made a motion, Anton
Motion's been
seconded.
made and seconded, so all those in favor? Motion carried.
The other part to wages, there were suggestions made in the study on changing classifications. I want to make sure we get a little clarification from the council on that. I think when it comes to the part about excluded and exempt, we don't have to make a decision on that today. The dollars are still the same dollars, so that part is not really critical. But at some point, we'll need to make a decision on reclassifying those particular positions, whether we want to do that or not. We did reach out to the consultant to get more background on that.
Did she
Yes.
answer on that?
Their reason why that's the case, and it is a part of the federal regulation stuff, is that based on the definitions of compensation for certain types of positions, being classified as exempt versus non-exempt versus excluded, there are legal reasons why that's done. And it has not only to do with overtime and things, but also certain protections per the law and things like that. So I think we need more time for all of you to review that detail before we make that kind of decision. I'd like to maybe have them speak about it, or have them join us and talk to everybody at the same time. Now, when it comes to changes that are specific or incidental to the actual reclassification, the actual amounts. And I'll give you an example. In the sheriff's department, when we had reorganized deputies, their job descriptions were updated and the order or hierarchy of the different levels was reorganized. Our consultant reclassified those so they're all correct, which is fantastic. I don't think I asked for that, but they did it anyway. And so, for instance, someone that's in a merit poll C might go to a merit poll D, okay, because of that new job description and that distinguishing difference. So those, I think, should proceed as is because that brings them current. And those are reflected in the spreadsheet already. So-
Anton, you're saying our wage study then has some legals in it that tells us a guideline?
Generally, yes, the guidelines that they work from are through the FLSA.
So they've done some work for us that we don't have to do.
I mean, it includes a lot more than just dollars. You know, it's how they're classified, there was some job descriptions that were updated, and they did a really nice job, really.
And how many people will this affect if you would go by their study?
If you go by wages, everybody in some
No, the
fashion.
study
If you
is
go
very-
by classification,
Yeah.
there's probably 20 that were adjusted. There's probably another dozen that we need to deal with this exempt or excluded, new excluded class.
But it really didn't affect their wages
Doesn't affect
or
the
anything.
wage part, it's just the classification part of it. So,
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to move on?
I think that does it for compensation.
Okay. All right, we have, Sheila, you've got what, levied funds general?
Levy funds, we're starting with them, election registration, reassessment, health, and their list, so where we want to start.
Okay. This is a little different than what the way we usually do it, so that's why I'm asking. So I mean, like on the levied funds in general, I mean, there's,
Well, they're the ones that you gotta set your pie portions and how much they get and.
Yeah,
and that's
I
important.
understand.
So I would just, again, I don't remember what I had, just start with Diane, election and registration.
okay,
General is gonna fall into place depending on what we end up at the end of the day, today or tomorrow. There's not a lot of adjustments, but you do need to figure out your pie portions.
okay.
So, clerk and election. Or are we just doing the elections part, or are we doing both worksheets?
That's up to you. I put them on the schedules later, they're one of those that could blend in, and I know Diane's gonna be around all 3 days.
Maybe we can just go ahead and get it done.
That's fine.
Okay.
I have
Does that work for you, Paul?
Yeah, it does. That's actually a little bit,
If we can start with election first, because we can enter the wage for that part, and then we know what the others are for the regular budget.
Right.
All right, so we have one position there.
why it's not. Everybody else is here.
And it's gonna be 37,860.
And the regular wages,
Yeah,
37?
37 what?
860.
806?
860.
660.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, does that include the $850 is included in
No,
that?
the consultant did not see that as any significant factor. So whatever the position is and the duties they do, the target is the target. Yeah, so, yeah, we don't have that extra added in there. Now, the reason why, when you look at the difference between 26's number and 25 is, A, there was an employee change, so there's less
Right.
longevity.
Right,
B, the 850's not in there.
right.
And then the increase we just gave moves it up. So the net result on paper is $600, but really, if you back out the other two, it's a higher amount difference. Yeah,
Okay.
if that
So-
makes sense.
So Diane, are you still gonna get the 850?
I get 1,200. I don't, no, for this position, no,
They will not get the additional 850.
no.
It's already in the
It's
wage.
part
It's already in
of,
the wage, yeah.
You
That.
feel it's in the wage, yet it's not defined in the wage.
The wage target is for the job,
Mhm.
and the job's the job,
right.
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Now, part-time, how many hours is that? Do you have a number there?
It varies because we've had people that have worked longer than others. And so I don't know who's coming back So I'm not sure on what the breakdown of that would be. I know last time, what I did was I used the same amount that we used in '24.
Okay.
And we did not use quite all of it, but it was available for us.
And we do have a higher wage now, so we have to make up for that.
Right.
Let's look back real quick at '24 and see what hours we had there. Because the hours, as long as your capacity is met for the election, then whatever dollar amount that comes to is what we should budget for, in my opinion, because you have to cover that cost. So back in '24, for part-time election workers, we had 792 hours. Now, I don't know if that's good or bad. You said you didn't quite use as many hours as you thought?
We didn't use as much.
So if we use 792 this time, then the amount would be $13,038
For part-time?
for the part-time.
I'm sorry, how much was that, 13,000?
$13,038.
So this position doesn't have any overtime, but you give them comp time, is that right?
This is part-time
No.
election workers.
These are just people that work during the election time, so they're not regular employees, so they wouldn't earn comp
I
time.
think I meant the regular employee.
Oh.
Get comp time.
The regular employee, my understanding for the election that they would not earn that.
So they're working, they're covering the position, their hours it takes.
Right. Right.
Okay. Okay.
So is the hours good?
Yes.
I would look at that again, and if it's too high, I would lower it.
Okay.
You know, whatever the realistic expectation is for early voting for 30 days, because you're gonna have that many anyway.
Right.
And then whatever your estimation is for the incidentals, the traveling, the other stuff,
Right.
coming in to process mail,
Right.
those hours. Do the math and let us know
Okay.
what that is.
Okay.
How close are we would be the question.
Okay.
So FICA is figured on both of those numbers, that's 3,894. And then PERF is on the full-time position, and that's 4,240.
And there's just one person on the group insurance?
Yep, and then down under group, we're gonna put 10,000 in that because of the new.
So that, Nick did bring up a good question there. If we're not paying this person that $850 to do the election, then does that have the county give comp time to this person?
Yeah, probably.
It's gonna be a lot of comp time.
It could be. Yeah, I mean, the problem with the 850 is we were paying someone an arbitrary amount beyond what is normally a part of their duty. So if they are the elections deputy clerk and their job is to do elections and registration, et cetera, and the pay level for that is $37,860, then why would we pay them an extra $850? So that's, if they truly are gonna go over hours, you either need to do overtime or you need to do comp time,
Right.
you know?
Because the hours are 8 to 4, so just like anyone in my other office, if they go over that, they get
So comp time, right? Yeah. So yes, and this position has historically had more comp time on election years than others, but they have a non-year, so there's an opportunity there on certain times, so.
Yeah, but you only got one person in the position, and where we're at, even just like right now, redoing all this stuff from 21 that wasn't done. I mean, it's hard to get one person out of there to use their time.
There's a lot of positions like that. I mean,
So you're saying, Diane, though, if we go the 850, you know, comp time at all?
Well, my
yeah,
understanding
you can't
is
get around
that
that,
we,
yeah.
we can't do the 850 is not gonna be part of it. We're gonna do comp time on that.
You can't have an employee that you're paying hourly and then give them an extra
Well, we-
1099 on an 850, which was being
Yeah.
done for years.
We have done it for years.
Not a good idea.
No.
If they're working it and they're going overtime, they need comp time or they need overtime.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just,
Yeah, legally, they could probably come back and,
the dollar amount's irrelevant. The dollar amount for the position is the hourly wage. That's already been set. It's the method and how you're accounting for the overage of time. And that's where you have to get that cleaned up. And it is cleaned up. And that's
Right.
what we're doing.
Right.
It's just gonna be a management thing.
And we never got a payout on that position. For the comp time. Or had it been
No,
accumulated?
no, I made sure that all the comp time was used up, and
Thank you.
there was a lot.
So anyway, yeah, that's all the wages we have for this particular budget.
Right. Now, the traveling board, we last time did not have a lot of requests for that. I went ahead and left it at the 1,200, but I believe we only used around $303 of that.
Surprising.
So we were able to get everyone into just a few days to do that. Now, I can't guarantee we can do that every time, but we were able to do it this last time.
Can we take it to 600, for example?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you think on that?
sounds good.
And then we have the election board members. There's 3 of them, $1,200 a year, 6 for every, for May and for November.
That's been paid for years, hasn't it? As far as I can remember.
Yeah.
So did we drop the other to $600 traveling board?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we've got the inspectors, the judge, and the clerks, and I left them the same. Those were brought up a few years ago, and that seems to be working at that level. So I wouldn't advise taking that up anymore on that one. And then we have the machine mechanics, and they get $300 per election, so there's 2 of them, so it'd be $600 each, so that's the $1,200 is what that is. And then the absentee counters and couriers, once again, we did not use all of that the last time, but we were able to condense everyone once again into certain days. So I believe last time we only used around $250 of that money. But once again, I can't say that that's gonna work this time, but if we need to take it down, as long as everyone understands, I may have to come back and ask for more money on that.
Would 500 work?
I can do 500.
Which line item?
Absentee counters?
The, 13900.
We're changing that to 500.
500.
Do you think that'd be sufficient?
I think so, you know, as long as we can fit everyone in at certain times, that would work. And if it doesn't, I can't imagine we go over the 1,100 that we've got here from the last time. But if I need a little more, I could always come back, but I believe it was 250 that we used the last time when I looked at, our last election. So, I think that would be enough.
Thank you.
It's gonna be very close, so.
Is that an additional precinct gonna add any effect on
Well,
financially?
I don't think so, because it's just one more, because the other ones are, part of it, and it's not gonna be that big. It's gonna be smaller over here, so it's really, those two, we're just gonna have an extra piece of paper to count on those. And then I left office supplies at 2,000. And then repair equipment, that's at 500. And we did not use it the last time, but I think I used $68.02 the last time. But once again, that doesn't mean that something's not, you know, something's could break, something could go down.
350 or 300?
We can do 300.
300?
And then we have other services, which is 400, which is where I left that, because that's various things that we get in that we're not aware that are gonna happen and come in. And I believe we used all of that the last time. And then we have the maintenance, which last time was 16,000, which is now, I've asked for 18,500. Microvote has gone from the 13,000, and they are now at, the charge is gonna be 15,000 on them. They just raised their prices the first time in many years. So that's what they're gonna start charging us, is the 15,000. And before, let me look here, the check that we wrote them from last year was 13,000. So they've gone up a little bit.
So that, of that 18.5, most of that is microvote.
Yes.
And then the rest of it?
It's Knowing Inc., which
Okay.
is, last time the check for them was $2,665. I haven't received if they have gone up yet, so I just took it to 3,500 just to be safe. It could be less than that, but I'm guessing theirs is gonna go up some too, because everything seems to be going up.
So you feel 18.5 is that?
I think so.
I'd like to leave it.
I think so. And those are the bills that are paid right away in January on them. And then I've got the travel and training, we've got $500. I left that the same, and usually expenses for when we go to conferences that I use that for. And then the printing, and I'm not sure if that's what we need to label this at, that 32600. We didn't use it last time because that's part of where I got cut. So we had to bring money in from the 4902 in to pay for some things. And what that paid for was when Microvote comes in and they do like our database creation, when, and how many machines you have is what that cost. Election days, all the cost of all this has gone up, this time on all of them. And once again, per machine, they come in and do our, public testing with us.
And that's paid out of the printing? Is that public testing paid out of the printing?
Well, before, it was all moved into a different fund, but I think bringing that back, so we keep those separate, so we can tell. I think the maintenance one should just be a maintenance one. And that's what, Milling Ink and Microvote are. This is setting us up, getting our, election papers, everything ready to go, our ballots and
They're all
all
in
of
the
that.
printing. They're in the printing tool.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think all this is included under what you call printing line item?
Yeah, that's what it was called prior, was that. And so for the election, for them to do both elections for us for next year is gonna be $14,600.
Okay. I think you're on target here.
Yeah. And before, it looks like it was 13.2 for that. So it has gone up some, but not a whole lot. And then I also put in $2,000 because there's nowhere in here that has advertisement for newspaper. And so after having my first election before, I realized there's nowhere to pay that from. I had to pay it from supplies. So that took my supplies, because we have to do publication for the public testing. We have to do it per each election, and it is not cheap to put
So you're
all of
adding
this.
that in printing as well?
I am adding that in because nowhere has that been put in before.
So this covers what you estimate to be the total cost?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we put the advertising in the advertising line? Because in most cases, we have money in advertising for that purpose. So could we designate a dollar amount there and then subtract it out of print?
Sure.
Okay, what amount do you think?
I'm putting 2,000 because I'm guessing it's going to go up this time.
For advertising?
Yeah, because
2,000?
we have to run everything has to go in so people can see what the ballots are going to look like.
And so then the printing would go down by 2,000?
The printing would go down. Yeah.
14,600?
Yes, and that would be the microvote for them preparing everything
And
for
normal
our election. And we'll do an advertising,
You're putting a new line item in?
because I don't
For
see,
advertising?
We'll add it.
$10,000.
we'll add a new one? Okay,
Okay.
Yeah.
okay. And then we've got our precinct polling places for rental, and that's 2,000. So they each get $100 when we do that. And
Diane, when was the last time we gave them a raise for polling places?
as far back as I've looked, it's always been $100.
Yeah, it goes back for years.
Yeah. Mhm.
Do you think they need more, or are you having trouble getting polling places?
Well, we do know that we have one that is no longer going to be part of it, but we've got another place that we've spoken to that has agreed to step in to that position. So we do know that Millgrove will no longer be one. They have decided to,
The Methodist Church?
yeah, just with getting workers to come there, and just the people that work there have decided that they're going to stop.
Are you hunting for a spot up there?
Well, we found another church that has agreed to do that for us.
Okay.
They're a little closer. They're not quite far up that far, but actually Peggy spoke to someone for us.
Okay.
So we're looking at them, and I know that at some point, we may be changing a couple others, only because the ADA is concerned about 2 of our other polling places. So we are seeing what we can work out and try to replace those if we need to, or see what corrections can be done at those sites for us.
Do we do cleanup afterwards, or do we pay for cleanup afterwards? Or
We-
is that part of the $100?
We, everything is cleaned up. The people that work the polls there, they'll clean them all up.
So there's no real burden on the property owner or what?
No,
Okay, thank you.
no, no. There shouldn't be any. I didn't hear of any complaints from anyone. So that is one thing, you know, we try to put everything back exactly how we found it.
Appreciate it.
And then we have meals, and each person, it's $22.50 a day for their meals. And the polling sites, they can decide if they want to have money, the inspectors can decide if they want to have money brought in, and if that's so, then the people that work there, their $22.50 will go toward who's ever bringing in the food for them. And if not, then the individual will get that.
Okay, thank you.
And then we have the group insurance. So you're saying the 9,015 is going up to 10? And then we've got registration and conference. That is 1,200.
So what's the difference between registration and conference and your travel and training?
The other is like for mileage
Oh,
that we
okay.
get paid when we go. And I know, like, I just got our information for our big, in December, we have a state called meeting. And there's 4 of us that go, the 3 board members and then my election deputy. And it's state called, so it's paid out of unappropriated. But just to register is $400 per person. $133 per night per room, $42 per day for parking. And then you have mileage too.
So this 1,200 should cover?
Well, it's paid out of unappropriated, so it doesn't come out of this line.
Okay, then
So-
why do we have that?
Well, why I have that, because I have state called, State Board of Accounts meeting. This one in December is just election, yeah. We have the Indiana Voter Registration Association. We have 2 clerks,
Okay,
and
okay.
then other training that we go to,
Which does not come out of,
unappropriated.
Unappropriated.
The State Board of Accounts one does, it's state called.
okay.
But all the other ones come out of this.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Well, I have a total of 134,292.
290 what?
292, we matched.
292? I apologize, Anton, it's just hard to hear
Yeah.
from there to here.
It should be on, is your screen on?
Well, it is.
Yeah.
It's hard to see. Gotta have
Thank
an
you, Tom.
excuse. Oh, you didn't have.
And do use your mics if you can, you know, whenever you're talking or whatever.
Okay.
Now,
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
We're, again, schedule, and I don't want everyone having to sit and wait, so unless it's increased from the prior year, I think if you just flew through those, it would help.
I
get us
agree.
on schedule.
Thank you.
so let's jump into the next thing, document fees. So are we going to roll that cash into general? And then do we need to make sure that the position we funded out of that is now a part of your regular budget? Or do we still maintain a 4902 as long as the cash is there? How do we, which method are we gonna use for that?
The 4902, I think this year we brought in maybe 23, right under $2,300
Okay.
of that. You guys did a resolution back in '23 on that to take it to the general or allow the clerk to decide where it goes.
Okay.
So we've been paying one of the employees out of that. So that won't be there anymore, so that employee will then goes back over into our
Yes.
general.
What is that magic switchover point? Do we have an idea of when? So that is 4902, and the budget on this latest printout, there's a cash balance of 18,000 left.
Right.
So, you know, we still have the rest of this year. It may be pretty much most of '26 that we're not gonna have any more there.
Not for the 4902,
Right.
yeah.
So do we need to just then forget about that today and then
I
add it
would.
into your regular? Okay.
I would, and then, you know, whatever money I do collect, you guys have given permission for me to use that, so we could always use that for something.
Yeah, if there's like $2,000 left over,
Yeah.
you can always use that for something, but you're at least gonna maintain it.
Right.
So then that position would be transferred into the regular clerk's fund.
Correct, so that's, my next thing is doing the math here and adding that up properly. So for the regular clerk's budget, regular wages, we have 3 regular deputies. And then we have a chief deputy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have 4 employees plus yourself, plus the voter registration employee. Okay.
So for regular wages, it's 165, 353.
So it's about a $9,000 raise divided between, is it 4 people?
Well, so one whole position's being added in here, so that's the bulk of it. And then you have your increases accordingly, so it includes both. And then regular official, the clerk. You're not doing pro bono work in '26 for us?
No.
Okay. 57,206.
I didn't change, okay.
Correct, because that's one of the ones that it's
You maxed out.
not there yet.
So my chief deputy
Same thing, it's gonna be the same.
will get longevity, but,
Correct.
okay.
And that's in the regular wages number.
Okay.
FICA is gonna be 17,026. PERF, 24,927. And everything else was the same in the budget.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The total is 269,931. We're good. And quick question on registration and conference for this one. Is there anything in that that qualifies for using the elected officials training fund instead? And this is I knew this was gonna come up in the first budget because I had it on my list, but we do have an election officials training fund. It has a decent cash balance.
The 1217,
Um,
what,
I'm wondering if there's anything that could be usable from that instead of having a line item in this and other budgets.
sure, I mean, I've already started using it.
Okay.
Because I've run out of money
Could you go more
for that. I mean,
out of the elected official training fund?
yeah, I mean, if you want to do away with the 39100, I mean, now, I still, you know, registration, you know, we still have to register for anything, so that, if you want that to also come out of the training, the 1217, I mean, I can run everything out of 1217.
Anton, I have a
if
question
that's
though.
allowable.
If we're taking conference money out of that fund and use it in election fund that has its own tax rate, is that legal?
No, what I'm referring to is,
clerk.
there's the elected officials training fund, and it's a
Yes,
separate fee-based
yes.
fund. Is there anything in clerk, auditor, assessor, is there anything in the regular line items for conferences and things that are eligible to be paid for out of the elected officials training fund instead? Thinking that maybe we could shave off some money on the regular tax levy and pull it from the elected officials fund. That's just a thought.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, as long as that's permitted, I mean, I use the 1217 now to pay for.
Because even council qualifies, so, you know, if we go to our conferences, so, and we don't need to change it now, let's keep it where it's at, but maybe on our follow-up, because once we have a chance to hear from the other offices with that same line item, maybe we need to do a little bit more of a broader look and then determine, is it really worth messing with, or is there some money to be saved by doing that? So,
Had increased that one to 3,000 already, just because we knew conferences are going up and stuff. And Loretta might have a little more information on it, but you've got $22,000 in that fund if you can. But I had already increased it a little bit.
No, that's good,
already,
okay.
so.
Yeah, because there's the normal increase in cost, but then is there a chance to move, shift it? So, but let's leave it where it's at for now.
Right.
And then clerk perpetuation, the only thing out of that was records, 2,500.
Right,
Right. So nothing else changed there.
right.
That's all I have for clerk.
I think that's it.
I do have a piece of paper to hand out to you guys from Steve Shamo from Microvote in May of 2028. New panels have to be put on all of our voting machines. So the total for that is $117,942.31. Steve will come and speak on it. But this isn't until 2028, May of 2028. But I wanted to go ahead and give everyone this so that they can see what's coming and what will need to happen to the machines before that election.
So we need to work it in 27's budget?
I would say yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll give you guys all copies.
Chris, are you going out to get their voting? I just was gonna suggest that you go next in case you have to go out there, because aren't they meeting at 10 o'clock?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Thank you, Diane.
Also, I need to, the next meeting that you guys have is September the 8th. I will be at conference, and I do have issues with my balance in my registration fund. So I don't know how or when to talk to you guys about putting more money into that, because looking at DLGF, just right over $19,000 is what they're saying I'm gonna get from the fall settlement this year. And,
I
At
think
the
it
last
was-
meeting,
yeah.
you guys had discussed doing transfers that we were planning on running to the September 8th meeting. The focal point is you can't look at just what you need or what she needs to be now to December settlement. You need to think from December to June of next year. So you're talking at least 175,000, maybe 200.
Because
And-
it's an election
Perfect
year.
world is you do an 18-month cycle, but you've got to at least get her to December of this year. If she's only gonna bring $19,000 in December, that won't get her through the maybe 2 months, and she'll be short in the red and having to come back for additional appropriations. So it's better to go ahead and do the projected full amount now at your September 8th meeting and advertise, and then that'll carry you through to at least June of next year. And then she would still have to come back, because she won't get enough in June settlement to carry her through to the end of December either.
And I'll have, even before settlement, the May election next year will be done. So all of that will go into the negative, and we shouldn't be paying backwards on that, and that's what's happening right now. And I'm not sure how, the only thing I know of is to put more money in that, more piece of the settlement to come to us, because that's what's happened is it's gotten smaller. So as the years go on, we've not been getting enough from settlement, so it's slowly eating away at what we had banked there, till we're, I started the year under $8,000 in my cash balance for 12/15.
Is there an amount you're thinking of that needs to be appropriated?
I would say at least 175. That would
175,000?
still put her having to come back for an additional appropriation along about September or so next year.
Of next year? Okay.
But that will at least carry her not being in the red the rest of this year and through June settlement of next year.
Is this something, even though she's not here at our next meeting, that we can address?
Yes.
Without, okay, thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris?
Alrighty, let's jump right in, Chris. On wages.
So I was listening to what you guys were saying about wages. And, we had a decent gap between EMTs and paramedics before. When I look at the wage study, it doesn't do much for widening up that gap again, but I just want to voice that concern. I know that you guys are looking at the study and saying, if we bring them to the minimum, then that should reset everybody and the gap should be correct. But that gap is still a little bit narrow as far as I'm concerned, but.
What is the gap, 7,000 or
It's
8,000?
$7,000 per year gap.
Yeah.
What do you think it ought to be?
Well, I was looking at the hourly rates, and I would like to see the paramedics up at least $1 more than what the low point is on this.
Yeah, because our wage study does not include any private sectors that you may competing with for EMTs and paramedics, correct?
That's right.
Maybe the thing to do, I would want maybe the consultant to talk with you about this, if that's okay, Polly. Because, they've come up with numbers for both EMTs and they've come up with numbers for paramedics from the same sources. That difference is obviously illustrated in their report. I'm inclined to go with that, but if there's something missing or incorrect or not taken into account or something they've not considered, they need to give that a fair shake. And maybe they can talk directly with you about that. Because for us, we don't know. I mean, we can't pick a number out of the hat, so to say. But we get it, it is a concern for you, and we want to make sure you have a chance to review that. But it is $7,000 difference, and it's been that way. It's been less than that in the past. So, but that is reflected by doing the adjustment we did. It is maximizing that difference, if you will, whereas prior, maybe not so much. But it is in the current numbers at that $7,000 difference.
Okay.
Yeah, good question. So for regular pay, or appointed pay, I've got 72,576. $72,576.
We will
Real
print out
quick.
clean numbers for everybody as we get them and enter as well.
So, back to the wage study, why we're asking Chris to go and speak with the wage study folks? Because they're only doing a wage study off of county government, but, you know, he's the expert in the field that he's in. He's around, here he's competing with like IU Health, who would not be in that study.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is they've got data sources from multiple areas. We don't know if they didn't look at private. We don't know that for sure. But they have the expertise. If he can share his concerns from an on-the-ground perspective, and they can then evaluate or explain what they came up with, I think it's important that they have a discussion. And there may be something that comes out of that. But at the end of the day, like I said, the same data points they got for EMTs are the same data points they would have gotten for paramedics. So that difference, doesn't matter whether there's a third set or not. If paramedics are X% higher than EMTs, then that difference is what he's concerned about. Is that accurate or not? You know, the wage level is a whole nother animal. Yeah, of course, private enterprise, you're gonna have higher dollar amounts. That's not what we're really discussing here.
Well, that's
We're
kind of
discussing the
all
difference
across the
between,
board,
yeah,
so.
because it's for every position if that's the argument. But for him, I think he was most concerned with that difference. When you think about the
Yeah.
job they have to do, the certifications they have to have for it,
The education.
the career
I mean,
path, the
yeah.
education, that element, is the $7,000 adequate difference, you know, between the two? And so that doesn't matter from a private standpoint, it does matter from the data point standpoint. And is that accurate?
Well, you want to have that incentive where they go
Yeah.
on and become a paramedic versus EMT, because if it's comparable, you know, pretty comparable, then there's no incentive to go on and get that extra education, so I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, a few dollars in between an EMT and a paramedic versus the liability that a paramedic carries.
What is the difference there, Chris?
That's what I was looking up here. EMT is $18.85 currently. Well, EMT proposed would be $19.42, and paramedic proposed would be $22.81.
So about $3.50 difference, not quite $3.50 difference per hour.
Yeah, and that's at low point. At midpoint, it grows. It's more than it's $8,000 difference at that point. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's best for him to get with them and talk about that a little bit further.
What do you think that dollar figure should have been, Chris, in your mind?
I'd like to see the paramedic up more around 23, well, about $1 more, about 23. I was saying 23.75 is where I was at, but, and this is 22.81. But I understand you guys, everybody that, every supervisor or elected official in the county is going to be trying to get more money for their employees, and I understand that. But there's a little bit of history here from last year whenever we brought the dispatchers up in pay. They're the same classifications as the jailers and the EMTs. So when they brought the dispatchers up, it brought the EMTs up, which narrowed that gap between the EMT and the paramedic.
But did nothing for the paramedic.
but did nothing for the paramedic. So that's where we're at. And like I said, I understand that, you know, every supervisor or elected official is going to be wanting to get more for their employees.
How many paramedics do you have over EMTs?
I'd have to go back and
That's-
look. I
that's
don't
okay.
have that in front of me
Okay.
right now.
Half
A little over half paramedics.
that are paramedics?
So, I know on some of our other positions, we have an education component, but does that not
It's
apply?
11 to 7, by the way.
11 to
That
7.
includes supervisors.
And
For education, so, yeah, if you've got anybody that has a degree, but what he's talking about though is paramedics, they have their own, you know, that's their thing. If you're gonna be a paramedic, you're, go to school for that, you're certified in that, that's what a paramedic is. There isn't any special add-on,
That's
unless they do get a
included
degree. Some do have degrees.
Yeah, that's included in
Or
the
something, but-
hourly rate, yeah.
But
can-
yeah, it's 11 full-time paramedics. Well, plus assistant directors, technically a paramedic, and Chris, so, you know, but as far as regular shift working, 11, and then EMT 7.
How many? Anton? How many?
11 to 7.
7?
Yeah.
Do you have a way to plug in the dollar figure he's asking for a paramedic raise? And see
Yeah,
what that-
well, if it's an extra $1, let's see here,
Just what that would.
just rough math.
Are you asking, Chris, that we might come outside the wage study and address an issue here that you feel is important?
Can you question that again? Or can you ask that again?
Okay, we have a wage study, and that's what we're going by. And of course, to do anything else with the paramedics, we would have to either get whoever put the wage study together, do some changing, if possible, or we come outside the wage study to address this issue.
Yeah.
What are the other
Um,
incentives?
Is it that important for us? And I know the employees would say yes, and I think as an EM or a paramedic, I would think 23 or 22 something an hour now? I think it's low.
Yeah, they're going from 22.44 to 22.81, so they're only getting 37 cents. And here the EMT's going from, the EMTs that just got a raise last year are going from 1885 to 1943, which is.
But the paramedic has to have
60.
training, extra training,
Oh, yeah.
then I think we need to address that issue.
And maybe addressing it would be the conversation with the people that did the wage study. We want to make sure it's fair. I mean, you guys are taking a wage study and already considering tearing it apart.
And didn't we do that a couple years back, go outside the wage study and then try to get back into it? And we had all kinds of arguments over the whole thing.
Yeah, yeah. So that's,
I think we just need to be very careful here. You know, I'm not in favor of special changes, or we know the problems that has gotten us into.
Yeah.
And
what
I
we
don't
just
think
discussed.
continuing that, yeah, sorry, I was talking with Joe. I think we need to be very careful on that. If there's a legitimate and substantiated difference here between an EMT and a paramedic, that something was not figured right, there's something that wasn't considered in the mix that changes the targets, then yes, fair. But if it's just another $1 an hour, because I'm not going for that. So we just need to be very careful here in how we handle that. The other thing you need to be careful is if you, let's say you move them up $1, well, now you're pushing closer to assistant director. So now they have to go up. Then you're pushing close to jail commander, and you're for the other positions that are higher up or in the similar category. Now they're not getting anything that other folks that were classified that way were. We're trying to get away from that. We need to get out of that. Never go back to that. Because we
Well, and there could be an error.
And there could be,
really
but
could be an
beyond
error.
that.
And if we
yeah,
found
that's-
out
I
there
just-
was an error.
I'm not against paramedics or anything like that. I think we need to be very careful here. It's much easier to follow a structure and everybody's classified the way they should be and you get paid for what you're doing. That's what we're after. Yeah, it's not enough. It's not enough for anybody on this list, and yes, there's midterm complications and other problems that come up, but generally, when we have the ability to set things properly and do it that, I think we need to stick with it. I mean, that's just my opinion on that.
That's what we were discussing, is
Yeah.
here we're already looking at tearing apart. But, it's like Joe led to was, they're looking at county EMS services only. And there's, historically, your private services make more money, and it's a threat out there. So yeah.
Are you having trouble keeping paramedics?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I could paint doom and gloom, but that would not be truthful. In fact,
We
I
appreciate you
came to you
being
guys.
truthful.
I came to you guys a couple times asking to vacate EMTs and go to paramedic. And I've always said that you've got to create an atmosphere they want to stay, because we are paid lower than other places.
Around the counties, yes.
And I think right now I'm successful at doing that. It's just that gap between the two is what I'm concerned about.
Not much incentive.
Well, and I think it, I'm sorry, Daniel, go ahead.
No, you said not much incentive to be a paramedic.
Right. And I think it does beg to have a second look, because, I mean, there were different things that we found out that, maybe needed to be tweaked on the last wage study. So it's not, I think it begs to be investigated further.
Yeah, and just full disclosure, I mean, as it stands now, the EMTs have been, according to the study, they've been underpaid a bit. So they do have a little more makeup, not much different, but they do have a little more than what paramedics get anyway. The difference between the two is the 3-something an hour that you mentioned. And if that is correct or not is yet to be determined, if you want to work with them and see what the background is behind that. But getting them to the 3 whatever difference is following what we have. That's all we've got to work with at the moment. And maybe that's why there has been more turnover on EMTs versus paramedics, because the pay hasn't been where it should be. That seems to follow that pattern, certainly, but there's other factors, I'm sure, that come into play. So, as far as wage numbers to plug in for the budget, let's first look at part-time. You have an office position that's part-time, and then you have your normal 2 part-time pools. You got paramedics that serve part-time and EMTs. So if we, based on the new wage numbers, and it's a little funky with part-time because there's several different people and they all have different longevity amounts, but generally, if you look at keeping the same amount of hours capacity, but just simply have increase in the amounts. Let's see here. One moment. Okay. Okay, it is 87,800.
That was part-time?
Part-time. Yeah. Office admin and the 2 pools, same hours. Then we have regular wages, which are all the remaining full-time people. And that's everybody but you, because you're in the other one, so. Now, this is going to reflect the recent change we made where we, vacated some EMT positions and created some paramedics. So that's going to be reflected in this total. 932,812. 932,812. And then for holiday benefits, this is the first time where this has come up. Since it's an election year, the holiday benefits will be based on 14 days, 14 8-hour days instead of 12 because of the extra holiday. So, the total amount for that is 50,229. That kind of zigzags because then you'll go back to 12 and so on. So that's fine. And then overtime includes your traditional OT and what we call the regular OT due to the shift cycle. Okay. Now I have the shift cycle part of it, but as far as regular, I don't know. The shift cycle part is 270,516. The budgeted amount from last year was 347,163. So the question is the 347 enough? Or
Not with, especially not with their wages going up, because now we're looking at whatever that increase is times 1.5 per hour.
Oh, okay. I do have a note from last year. Last year, the regular recurring overtime part was 257,163, and then we had another 90,000 for regular overtime.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're looking at, instead of that 257 figure, we're looking at this 270 amount, so 270,516. And then the 90,000, if we were just to keep that, then you're looking at 360,516. But that regular overtime might go up a little bit too, because, but a percentage kind of standpoint.
It absolutely would go up.
When I look at the current longevity percentage and the average with the EMTs and the paramedics, they're getting anywhere from a 2.5% to 3.5% increase. So if we took 90,000 and did 3.5, maybe that'll be the best number we can come up with at the moment. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
So that would be 93,150. So the grand total for that line item would be 363,666. Sorry.
Math is math.
Yep.
Thank you, Steve.
So we've got, I think we accounted for all the wage stuff. We've got yours, we've got the regular, we've got the part-time, the overtime, the holiday. So now FICA is figured on all of that. And that's going to be 115,292. And then perf is figured on overtime, holiday benefits, and regular wages and appointed pay. No part-time on perf. So that total comes in at 158,960. So there's the wage parts.
Madam Chair, I know, Anton, you made a suggestion that the EMS director get a hold of our wage study people. Why can't we send them an email and ask them to send us a explanation of how they found the figures for the EMS workers? And look at, tell us what you've added into that working schedule. Is there something that they have not included that we know that they don't know that might change these figures?
Yeah, we can.
And I would rather for us to do that is to put that on Chris.
Yeah, we can. We may have to ask for some technical, maybe if Chris could send Polly and I an email, look, a little summary of your concern, maybe then we can send them a request and let them know your concerns with that.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. So as far as the rest of the budget, it looks like equipment defibrillator went up quite a bit there, and just a little bit for supplies.
Yeah, actually, I sat down with the rep from Stryker, which now owns Physio Control. They're the ones that well, Stryker makes the cots, the power load systems, and now owns the company Physio Control that is our brand of defibrillator that we carry. And he was trying to, we were trying to figure out for budget what would be good, and he was planning on around $100,000 a year for the next 3 years. Of course, he's trying to sell a bunch of stuff, and I wasn't a fan of that. I would like to stay on our plan that we replace a defibrillator every year. And one of the things was we've been under budgeting for defibrillators for the last 4 or 5 years. We've taken money from other areas to supplement this $30,000 to purchase a defibrillator, and the realistic cost for a defibrillator now is around $50,000. Now that's more than a defibrillator that you see out here in the hallway. I mean, they do so much more. And the reason I'm saying that is I just talked with Burl's wife about a defibrillator, and I shot her some information that was around $1,500 a piece, and those are just basic defibrillators. These pace people, they do take blood pressures, they do so much more. They've got screens on them to interpret rhythms, do 12 lead EKGs. So I just want to clarify that these are so much more than the defibrillators you see hanging on the wall somewhere. So,
Do we trade our used ones in?
we do trade our used ones in, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
The last one we got, we actually traded in one and they were wanting to get it back because there was a flaw in it, I guess, a manufacturing flaw that they were wanting to get it back pretty bad, so they gave us a good
Give you-
amount of money for it. So that kind of explains the difference in, or the increase in defibrillator replacement, line 207. And then the defib, the 213 defib service and biomed, that, the reason for the increase there is with the power loads that we have, they're under a service contract also, and that kind of rolls into this line item. So that's something we haven't seen before that was rolled into the cost of the power load system for the first 3 years. So when we used COVID money to purchase those power load systems, the cost of that power load also had a 3-year service contract added into it. Well, that's coming to an end now, so we're going to have to start absorbing that service contract, so.
So that line item includes servicing for more than just one thing. It
Yeah.
includes the power cots, defibrillators.
Yes.
What else may come out of that line item?
The COTS, the power loads, and the defibrillator service.
Have you already got a price on that? Or is this an estimate?
Just an estimate.
Okay.
He didn't really, he was counting on me doing the 100,000 a year thing, is what he was counting on me doing. And he didn't want to,
Rock the boats.
yeah.
Okay.
Clinical supplies, that went up 5,000, or it's just the cost of everything going up. We're trying to control that cost as best we can. Just one example, we've got a glove that we have used since I started working there. We've tried different brands of gloves, and we always go back to this glove, just because it's durable. You know, the last thing you want to do is be starting an IV on somebody and the palm rip out of your glove and you've got blood in your hand, you know, in your glove and everything. They just told me about 2 weeks ago that is produced in a country that now has a tariff on it. So they're sending me some different gloves to try. In fact, we've got a box of them on the truck today that we're going to try out and see. It drops the price per box from $14 to $9. So, I mean, we are looking, trying to figure out how to save, but some of this stuff, I'm just afraid we're gonna have to bite the bullet and use the better stuff. I hate to put my guys out there. You know, at one point when we were trying to use cheaper gloves, the guys were putting 2 sets of gloves on. Well, what good does that do when you're using twice as much, but you're only saving, you know, a little bit per box. So we are looking at ways trying to save and trying to be creative, but like I say, that 215 fund is just the cost of everything going up. Building and structure, which is the 224 fund. I just raised it 300, just the building's needing a few things now. It's 5 years old, and I'm seeing a few little things that we're, you know, repairing here and there, so. The next one that went up, garage supplies again, oils and cleaning lubes and that's got our lawn, or our soap in it to wash the trucks and such stuff as that, all that stuff's going up. You can see it went up, I raised it up, $750 up to $5,000. Janitorial supplies, again, just, that only went up a couple hundred, but, just, I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record, but cost of everything's going up. It just is. Contractual services, my 30,000 fund. We are increasing the amount of money we're bringing in, and our billing company charges according to the amount of money we bring in. So we've seen some increases in our revenue, so therefore the billing company gets their slice of it. So,
But that deals, I mean, they get more because we take in more.
because we get more.
So it's kind of a,
Yeah,
it's not that it costs us more.
yeah, it's not.
Somebody else is paying that cost.
We're actually bringing in, more money, so it's helping us out.
Thank you.
Other thing.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, along the lines of the billing, if that's the case, we need to make sure that the miscellaneous revenue then is updated to reflect the appropriate. No? You don't wanna do that?
It's taken us 3 years to get him back up to where he needs to be, and if we reduce that back down, they're going to shrink his pie portion. And I know we need to increase it a little bit for election and registration, but for him, that could be a couple $100,000.
Yeah, I agree.
I wouldn't want to reduce it too much. We weren't off.
I was supposed to say, we
were
want to
like
be,
only $50,000 difference last year in our estimated revenues and stuff. I would rather stick with that rather than, we know we have to cut these levy funds, somebody has to get cut a little bit, but if you mess with EMS, and again, if the state sees that their revenue is increased.
Right,
then
they're
that'll
gonna
be the high
automatically,
portion that they-
yeah.
Yeah, but that depends on our advertisement, and our final say on what allocation there is, which we would want to make sure is correct. But as it stands now, we've got a $220,000 increase overall at the bottom line. That's a lot. That's a lot. And that will take away from the pie in other areas. So that's why I'm saying, if there is an increase in the cost of the billing contract, but that's a function of increased revenue, we need to reflect that correct revenue amount in the miscellaneous revenue report. That's where that needs to be
I'd be
done.
very conservative on doing that.
Yeah, and it can be conservative, but
Very
I
conservative.
think we do need to make sure it's accurate, because that feeds into all these numbers and the 16 line, and then it affects the allocation, and it affects our picture, snapshot, if you will, in coming up with the appropriate amounts. So I think we just need to be as accurate as possible, so.
Okay. Other things that come out of that is our trash service. I take care of the trash service for ourselves and dispatch. The Blue and Company, it's a company that we contract with to get more money out of Medicaid, basically. Well, I mean, 57,000.
They maximize.
Yeah, 5,700 last year with Blue and Company got us about 25,000 extra from Medicaid. So stuff like that is what's coming out of that fund. Utilities, that went up. Last year, I think I was actually short in utilities and had to move some money. But I raised utilities, 3,000. Radio repair, I'm not sure what's gonna happen this year with the radio system, if I'm gonna end up having to buy radios or not. Repairs, a lot of times are antennas that get taken off the top of the ambulance by low trees, tree limbs and stuff. So that went up a little bit. Liability, group insurance, I rely on you guys for those numbers.
I kept the liability and
The
the
same.
workman's comp the
The
same.
same,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what
But we upped the group insurance to 200,000. There's 20 positions times 10,000.
Okay. And I hope, to drop back to the personal services, the 1,000 series, I hope that I don't upset you guys when I don't put any numbers in there, because I could work all day and put numbers in there, and then they always just get pushed aside anyway, you guys,
Don't worry about it
because you
at all.
guys do that, so.
Yep.
So that kind of covers everything that I've got here.
So I've got 2,836,770. What line item? Contractual services, I've got 100. We got 150. We got 50,000. Oh, 150.
equipment is 50,000.
Yeah.
150, okay, 50,000. Yeah,
Yeah.
so our lower tires and tubes.
So tires and tubes is 4,500.
And tires and tubes. I've got a 22,329.
Or 4,500.
And you're missing work for this.
Oh, down at your bottom, at the bottom of your sheet. I saw tires and lubes down there again. There.
All right. Repair equipment. Got 30 for that.
$30,000. Yeah.
Yeah. Rotation of vehicles.
That's down at the bottom here. So it's in there.
Sounds like the order.
It's like shifting around, I do too, but it's not, it's, all right, so 300,000 and then
67,760. Keeping that the same. We're keeping workman's comp the same too.
Registration conference, 1,500. Group insurance, 200,000.
There you go. Yeah. There we go.
That was tough.
It was all different,
Different locations.
yeah.
Thank you, Chris, for working with us through that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hopefully, we don't need your services. If we do, we want the best.
Well, we always want, right?
We want the best.
Okay. Do we want to do it? We're awfully far behind. What about, I mean, could we run through assessment and reassessment, would that be? Oh, okay. Okay. So what, like 10, 5, what's our, 5 minutes? 5-minute break. 5 minutes.
Not saying anything about her. He's using elevator. No, you have to get there.
How you doing, sir?
I don't know how that happened. It's weird.
Listen, Trace Atkins. Did you go to that?
I did not, but I do like Tracy.
Everybody in Owen County went to that.
I know, if you were anybody and everybody that went. I did not make it.
How are you? Good seeing you. You got the back door covered,
I got
just
it.
in case?
I got it. Sometimes I got it covered.
I know, it's taking me all morning to work
Yes, but don't do it. It's good. Yeah, it's good. I need it.
Hey, before I forget, what do you want to do? We're coming up on our end of.
And the what?
Chairs, contracts and chairs.
Yeah. So, what's going on with school?
I had not even know. I was like, oh.
Is that about here?
I'm not using
Wait, we
something
can
like
up.
clothes. That will definitely create a mess. That's exactly what they're doing.
Sounds bad, yeah. Your budget ain't changed.
Don't get cheap ones like you need, like
I'm in the middle.
industry standard stuff, like.
There's a, I come in the
How you
middle.
doing?
Take my donut.
You know what?
Yeah.
I am out of
And
it.
then the chairs, that should be already, should already be budgeted in the contract for that.
They got 3 chairs just.
Chevy.
What do you need? So they need to know if we want to reserve or was it a different one?
I would redo it. We gotta keep,
It's all right.
you don't wanna get into the position of having to replace, those things are freaking expensive.
Well, and we need to look and see what the contract says, just to far as repairs, because there's a couple down there.
Wage,
Well, they should replace
But the wage study is lost.
I think the contract
It
is
shows
replacing
John
our
should make more than
They'll
he.
call them after right there.
I should make
Because we
one
have
call,
at least
You
some
should,
dollar.
yeah.
but I don't.
Yeah.
I mean,
Bill,
come on, man.
Bill Jack.
Huh?
I mean,
went down as.
and if I could argue for his budget, I know which time I raised him.
Sometimes, you know, and I understand why some counties or.
Was that just a cord that got replaced from the computer up to the monitor?
Here's this back.
The first time, I don't know, I know about the other hefty one from this last time.
They've called
Like,
me.
it's not
They had to
realistic
replace the whole,
official, it's not enough having it.
I guess that's what you would call it, I
Yeah.
don't know, if it was just the,
Yeah.
I don't know what those are called.
Yeah, and all the.
It was the whole box itself, so it's gonna be called.
Nice.
But I don't know what they
I just thought, I told her, I said, you know, for
Some dollars, because it's after hours.
I mean, if you did them out.
Looked like all they did is
Minimum
replace
wage,
that cord,
but
push the
you know,
computer up to the screen.
But let's get to
Of September, I won't hear, I've got to get. I'm afraid we're wrong. It's gonna be that
Oh, that's right.
I'll help you. No, he's a good guy. He does, it's just, I don't know.
We're going down there.
Oh.
That's my thought, Elizabeth, like, why don't we why don't you alter the schedule the next month before
I'm not ready to talk about. Yeah.
Well, I will, I've been down there for 2 years building.
This is Lincoln, so what I've heard. This
Where do you say that was down. This place is I thought that was, they were down in front of me. Yeah. He had to. He had all kinds of. The outside. We got. They get in there, you don't get in with these LED kill, they don't kill. We use those on that skull of cataract, but it's crazy. It's just entertaining, it's incredible. We're gonna take that big.
So one of the restaurants, that's
Also. Daniel's son? That's everyone was like. Nicole already told me, put
This is slick.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Health Department.
All right,
13.
we're working on the traditional 1159.
Correct.
The old-fashioned one, part of the levy. So for wages, kind of working in the reverse, health officer, since there's a separate line item, the regular salary is all that's in there, it's $26,661.
For the regular salary?
Regular salary,
61, okay.
26,661. And then, so regular wages this last year had all of the administrator and 66% of the assistant.
Correct.
Now, we're already over our $100,000 target here that we wanted to keep this fund to. So do we want to adjust that percentage of the assistant's position downward then to kind of get it close to that 100,000 number?
I mean, I just left it as was last year.
Okay.
So we could adjust to
Got it.
however we needed.
Yeah, I think we
So I think
should.
that's the best.
What do you think? Because we voted earlier to try to keep this as close to 100 as possible. I mean, 102 or something's not going to break the bank. but-
$3,000 isn't gonna.
Right,
yeah,
but
so-
we're already 7 over and we've not added the two positions here in,
So did the health officer's salary obviously went up?
Yes.
Correct?
That's correct, yeah. So for the administrator, and I'm going to add these two numbers together. And that would be your position. Okay, so let's. So we can take about 19 or 20,000 of the assistant's position and put it in here.
Okay.
So let me do the math on that.
Put it in the 1159 or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we do 47% instead of 66. The total for regular wages would be $59,963. FICA would be $6,627. PERF, $9,702. And I think there was nothing else that was out of here.
Right.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The grand total is $102,952. So that's close enough? I mean, I don't know, what does the council think on that?
I can live with that.
So where are you gonna put the rest of that?
We will go,
that
we'll
money?
put it in the HFI fund. So we learned yesterday that, HFI is getting a bump. We don't know yet. They won't know till September 1st, but, it is gonna increase.
So it's possibly gonna be more than this 132,000?
Oh,
that you thought
it's
you-
definitely gonna be more than that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I made a note on the percent, the new split there. We know that we're gonna meet our match, because it's less, obviously, so we're good there. And as far as insurance, we had a note here, we don't actually budget for group insurance out of this fund.
No.
We normally would, but neither of the two positions that are involved here take it. Is that correct?
No, I take it.
Okay, but yours is budgeted out of one of the other funds?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay,
Teresa doesn't.
okay, got it.
Her husband's military, so.
Okay, okay. And where is that other line item? Which fund was that in?
1161.
1160. I just make a note so we know why. Okay, so now 1161. Who all do we need to put in regular wages here?
So, regular wages. I think that, oh, never mind.
Positions.
2025,
Positions.
sorry, is just Tori.
So we have one of the health sanitarians here. And then, do we need to put the 53% then?
Yep, we can put it
Of
there.
the assistant's position needs to be figured in here? Okay. I'll do the math on that. And then health sanitarian, it's the position that Tori is in?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Before we had the school liaison and a public mental medical assistant, but that's being reworked. We're not gonna do those, right? All right, so for regular wages, 63,150. And then skipping down to part-time, we have the nurse there. Any other positions?
I moved the nurse to 4911.
Okay. All right, so we're not gonna worry about that for this line item. Who would be in the part-time?
In the part-time, that is where we would put the other sanitarian and the school liaison and the CCMA.
So sanitarian number 1 and?
School liaison, number 2. And the CCMA, number 3.
Number 3, all right. Now let's go back to hours on those. What kind of new hours are we talking about then on these positions?
Well, here's the thing. Our nurse is part-time, she works 2 days a week.
Now, but you said she's out of 4911.
She's out of
So we're
4911.
not gonna worry about
But
that.
I have to have coverage.
Oh, okay, got
When
it.
she's not there, by either the school liaison or the CCMA.
Okay, got it.
So, this is gonna be my suggestion, just to keep everybody at, the 14 hours a week. And then then you said I could have a pool, if they go over, they go over.
So the annual hours would be 728.
Because there's probably gonna be times when John's gonna work more than 14 hours. And then there's times it could be less.
The average, though, you're looking at trying to keep it fairly equal
Right.
at the 728. And that's up to you as far as how that goes plus or minus. Your dollar amounts are going to be a little different because of the wage numbers.
Right.
But generally, plus or minus, you have to monitor it. So then we're going to change, the council will have to decide on vacating the full-time position status then and making it part-time.
Correct.
And that'll be for health sanitarian number 1. And then going over to the other 2 school-related, we had I both have them as certified medical assistant and
They
school
are.
aide.
They're both certified medical assistants.
Both
so.
of those, though, would go down to part-time. And health sanitarian, the rate will be the same, but the hours are gonna be different. So now I'm gonna add those all together, okay? That is unplugged, by the way. Yep.
And there's no outlet for it. See, shades. Sorry.
Alrighty. 21. All right, it's going to be 54,360. So does the council want to entertain a motion to basically change those 3 positions from full-time to part-time?
So which 3 positions again?
It'd be health sanitarian number 1, and then the 2, what we have down in the wage structure, the 2 community health,
Clinical certified medical
medical,
assistants.
and school liaison positions. There's 2 of those, and the health sanitarian.
Moving that from full-time to part-time.
Right, and the hours for each would be about 728.
Reduced.
Yeah, it was 1820, and it'll go down to 728.
You need a second?
I'll make that motion.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Daniel. Any questions? And the board decided this, right? Correct?
The
Or is
health
that-
board, yeah, the health board was, yeah, they're on board. They hate it, but, and they know it has to be done, so.
Okay, all those in favor? Motion carried.
All right, for FICA, it's only on the regular wages part, 8,990. And then for PERF, 7,073.
Okay.
And then you had a variety of changes on other line items,
Yep.
most of all which were reduced.
Very reduced.
And your contract services, you've got it reduced from 36,615 to 2,500. So,
Yep.
I mean, what's that entail?
So we had to, basically, that would entail like any, training we had to bring in for the nurses. That would entail our refrigerator maintenance. We have to pay for our own lawn care, and plowing, things like that. What else is there? Seems like I'm missing, medical waste, to take away medical waste, things like that. So we had to cut out like a lot of the extras.
So what about rent? Because I had a note.
Okay, I have a note here for rent. So we talked about this earlier. So I have money left in last year's fund that I wanted to move to this year's to pay the rent for 3 years, right? So we decided I'd just pay the rent from July to December. So that's what we did. I didn't need to move any money at that time because we had the money to pay that. So now, come January, the rent's gonna be due. So I need to get that money from 2024 put in here somewhere so we can pay rent.
There is, should be a line item that we can use that's labeled for something like that, other than contractual services.
I think there is a rent line item.
Do we
I
have a
don't
rent line
remember.
item? What's our closest allow description of the line item? Still be contract?
Services.
Okay. How much is it?
Services would be okay. You want
So in addition to the 2,500 that's there now, how much is the rent?
19,000.
19,000. Okay. And this is gonna be kind of half of first year into the second year.
Correct.
For 26, right? Of 3. No group insurance out of this?
Yeah, this is where you'll pay my group insurance.
Okay. So we should put 10,000 then in that line item? Okay. What is the expected, at least as of now, the known amount that the state's going to give us for that Fund 1161?
Well, it is 132. That's, but they told us yesterday that estimate was gonna go up because they've had several counties pull out. Some of the bigger counties can't keep up with what they're demanding, so they're not gonna,
So that'll make the pool bigger?
that'll make the pool
That'll
bigger.
make your
So it's really
distribution
gonna
bigger. Okay.
depend on that, on the distribution, but like Lake County, they get like $24 million of that. So they're not gonna do it. That's gonna split it up between the rest of the counties.
Well, the total I have so far is 190,763. Okay.
So do you think you'll know by?
September 1st.
So
put
the September
19,000 in
18th
contract services.
revised budget.
Mhm.
So
Yes,
Brandon,
plus
we
the
would have
25.
to have it to them, the public hearing is October the 14th.
2,500 with that as well.
If not.
So the
you
total
would
is
just do
21,500.
An additional appropriation in January and add. whatever
10,000 for group
you can.
insurance.
But if you can have it by the 8th, which might not, as far as they give it to you on
It's
time or
state,
not.
so who knows, right?
So again, but if when you have it by the public hearing, then you wouldn't have to come back for additional appropriations next
I
year.
got 190,
Not, you just come back in
763.
January and add whatever you want.
Okay. Yep, 63,150, 8,990, 7073, 54,360, 4,500 for supplies, 11,550 for medical, 2,000 travel, 2050 for telephone, 28,14 for utilities. 2777. Contract 21.5. Group Health 10. Got 197.63.
You've got the, there's 2018 and 2814 twice.
Oh. That probably is it.
And what did you have in utilities?
2814.
And then what do you have in contracts?
21,500.
21.5.
Nutrition, education.
So,
Nothing. 197.63. Okay, so make a note that we have the 132 anticipated, but a higher amount is pending. Well, right now we have 190,763.
Okay.
If you're saying the revenue projection was 132, you know, last time they told you, there's obviously a gap there, right? $28,000 or whatever, or no, 58,000. So I guess, are we gonna just leave it here and then wait and see what they say?
you said September 1st is when you're,
September 1st is the expected date, but it's the state, so. I'm hoping that I'll have it by the September 8th meeting. That would be great. But do we want to? Well, I probably need to talk to my board before we do.
Yeah, why don't we just leave it the way it is, and then we'll just have to reevaluate,
Okay.
right? And then food registration, 5911,
No,
or
4911.
4911. Under part-time, this is where you said the nurse was gonna be added?
Correct.
Right? All right, so for the nurse, we need 23,203. And then, who do we have under regular wages here?
No one.
No one. So I'm gonna do 0 there. So, it looks like FICA is the only thing we have to worry about here. All right, so we have FICA 1775,
Okay.
part-time 23,203, legal fees 3, supplies 1, Board of Health 1,400, travel expense 2,000, that's new. Printing 250. Utilities, that's new, 6,000.
No.
Has that changed?
Yeah, I took those out.
No utilities? Okay.
I moved utilities and printing and travel.
No printing?
No printing, no travel.
No travel.
So all you should have is liability and group insurance there.
I've got liability at 3,449,
Oh, wait, the group insurance needs to come out too.
and this is in 4911. I didn't have those numbers for some reason.
Sandy, yeah, because she moved it. Sandy is about 100.
Thank you. 30, oh, FICA 1775. What you got for your total? I got a lower amount. All right. So 1775 for FICA, 23,203 for part-time, 3,000 for legal, 1,000 for civil.
Hold on a second. Do you still want legal out here because you didn't put it in your original request?
No, I know.
You don't want it?
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
Supplies, 0 or 1,000?
1,000.
Okay.
1,400.
1,400 and then 3,449 for liability and insurance. Or do we want?
Liability, she has 6,000. 6,000.
6,000, okay.
And
33.
group insurance is 10,000.
Do we need group insurance?
Well, do we want to move it out of the other one and put it in here? I mean,
Will the fund support it?
yes,
Yeah, we certainly could.
okay.
What do you think?
Move it out
Move
of.
it out of the
1161.
1161 and put it in the
1161.
4911. That would bring the 1161 down.
Let's do it. $43,378. Okay. And the health first will go down to 180,763. Okay. We still have some work to do there, depending on what the state tells us.
Right.
So we just have one or two in the group insurance in that 4911?
Just one.
Just one, okay.
Take it to 0 and 1161 for group insurance.
Yeah, out of 1161, yeah, and then put it in 49.
And now 18763.
Yep. Okay, that's good. And then the emergency preparedness
Okay.
was just a
What- Can I
flat.
get a total on the 4911?
Oh, yeah, it's 43,378.
43,001.
378.
And then the, PAGP, the public health, emergency preparedness was the one I brought to you, I think, a couple meetings ago. And this budget didn't change. It was the same exact budget I presented to you then, so.
20,000.
20,000.
All right.
It just crosses years, so you have to
Yeah.
put it in.
Yeah, I've got a split.
Yeah, it runs from July to June 30th, so it's,
Okay. Well, good. I think it's workable. Hopefully that works out.
yeah, it will. I mean, and there's,
Yeah.
there's cushion other places, and I'm gonna have I'm not spending everything I have this year, so I'm gonna have a rollover amount too, so. It's,
Yeah. Okay.
it's not too concerning. I mean, it's awful, but,
And they'll tell me that you're gonna need for rent for this year, and if that amount.
Yeah, but I don't remember. Yeah, off the top of my head, yeah, I
I just
do.
have to have an amount in order to encumber, and I will check the state board of accounts that we need to bring that forward, because it was a pending bill or claim, so we should be.
Okay. Okay, is that it?
It's all for
Does
the
that
health
make it a
stuff.
pending claim? I mean, the money was just put there. It's not like it's coming up claim.
Right, but you need a cash move forward to pay.
Right.
That's what I need to.
Okay.
That's the amount I need to move
Okay.
from 24 to 25. You wanted to carry over to 24.
Yeah.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Is that it? All right, thank you.
Alrighty, well, that's good. Get rid of that off our list, right?
Everybody here for the reassessment, once Suzanne comes up, Cambridge, we can catch up when we get to the highway and our commissioners. Still got to do reassessment.
Well, since he's not here anyway, we can move that around. Let's use that as a fill. Let's fill that in where we can and focus on who's here.
ready. Can we do the building department so we can get her back to work? Is that okay?
We're switching.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll get right and jump in and get your feet wet. Hugging, stuff like that.
All right. So, it's what I see in the budget here, no major change as far as the type of positions. We still have 2 full-time individuals.
Yes.
One of them is the administrator, which would be you.
Yeah.
And the other is our full-time building inspector.
Yes.
So nothing different there. Okay. So for dollars to plug in, building admin, 39,100. And for regular wages, 39,952. So appointed, which is the administrator, 39,100, and then regular wages, building inspector, 39,952. Now, I had a note from previous where 80% we had split the amounts. 80% came out of building fund, 20% came out of the surveyor's perpetuation.
Yeah.
The question is before, when that split arrangement was set up, there was a mapping function that was going on.
Yes.
Is that function still being performed? And are we still compliant, in taking money from the surveyor's perpetuation fund? I don't want to get in trouble with this if we change the position last year.
Mapping has nothing to do with the building department anymore. It's underneath the auditor's command.
Okay.
Maybe it has a full separate position.
So we need to make sure we're having no connection.
Add that into the auditor.
If that's usable there, that's helpful.
20% is what is allowed, but it has to go with the mapping.
Okay, good.
Yes.
So we're all on the same page there. Was there an agreement or something in writing that was needed, or an ordinance concerning use of the surveyor's perpetuation? Okay, so we'll need a new ordinance then for that. All right, so the total pay then is good, it's accurate here. And then there is some overtime of 5,000.
Yeah, so, well, initially, when I was looking at this, I wanted to add an overtime line in for the possibility that anytime we get above that 35 hours that we could reach overtime. Also, that being said, since then, and looking over the compensation here, the analysis study, what I'm seeing is that it's switching me over to an exempt position, which wouldn't allow for me to have any overtime pay anyway. And our inspector, at least from March to now, hasn't gotten above that 35-hour comp level to need that overtime.
Okay, I see where you're going with that.
So I didn't
on that note, because we talked earlier this morning about exempt, non-exempt, this is one of those first ones we've come across where the consultant recommends that this type of position be exempt. It certainly can be. It hasn't been. Is this something that commissioners are okay with? Is it something the council, what do we want to do?
So let me, and I know I've been in a lot of budget hearings, but being commissioner is going to be a little bit new. Does the building inspector make more money than she does?
Take a look. Yeah, it's close. Yeah, 22.04.
Because
It
isn't,
is, yeah, it wasn't, but it is, per the report, the building inspector is at a higher pay level.
but
So
isn't
that's the
the,
recommendation.
but isn't the building administrator over the building inspector? Why
Yeah.
is, she's the top supervisor, over the building, and
We
he,
had that situation with veteran services the
Yeah.
last couple of years, remember? So maybe that
We
would
wanna
be a
get
good
that-
question we can then send back to the consultant.
I appreciate that,
And
we'd like to
go
get
through
that.
with EMS and say, hey,
Yeah.
were you aware that this condition exists? They may not have been.
Well, and I think taking into account also that, according to this compensation analysis sheet, it talks about how I am the building, department head and the planning and zoning administrator also, but I also am the secretary for the planning commission, secretary for the BZA board, and I'm also the floodplain administrator. So none of that's reflected in their compensation analysis here.
Make a note.
And as far as the overtime budget, the county does not budget for comp time. They budget for overtime. So comp time is an issue that's coming before the commissioners to get resolved once and for all. Okay, there is already ordinance, policy, however you want it, that dictates comp time. And we don't need to get in this subject today, we'll talk about this some other time, but I'd rather have an overtime budget because the comp time things, we gotta draw the line in the sand somewhere. If we don't, we're gonna be in trouble.
Okay, so we're gonna get with the consultant and mention the dynamic between the inspector and the administrator and the job description, and specifically floodplain administration and secretary to the boards.
Yes.
Okay. For now, though, we got the numbers we got. So
Yes.
we're gonna use those.
Yeah.
Overtime. What do we wanna do with that?
I mean, I don't know how much comp time, how much overtime are you getting now?
Well, no one actually gets paid any overtime.
Right.
I think I currently sit right around 30 hours of comp time. Sean is very close to 0 comp time. If any, it's very, very little for him. He doesn't really accrue a lot of comp time. And if he does accrue one in a week, a lot of times he'll take a day that he doesn't have inspections and he'll leave a little early.
And that's what we need, that's how we need to be working this on other issues as well, so. You know, I'd like to have a little bit of comp time money in there, whatever you think, we'll take whatever we can get, but we do need a little bit.
You're saying overtime, you do need a little bit?
Yes, please.
But not 5,000? How much?
I don't know, how about 2,000? How about half that?
What does the council think about this?
What's your
Do
call?
you have any numbers on the amount of time you've spent with BZA and planning as far as meeting times over the last however long you've been here?
Our meetings have historically been between planning and BZA, an extra probably 2 hours per meeting, hour and a half to 2 hours per meeting per month. So, and I have 2 each month, so I would say a safe guess would be about 4 hours a month just for those meetings to occur, but that doesn't include any time that I may spend trying to prepare documents for that. Because on top of that, I deal with 200 to 300 emails
Madam Chair.
a week.
Madam Chair, I
20
have a
phone
question
calls a
in just a
day.
minute.
Yeah. And how much?
Some time back, did we not make a motion that this department, and I'm just asking because it might be,
At least
is self-funded?
Yeah.
Is it self-funded?
As of right now, their current cash balance is $49,447. Their unexpended budget balance for the rest of the year is $67,000. When I transfer the storage unit and the perpetuation money, they will make it till the end of the year. They will not have a cash balance, very little to start for 2026. So they're gonna rely on their revenues coming in next year to do their budget. Problem there is, same thing we're looking at in a couple of the other departments. You can't run the cash balance in the red, and line items are okay, 30, 60 days. You don't want to go much further than that, so you're really gonna have to keep an eye on the cash balance so that we don't get in trouble in that direction.
So we are putting the storage unit money into this,
No,
No,
not now.
jail.
It goes to the jail now.
The storage
Okay.
unit money was, again, it was transferred to the jail, and they're not sure what they're doing with them yet, but right now, I mean, you guys, we held back enough when the commissioners did it
No.
to pay or to fund their budget the rest of this year, which is 11,000 and some dollars, I believe. So that will come from the perpetuation fund and the storage unit to get them through the rest of this year. And that was part of her salary, that was part of the administrative salary. Quick note on why his is more than hers is because it has the educational components on some of his, and I'm sure there'll be differences, but adding the job descriptions, mapping, used to be floodplain administrator, it's been back and forth and back and forth. It generally was the building inspector, but they couldn't keep up with the hours at that time, and because it was only a part-time position off and on over the last 10, 12 years. So job duties versus educational components versus the positions and the hours is why there's a difference in that. But if they don't bring in enough or whatever budget you have, you don't have a choice to either put them on the tax roll or reduce as much as possible, so you don't have to go to that point.
well, I think a few years back, we had talked about they need to break even, they need to carry their weight there. So you're thinking in '26, that might not be the case with the income they're having right now?
They have only brought in $69,602 this year. And that has varied from month to month, depends on what planning and zoning and applications and those are there. I think she just did the first planning and zoning, one for the year, and we're 8 months into the year. So again, it'll vary. We've got to watch the cash balances.
Is that common in other counties that the building department's not funded off the tax roll?
It varies.
So if it needed to be funded off the tax roll just to get it through, would that be something that would come out of like economic development?
Maybe probably general fund department of some sort.
You know, one thing we're looking at too is the fees, the cost of the fees and stuff like that, you know, that we need to increase the cost of the fees. That, I mean, that's coming, that we're looking, taking a serious look at that, what the cost, increase of the fees gonna be, because everything costs more.
And we are historically, we're very low compared to Hendricks County, Putnam
We are,
County.
I actually
Very
look
low.
at several of the surrounding counties, and we are lower than almost all of them on our fees, across the board for pretty much every fee we have.
Yes.
We are considerably lower, and they could come up in some places quite a bit. But I also know that it's not the goal to take money out of everyone's pockets for these fees, but there is room to bring those up to meet some of these other counties. And there's also some other areas in the budget that I think we could move numbers around as well. And I've been very, very conservative with spending. I have watched my cash balance, so there are a lot of places that I think I've cut back on spending to try to keep that balance.
So let's ask this, since you know that, or had mentioned that, what are the best numbers to use? Let's get I suggest getting an accurate snapshot, assuming that the wishes of the commissioners are to continue the current operations in some fashion.
Yes.
Let's get a snapshot of that so we know what our cost should be. And then work in reverse and figure out, okay, where are we short then? If you think about the revenue that you already bring in, the loss of the surveyor offset, because that's not going to be there next year, and then the gap, and then the fee discussion. Can you make up the gap? You know, those kind of questions then would get some answers once we have a snapshot, an accurate snapshot of what the cost to operate the department is.
But the surveyor, even though it's not in, that is something that we could address. They have a healthy cash balance.
Can it be used for the building department?
It's my understanding you can, but we'll have to get the correct answer on that. But it's my understanding that it could be.
So you say yes, Sheila was kind of
We
doubtful.
were just told yesterday, actually Suzanne related that it had to be, it was allowed because mapping was part of it. But to me, if they're doing floodplain and the mapping and that ends of it, I think there could be a connection.
So that needs to be
Yes.
double checked, right? Legal, perhaps, something, we just want to be compliant.
Right.
If we can use it, absolutely, 100%. But if not, though, that's a different animal. We have to address that, right?
What is our storage units bringing in?
That doesn't,
They go to the jail
that goes
now.
to the jail.
I know, what,
It
what's it
was,
bringing in?
because it was funding their department really, if we look back.
Some of
That's
it
right.
was $10,000.
Well, I'd like to see that department self-maintained, and if you have to raise some fees, it is a user department for the public. Don't bring it off the property tax or out of the general.
I agree.
Right,
Let the people who use your department pay for that department.
yes.
If you take the 69,000 year-to-date, again, just average, because that does include January, February, that kind of thing, and annualize that, it's 110,000. So even with just that, not counting surveyors part in this, you're, at least the numbers I have at the moment, we're about 30,000 short.
Well, and then one of the areas, I know we talked about raising those fees potentially, but one of the other things that I'm working on now that I don't think was really utilized as income revenue source before, was I've discovered kind of a new way. I put a letter together and I've been kind of trying to work with the attorney on it, on issuing fines to some of the properties that haven't been cleaned up, that need to be cleaned up. And so, and those fines would also be a point of revenue for the department it's not really seen before, because we can be pretty aggressive with some of these fines on some of these more serious issues in the county. So that's another source of revenue that I want to lean into.
So, what else can we adjust here to get an accurate snapshot then? We talked about overtime, is the council going to, we haven't given overtime to this department before, so the first question is are we willing to give them overtime? And the second is how much?
Can I speak to that just for a moment? So we didn't give them overtime, but the previous administrator racked up a ton of comp time, and I think we wrote her a check when she changed positions, did we not?
Yes.
Healthy check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're going to pay with one hand or the other. You just got to decide which one it is.
You don't budget for comp time. There is no budget for comp time. So,
And this,
there's overtime, there is a budget.
this position is generating overtime based on the 2 meetings she has with planning and with BZA, and anything extra she does in the office. I think we're missing something here. We need to address it. However it's addressed, it's irrelevant to me. You can do it comp time, or you can do it overtime, but we do need to address it. And you can't budget for comp time, so we need to budget for the overtime and keep the comp time down, so that when or if the day comes where someone leaves, we're not writing a huge check and then everybody forgets that happened. And it's not been built into the budget in the first place. That's just my opinion.
What the director was doing before, I was taking off on Mondays, and the department wasn't even open.
Exactly.
And that hurts the county considerably not have, because Mondays are a busy day,
We're not-
Fridays are
we're
a
not
busy
gonna do
day.
that. We're not.
So you're there 5 days a
It's
week.
also
Yes.
contingent on.
Anytime we shut that, they hear about it.
It's a
Yes.
public.
Yeah,
it's a
because-
public
Needs to be
building.
open.
That has
So
to
if
be
it
open 5 days
was-
a week.
Yes,
Is
I would think so.
exempt position, and
And
that's.
you get people that are up against the deadline trying to get permits and things, then you're costing people real money out of their pocket, and that really upsets them.
The
So-
county really counts on us to stay open, and if I put Sean in the office to take a day off, that's a day that he's not able to inspect for people too, and they also have deadlines on concrete pours and things like that, that they need those inspections, so I can't always have him in there not inspecting, so that I can take a day off to cover for the
We're not
comp.
gonna close the office. That's not even on the table.
Sheila, where did we write those comp time checks out of? General fund? Where did that money come from when we pay off those
Comes out of the line items that were already budgeted, then you're short in those line items when you hire somebody new in, and then you have to come back and get additional appropriations. Or, last year, most of them were paid out of the lit fund. The huge amounts, and we had 30-some-year employees.
Whenever
was
someone
going in.
leaves,
Yeah.
there's a backup or a buildup.
Personally, I would like to see, I mean, for us to check with the WIS, and I would like to see, I mean, if they put you at exempt, since you're over the building inspector, you know, may possibly up your, you know, so you're, since, I mean, it would reflect that, and then you'd be exempt. So that way you would not have the, because, you know, with the comp time, that would eliminate all of that problem. So,
Yeah, if they brought her up above the building inspector.
right.
Yes.
It wouldn't work if, you know, you're making less than the building inspector, plus you were exempt. I mean, yeah, that would not be fair in
I don't know
my
if
view.
anybody would say
But I
it
would like to
seems
see,
odd.
yeah, I would like to see that, you know, your salary elevated to reflect that, but then also make you exempt, so that would eliminate the comp time problem.
So for now, just as a placeholder, should we just keep it where it's at the moment, just for discussion? We know that the overtime may go away and may be reduced, I don't know, but
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be 6.5 dozen.
Yeah.
If she either gets comp time and she maxes out on comp time, then you're paying overtime automatically, because we're not going above the comp time limit.
it's really, the biggest challenge is always the small offices.
Yes.
Because there
Yeah.
just isn't any coverage.
Right.
Now, bigger offices, there's, you know, when you've got 5 people or something, or 6, and
Yes.
surely you can shave 2 off somewhere to make it work. But it's tougher when there's only one person.
We can leave it as it is and just see what happens as we move along throughout the course of
So
the
we
year.
have 5,000 for overtime, 3,500 for supplies, looks like an increase there.
Yeah, so I mean, that is, as everyone I think has said along the way, the prices of things are going up. I've tried to be very conservative with that number, so I know that there's still plenty in that line right now. I don't know what that exact number is, but there's places I haven't spent in supplies, but I do anticipate some expenses next year that maybe weren't there this year. I know I'll need at least a couple more filing cabinets early on in the year, next year. I mean, there are going to be expenses. Filing cabinets, maybe $150 to $200 a piece, so, and then.
Go over to other offices and see if there's extras.
That's definitely a possibility, and that's one of the things too, that, once we get down to like vehicle, there's some questions there about that number too, but, yeah, and that's the thing, I asked for the increase, it's kind of more just in case, but that being said,
Well, maybe we should make it 3.
I think there's room to bring that down.
Keep it the same or make it 3, something like that.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I think
that sounds good.
Which way you want to go?
Is it 3,000?
3?
Make it-
I would think, I'd like to keep it,
25?
I'd like to go backwards again, like we just discussed earlier. Go back, where do we really need to be? And then go back to the fee schedule and look at that and say, okay, in order to do it, our fees need to be there. And like I said, we are very cheap compared to a lot of places.
Extremely cheap.
So 3 for that now?
Or you want to go back, Steve, to
I
25?
wanted to keep it, because
25?
I'd like to see where we're at. I have an issue, I think the building department has a much bigger importance to the county as far as keeping houses in better shape, which causes better houses to be built, which stops vagrants, which stops, it keeps the property values up, keeps the tax rate up. It goes all the way back. You want to stop building a new jail because we have so many people in there. Let's start with the building codes, upgrade that, move all that stuff up, don't have vagrants, don't have drugs, don't have crime. I believe the building department has a much bigger part than what we ever give it a fair shake for.
Well, that's agreed.
It goes back to the legal part of it, because you've had those ordinances on the books for years, and they've just never have been.
We
done.
got rid
Nobody's
of
ever-
a code enforcement officer, which I was extremely for, because cleaning up these properties will do so much more for us than just cleaning the properties. The drug problem we have, the jail problem we have, the crime problem we have starts with those things.
And that's something that Sean and I both have been trying to put our heads together with the help of the commissioners and the attorney, obviously, to try to crack down on that specific thing and picking up. And that's also part of some of the stuff that I've been pulling, maybe working through lunches and stuff like that, is because I'm trying to put more of a emphasis on that aspect of the job.
It's a domino effect. You find people, you take them before the court, so on and so forth, whether they pay the fees or not. It's a money issue, it's a money game, it always has been, it's always going to be. We're getting some teeth put into the fines and stuff, from the attorney standpoint, that's great. Still gotta get people to pay the fines.
So on supplies, are we keeping that at 3,500 or are we lowering it to 3 or what are we doing?
I would like to keep everything up, but that's me.
Steve wants to
keep it at her request.
2,500?
Yeah, let's move it back to what it was.
Okay.
So move it to 2,500?
Yes.
Okay.
And then on other services and charges, my note from last year says WTH live version only. Do we still operate, are we still operating or using the live stuff?
I mean, I use WTH. I don't know that the expense for this, I think it was a $1,700 expense. I don't know that the expense for something like this even really is necessary for my department at this time.
How many, I mean, do we know how many people are using live? Highway Department had access. Do you still use it?
Yes.
You do? Okay.
And mapping.
So it's still being
building present.
used. Is the public
Yeah.
using
Oh,
it? Do we know if,
EMS, 911.
Yeah, many people still use it. I just,
and again, I'm talking two different things here.
Yes.
There's the WTH and the whole mapping
Right.
thing. But I'm talking the live events component. Okay.
and I don't, the building department, not necessarily. Now, the floodplain administrator side of things could potentially use it. But I know there's several other departments that do use that.
Okay, so we're good there. Vehicle. I had a note that it says 2 vehicles instead of 1. This was last year. Do we have 2 vehicles? Why do we have 2 vehicles?
So this is one of the areas that needed some, I could do some changes in. We currently have 1, but since I got these numbers together, I worked with the sheriff's department. That's one of those areas that I am trying to find a cheaper way to do what we need to do. They're working on getting a second vehicle to us as a backup vehicle. I think this number is a little high. I think that this new vehicle won't incur so many, at least initially, won't incur so many needs for repair. But our current vehicle has some pretty hefty repairs that it needs right now. This vehicle should be ready to come to us soon as a second vehicle. I think that'll bring our repair costs down on a better quality vehicle.
In my opinion, and nothing gets said or anything, I'm just all for 1 vehicle. We're getting a truck from the sheriff's office. Matt's still here. We're getting a truck from the sheriff's office here, what, couple weeks?
Any day now.
Any day now. It's a good truck. It's only got 80,000 miles on it. It'll last forever. We're gonna get rid of the other one. It's just a money pit. We don't
Yeah.
need a money pit. I think the one pickup truck's gonna be money.
So what dollar amount? And Sheila mentioned that, this includes gas, insurance, right? All the costs associated with having a vehicle. What would the grand total need to be for?
I don't know, but I don't know what to
Okay.
tell you.
We've got 8 right now that's requested and that was in there this last or current.
I wouldn't raise it up any.
I don't think it needs raised at all.
No.
And
Does it need to be lowered?
We can lower it a little bit. I mean, Heather, I'm not talking for you, but you can lower a little bit if we need it. We'll come back and tell you, say, hey, we got this or this.
How much?
Does it got good tires on it, Matt?
I don't know when tires go.
That's gonna give you new tires.
Matt will personally put new tires.
You guys,
switch some tires out for
you
you.
guys put new tires on that for you, Barney? I don't know what kind, I know it's in good shape mechanically and stuff like that. I don't know if it's gonna need,
Do we-
$1,000 in tires or $2,000 in tires. I don't know that.
6,000, what do you think?
Move it down to 6 and.
Let's do it if we need
Okay, let's
extra
do it.
more.
So do we have a number
Come back and
for
please.
last year that we spent? in this?
They've only used
Not with me.
1,054.98. So they have an unexpended balance of 6945.
Yeah, so you have a lot of unused in there anyway,
Yes.
so,
But they
okay.
haven't been billed for fuel.
Yeah.
That usually
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
happen
right.
until late in the
Yeah.
year, so.
I did do, I think, first quarter fuel.
Maybe
Yes.
paying them, was
Yeah.
not getting you the.
What,
Yeah.
what was your number?
6,000.
No, I mean, what was,
Oh, sorry.
what was the number you came up?
So the appropriation last year, their budget amount last year was 8,000. Their expenditures so far out of that account line is $1,054.90. They have an unexpended balance of $6,945.10. And that's up on your screen there too.
You guys were looking for a while.
If you look, their fourth quarter December fuel was $614. First quarter this year was $180.46. So whatever you want to do to average the difference between.
You have to remember last year that it dead in the water for a long time,
Right,
as far as anybody doing
Right.
anything, so, I mean,
that's why I was giving you the December amount, if it's
6,000
614 there and see that.
then that way if we have, if Matt don't buy us new set of tires, we have to.
Yeah.
do some of this.
Make sure it's full of fuel on its way over.
Well, yeah.
Fill it up.
Just saying, brother.
Clean it too, detail it.
Looks like printing doubled 500 to 1,000.
Yeah, so that one is big, at that line item currently, we are, I think, I think we've spent it all this
Okay.
year. So,
Let's keep it at that.
yeah,
The other three didn't change, and insurance is 20,000 instead of 18.
yeah.
Right.
20,000. So I have 135,899.
You kind of flew through your, are you keeping appointed pay at 45.5 and 42,000?
Appointed pay is 39,100.
What was FICA and PERK?
Yeah, you did.
Regular wages 39,952.
39,952. Okay.
FICA is 6,047. And perf is maybe we did jump around.
Yeah, you did.
8,854.
Okay, and then you kept your overtime at 5,000?
Overtime at 5,000. Yeah.
So I have 136 and 53.
One moment. FICA, let's see, perf is 9486.
9486.
What was the last number?
Well, I think they're still figuring.
Okay.
137,585.
I have 137,583.
Let me change this, because I didn't want to do overtime.
Five.
Again, assuming we have overtime, but, okay, I think we got it. So
And-
FICA, 6,430, because you gotta have that on overtime if we keep it there.
6,500.
430.
Okay.
Perf, 10,000, $86. Sorry, we left overtime out of the equation.
Yes.
It's all right.
136, 568.
138,568.
2,000 there.
So
Took 2,000 out of supplies, 2,500 for supplies.
568. I have 25, so 2,500.
25 for other services, 6,000 for vehicle.
Yes.
136, 568. We match. All right, so the total is 136,568. And if our revenue projection is correct of 110,000, then we are short 26, or let's say 27,000. So we need to look into what we were talking about. Overtime, the job description, the wage amount, exempt, non-exempt, that stuff. We need to look into the fees and the surveyor's perpetuation. So there could be, it's close. It's It's not far off. It's not unworkable, but.
Did you say the projected net income was again?
110,000.
Okay.
That's based on the 69 figure
Yeah.
through 7.5 months, and then I annualize that. I did it now.
There you go. There you have it.
Thank you. That was your first budget workshop, is that right?
There you go.
Yes, it was.
And you survived.
Yeah.
Let's get 'em-
Please give us a high rating online. And give us a positive comment.
We'll see after a couple days.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
Let's just blow through his commissioner buzz and get it over with.
All right, well, I've got the numbers for you on the wages.
Where we started?
Right at the top, commissioners, elected official pay.
Praise God.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I don't mind it, like,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Upon Matt's suggestion.
it's usually, yeah.
All right, so elected official pay, 69,891.
What'd you say?
69,
Yeah.
So
891.
did it have anything to do with the wage study?
Yes, so
Yes.
it's over, I hate to say this, Sam, you're overpaid, as it is, and so.
And I hate to say it too, because there'll be,
But in all seriousness, yes, technically, we were more aggressive last year, the figures, and so when we had adjusted, well, the year prior, actually, the level of pay that it's currently at is below the target. So,
well, hope people put the name in the hat.
yeah. FICA is 5556, and PERF 7828.
How come FICA's different on that one than last year?
It's the same on my chart, but,
Yeah.
oh, on FICA?
Yeah, 5347 is what I thought.
That's because I had a typo. 5347. Yeah,
5347?
yeah, that's correct.
That's all right, we don't hold it against you, Anton.
At least it wasn't when I was doing the building fund, instead of 8,000 something, it was 8 million something, so it was off by
It's hard to believe we're on page. You talked to Matt about this when you got school here? We did. Yes, I said, okay. We'll talk to you later, man.
Looks like most everything here was pretty much the same. On mental health, though, what is our new mental health number that the state gave us? Because we do need to budget for that. That's an outside the levy amount. So it doesn't really matter what number, as long as it's the minimum state requirement. Okay. On landfill testing, I had a note that we had 3 to 4 more years left on that. Is that still accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, so we're good there. It was 3 to 4 more years after 2024. So are we down to 2 to 3 now, or are we moving in the right direction?
We got 3 more years after this year.
After 25?
After 25.
Yes.
So 3 more years after 25.
If I'm wrong, John will be calling.
Well, that's good news.
Pretty.
Okay. And then copy machine lease, we have the same, but 25 was the first year where we combined everything.
Yeah.
Is that still accurate?
Well,
Is that,
now the copy machine lease thing, thanks to Warner for coming on board as commissioner.
uh-huh,
He's not ready to sign no contract, with, who do we have now? Toshiba. This is Norm's field, he knows more about this kind of stuff than I do, so I'm gonna let him speak on it.
okay.
So I didn't want to sign it until I saw last year's contract because I wanted to make sure the per unit cost was not exorbitantly going up. We will also be looking at other vendors. In fact, I've got to check copiers today to make sure if they have extra paper trays and things, so we can do apples to apples comparison. So we're not going to blindly sign it. We're going to go out and look at other options too, and then we'll come back with whatever the lowest number is that can get us what we need, and go from there. So for right now, it's not a done deal. So I would say leave this number in here and more to come. Hopefully we can drive that number down a little bit, as long as we don't lose any service in the process. So.
Well, thank you, Norm.
Yep.
He's done a good job on that too. That's all him and Dave for all they've done. Sheila.
And one thing I forgot, thinking about Toshiba, up there in the other services and charges, the 197,000 figure, the bulk of that was Lao Financial and Tax Systems. Is that correct? That gets paid out of that line item?
A bunch.
And you had a dollar amount, Sheila. I guess it didn't change much, or wasn't going to change much. Is that right? Okay.
Actually, it's going to be a few thousand less.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Okay. So we're still accurate there. I had also in that number 3-year ADA compliance project.
Yes.
Where does that stand?
We're on course. We're fine as far as the money is concerned.
Okay.
Yes.
What year are we in on that? It's a 3-year compliance. Are we in year 2 or
Year
3?
2.
Okay. And that, whatever that is in this for ADA compliance, is separate from the amount that we have budgeted in the lit edit?
I believe so, but don't hold to that.
Let's look into that, because when we get back to that, I want to make sure there's not a duplication here.
I think it is separate,
Okay,
but we'll check into that.
all right. So we'll leave that one the way it is. Insurance, liability, property the same, audits. There really wasn't anything else different here. What total do you have?
$1,061,704.
That's what I have.
What do you got?
$1,061,704. It's the same exact amount as last year.
And Tom, could we go back to the elected officials' pay?
Yes.
Could not we have taken it to 28,000 last year, and we did not elect to do so? I think they're 23,000. The surveyor makes 28,000. I was commissioner. I know the hours that these men are putting in. Now, it's up to the board whether we do. But I thought we could have raised their pay last year to 28,000.
Okay, so we've got two things going on here, Nick. The data that we were working off of was from 2020, and we had projected and added amounts to get through that inflationary period as best as we thought. Every year you go with that without recalibrating, the more difference there can be between targets and actual dollar amounts. So you got that problem. The second is that we had, the consultant had a more aggressive target because they did not take out, they didn't do the weighted average like they do for everybody else. And so we caught that when we did this last study. It dialed back those numbers a bit. Basically, what they didn't do in 2020 was take out the highest data point and the lowest data point first, and then figure the average pay. What you had was Monroe County was in there, and it was causing that to be much higher.
Overstated, yeah.
Okay, so it was overstating the amount. We don't have that factor going on now. The target low point for a commissioner, based on the current data, is $22,275. But the current amount we pay is $23,297. So we're currently paying a little more, it's close, but we're currently paying a little more than what the low point is for that position.
So we're gonna maintain everybody at the low points?
That's what we decided.
Okay, okay.
We're living home, and I didn't realize it.
Now, I will say, if we, at the end of this process, like we talked about, if we have additional funds or some resources to go further, then yes, we will do that, and that will start pushing people further out into that higher range. But to be honest, for what little we're talking about here, I mean, the midpoint is $24,750. So it's currently, the actual amount we pay is somewhere between the low and the midpoint. It's kind of in the middle.
Then the figures last year was extremely,
They were aggressive, yes.
From 2020.
yeah.
2020 plus all the ups we did.
Yeah.
Well, some of the other positions,
Yeah, some of them were overstated as
some
well.
of them overpaid.
Yeah.
All elected positions were overstated.
Well, I think, you know, just speaking on my, you know, whatever increase you can get to the other employees, stuff, get the 23,000. It's not, as a commissioner, it doesn't, I mean, it's not gonna make or break, we're still gonna do our jobs, but, so if there's any increase
Sure.
you can give to other employees, I just need to give it to them.
And you know, it's maybe wise we did pass last year, because if we didn't, it'd be outrageous, you know, much higher than where it really needs to be, so.
Well, yeah, and I think that's a little bit of a confusing point too.
But that's why, so.
But I see they put in 105,000 for wages, what would you thinking?
35,000, I think that's what we put in for, but I
Depends on
mean,
levied funds versus.
we're just basing it off the work
It's like
that
we
we
do
do.
for health insurance.
I'm not, I don't base it off what other counties
Other
have done,
departments that have their own
because that's their own thing.
revenue sources.
I have to base off what the work that the employees and stuff are doing in this county.
EMS.
You know, other counties may, you know, commissioners,
That's what that
they
is.
may work 20 hours a week and stuff. What other counties do is no bearing on this county at all. It's what the employees and elected officials put in.
But apparently, Sam, you feel that the hours the commissioners are putting in should warrant the additional raise?
Well, yeah, if you want me to give you my book, on my first 8 months I
I
put
don't
in.
need that, I know what
But
you're saying.
I understand where the council's at and where we are with budget and stuff. One thing, you know, the do studies, everybody's comparing it to other counties. It's irrelevant. It is what your employees and your elected officials and your staff are doing for your county. That is what's relevant. I know other counties do things different and so on and so, and that's great, and nothing against them. But it's what your elected officials and your employees are doing for the people here in this county and for us elected officials. That's what I base things off of. Not what Monroe County's doing, or Greene County, or Clay County's doing, because everybody does things different. I know the hours that I put in as commissioner, but, you know, I understand where the budget's at too, but.
Yeah, and whenever you're in a rural county like ours,
Right.
it's a jack of all trades, they're all hands on deck.
Well-
Whereas the bigger you are, there's actually staff and
I
there's
know-
other support.
I know I put in more hours doing council work than I do
Yeah.
my regular job.
It's about the same.
And if you wanted to, you know, make what, 10,000 for the year? So I think you have to have a heart for, especially in commissioner and council, you have to have a heart for this, and it's not just the pay. Because if you were here for the pay, then, yeah, I could be making a lot more money doing something else, but I love this county, so. Yeah.
I'm just here for the donuts.
So, back to the commissioner's budget, did you have a mental health number?
Now it's even bigger.
Yeah, so mental health just increased.
Now that I know we're overpaid, I feel so much better. But
So it looks like 2025, it doesn't have a 26 figure.
It doesn't, but that's what printed out on.
We'll have to confirm. There's another report that has, I see, the data is not entered. They're all blank. Yeah, so we just need to enter it in and then. So we'll come back and have a different mental health figure we have to enter in here. And then we'll have a new number, but for now, it's pretty much the same, so. And then CUNE cap development. you just had more in one of the line items. This is a fixed rate property tax fund.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
whatever we get is whatever we get, but I think that's probably close. If
But
we have to
if
cut
we-
it, we have to cut it.
I mean, if we up that 50,000, then it's taken away from one of the other.
Actually, it doesn't, because it's a fixed rate.
It's fixed rate,
So,
yes.
yeah, so you're not, it doesn't take away or reduce. Plus, Cume Cap is outside of the levy limit.
Okay.
And so it's one of those ones, yeah, Cume Bridge would be the one where you're referring.
Okay,
You up
alright.
Cume Bridge, you have to take away from election, reassessment, those kind of things.
Yeah.
Here, and you can up the rate, if, you know, the commissioners decide to, that would be increasing taxes, of
Right.
course. But we are not at the maximum rate allowable for Cume Cap.
That's correct.
So, but 300,000, if they tell us we're only gonna get 280, then
Then
we're gonna
that's what
have
we
to make
get.
it 280.
We only gonna get what they tell us anyway.
So I don't have a problem with 300,000.
Okay.
And then highway, is that next?
Well, what about courthouse and IT and,
Yeah.
Courthouse.
We got IT,
You wanna do maintenance or courthouse next?
let's do courthouse.
yeah, and speaking of maintenance, before we get, I'm gonna talk for 2 minutes. You can't find nobody, maintenance for Owen County is more than mowing the yard, cleaning the toilets, and stuff like that, hang a little bit of drywall. We trying to find somebody that knows how to work on the jail, the old jail. You can't find them. You can't find them. You've been there and I've been there, but, so far, we don't have, we've got a few applications in now, we gotta interview some people there, but, and nothing against who applied, but we're looking for somebody that can do a little bit of everything. Find somebody to work on boilers and mechanical pumps, and working at the jail, right now is almost impossible. So what we are looking at, and we're gonna get some pricing on this stuff, is what it costs us to contract some of the services out. We contract enough services out the way it is. But if you hire somebody for maintenance, that all they can do is mow the yard and do some odd and ends things, that's not really the benefit that we're looking for. You see what I'm saying? So we're trying to look to see what's gonna cost to contract some of these services out. Right now, I don't know how many applications, we got three applications. It's a tough sell, but you're at 51,400, so what's that rate gonna be if they move up to the low,
Well, the 51.4 was based on the individual that had filled it in 25, so there's longevity in there.
okay?
As a new hire, with the latest low point, it's $51,085. Close, but a little less because of that longevity, essentially. But so what you're saying, Sam, is there's a possibility where you might rework that, where you have kind of the specialty stuff is farmed out, essentially. And then the person that you would have would not necessarily be a maintenance superintendent, but would be someone that's more of a groundskeeper.
More of a handyman.
Handyman type thing. Okay.
That is correct, and we have to look at that, because it's just hard to find anybody to do,
For that pay.
and go down to work on the jail, or somebody
Especially-
go down and boil and work on those pumps or boilers.
And you're gonna have to think of, when you build a new jail, you're gonna want like a professional that's right there with them to understand everything.
And that
about
might
the
have to
jail.
be, the contract would be probably much better for that, because,
Well, I think we talked
Yeah.
about that, and, you know, and that'd be the decision for the council, but we talked to the sheriff, and when the jail thing kicks off,
of course,
we need to fund that into the budget somewhere, that person is there from ground zero. And that needs to be included into our budget for the jail. That's just my opinion. Well, somebody's
Yeah.
gonna need to know how to operate and run
I
that
think you'd
jail.
have to have a separate component there.
Yeah.
And that would take some pressure off here.
Well, and you have one guy trying to take
Yeah.
care of 7 buildings, it doesn't work anyway. So right now, we got the guy, mowing and trimming and doing all that stuff for us, which is great. And I've been trying to do some odd and end things on my own, but we just don't have anybody on docks right now at this pay grade.
I would suggest that as you develop this plan a little bit more, part to that is we should have the consultant look at the job description and think about, okay, how does this need to be retooled for what you're really wanting that person to do, the full-time person, versus what you plan to contract out, and make sure that's accurate. But otherwise, I think we probably just leave it as it is for now, pending whatever comes about.
I wouldn't touch anything with the maintenance budget at the moment. That's just my opinion.
Part-time, $20,950. And then our FICA, $51,085. Part-time, $20,950, and then FICA then is gonna be $5,511. Perf, $5,722. And then I think you had everything pretty much the same. Yeah, a little bit in other services and charges.
What about equipment?
Oh, yeah, equipment.
5 to 50,000.
Was that supposed to be 5,000, not 50?
No, you moved it up because, again, through multiple of their funds, they're thinking windows, chillers, boilers, all the stuff that needs replaced as we speak for most of it. And we have an emergency repair going on upstairs right now, so they added some in the equipment. Again, that was possibly, I believe it was the boilers that they were looking at for that. And then the other services, the same thing, trying to incorporate
We
it
got-
to get.
We got two pumps, major pumps that's got to be replaced. We're doing the thing up on the 3rd floor right now with the mold issue right now. That it's an expense. Windows, the one issue that this courthouse has had for years, and I know it's kind of beating the dead horse a little bit, this courthouse has no airflow. It's stagnant airflow. That's what's causing some of our major issues. Remember years ago when we came for the cost of the windows, it's gonna be up to the council. We have got to get windows in the courthouse. We have to create an airflow. We don't have, like days like today, you could open up the windows. We gotta create a positive airflow. The third floor, courtroom, offices and stuff like that, we got a major problem. And they're working on it this week to just cure what's going on right now. But that's not the long-term cure. The other thing we have to do, and we're looking into, and it's the reason you're gonna see some increase on some of the line items, is we have to, years ago in the courtroom, there was an automatic exhaust system to help take the heat. It's still on the wall, but the mechanical parts of it failed. We have to find a way to exhaust out of this courtroom. It's coming, and we're fortunate we haven't had any more major problems that we had, but we're on borrowed time because we have no airflow in this courthouse. So the windows are something, I've got people looking at getting us quotes. If we can get anything accomplished with this courthouse today, they put on a new dome, they're putting on a new roof, and if you have ever been on the roof, you'll see a bump out on that roof.
Yep.
Most people have no idea what that even is. You take that off, it's glass. Then if you go to the main courtroom and take out the ceiling tiles, and you look on that, you'll see that outside. It's pretty neat, to be honest with you. When they get ready to take the roof off, they're gonna cut that off to see what it looks like and see if it's doable to leave it, put it back the way it should be.
Interesting.
So, but we have to get windows and we have to get some sort of exhaust system in this courthouse. We don't have no, our airflow is zero.
So the 500,000 you're putting in other services is for like a window project.
When the
essentially.
project, boiler, pumps,
We would be, there's no way the budget can support 500,000 in that line item. So we will have to take care of that project separately somehow through either cash that's built up like out of the general fund or edit as a special project. Because it is a one-time thing, it's not an annual expense.
no, it's a
Or
one-time thing.
you're gonna have to prepare a project and have it financed and make the payments out of a budget.
Sure, there's a possibility of a historic building grant.
And there could be grants, I don't know.
We're looking at all avenues.
But I think regardless, there's no way it can be in the budget. I mean, there's just no way. But
Well, we had to put it in there to see what
Right.
you can say with it, because the windows and the airflow problem, it's up to the commissioners to get it fixed. We have no choice.
yeah, I would focus on it as a special project and use cash for that.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, and what about, I mean,
Kind of like the
Like the-
HVAC when we
yeah.
did the units. We didn't budget for it. We just,
I mean, Cume Cap has what, 178,000, so that would just be a drop in the bucket, but.
and you can do a combination, like
right.
a little bit out of this, a
Yeah.
little bit out of that, kind
Yeah,
of
we
put
have-
together what's
We have
needed.
some other funds that's got money in it that probably help pay for it.
You
But
also
yeah,
have-
I would absolutely look at the historical
That'd be neat.
aspect of it.
Goes back to us hiring a grant writer.
Yeah. And the other thing too is we still have the future building fund. We still have, there's a bit of money in that.
We got some funds.
So there's some ways to put together some funding for that as a one-time project, but definitely it would be a budget buster
One-time thing,
otherwise,
yeah.
so, you know, but
We'll be coming to you with some costs here real soon.
Diane had something for you.
Oh, sorry.
I know when the air conditioning went out, couldn't open the windows or anything, it got to 105 to 107.
Oh, man.
Hmm.
I was having people that were, they were really sick. I can't send everybody home. I mean, the courts still run, I mean, I have to have all my people here, and to work in 105 and 107 degrees
Yeah.
is really hard for the employees. I mean, I know back in the day, they didn't have air conditioning and all that, but everyone is used to it, the windows don't open. It,
There's no alternative, yeah.
yeah,
You're stuck.
It was really bad.
I think once we
The
get,
lack of airflow, it also is some of the mold issues as well, because.
that's exactly what's called upstairs. Right at, so far, $23,000 so far. So time you spend $23,000 on that, and you're gonna spend another to do it again. There's 40-some thousand dollars you've got that you put towards the windows. And once we get the prices back on the windows,
windows.
I'm gonna come to you and say, hey, here's what we got. If we have to dissect it from this fund, this fund, this fund,
Yeah.
whatever, get that done.
But could somebody look into, some
We need solid
historical
numbers.
grant or something like that, since it's a historic building,
I don't know, could be.
so.
We're checking into it, but we can't delay the airflow system very long. We either get it fixed and do something now, or you're gonna be paying $23,000, $25,000 every which stick, because the problem is not gonna go away. Some of it's should have been done a long time ago.
And if it doesn't get done, you're gonna redo the $23,000 bill up there in
Right.
6 months again.
Yeah, I think that's what
You
it
need
is.
to have numbers though, that what it's gonna cost to do what you need
I
to
just
get
said, we're
done.
waiting on the estimates to come back for the windows, but once the estimates come back, I'm coming to the council to get the windows fixed. Another issue that you have, I was gonna bring it up over here, is your extension office. It's gonna take some money to fix those walls back there that's full with the same type of issue we got upstairs. It's bad,
At the extension office?
yes.
That's, how old a building is that?
Well, it's a decent age. It was the old library
Yeah,
annex.
it's
So it was
been
built,
around long. But those are just a few things, and then we got 2 pumps, we got to change down the boiler room, and you're talking thousands of dollars for those pumps.
So on this equipment line item, from 5 to 50, that's for boilers and things?
Yeah, boilers, yeah, because we gotta get those pumps fixed.
But once again, that'd be.
Can we just appropriate that now instead of waiting for next year and putting it in the budget?
However you wanna do it, so I'll just put it in here, so, you know, if you want.
Yeah.
If you can set some money aside for that, we don't exactly have the cost on it yet, but, it's gonna be very
Because that's
expensive.
more of a one-time thing as well.
Yeah, I would.
If you have money for one-time stuff, we'll come to you
Yeah, I
and
mean,
get the cost in.
the line item for equipment is, more like, you need to get a piece of equipment to do something, a tool or something like that, or replace a
We
piece
just
of
wasn't sure where to
equipment.
put it, so we wanted to.
So 5,000 is what you had, we
leave
can
it
keep
there.
that,
Leave
right?
it there.
But the 45 extra, if there's something that's more of an emergent need, like the boiler stuff, then don't wait till next year anyway. Let's go ahead and make sure we got money that we can appropriate and just do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so 5,000 on that. So the bottom line I have is 581,767, and we match.
Okay.
You guys need to take.
IT next?
Yeah, IT.
You wanna do IT or?
Yeah.
You have lunch that
Oh.
was supposed
Oh.
to be
Okay.
for you.
IT's pretty, I mean, it's up to you guys. It's.
IT, you decrease computer software, you increase contract support. I mean, the bottom line, it's an extra $22,000 in this budget.
It's yeah, and AME has done an outstanding job for what they've done. I'm not gonna throw nobody in the bus, so,
And then computer hardware, it went up 6,000.
yes.
As of 2024, about 60% of all systems have been upgraded. Where are we at on that now? Are we
Probably 80.
moving on to the next round? Because they always need updating, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're spot on. We're doing good. AME has done real well. Of course, we got Norm here now to help with that because it's more in his wheelhouse than mine because I don't understand the technology. So if he has anything to add to that.
Well, couple of things. We've had some stuff crop up last week that Four Phase had their signature on that we're still dealing with, so there's gonna be some ongoing cost. This is conservative to cover that kind of thing. We lost a machine at 911 2 weeks ago. Diane's telling me she's got a machine that's acting up. I mean, that's gonna happen, especially with the form factors that they went with. Those are.
And you're talking
inherently-
hardware, that's
Right,
what
right.
okay, got it,
So,
got it.
I don't know that I would change any of this. It could go higher than this depending on what happens between now and then. And as they're knocking out that last 15% of upgrades, we don't know what we're gonna run into. And understand the cost of all that kind of thing is going way up. So, I think this is conservative.
And then Windows 11 compliance, that's all done. Nothing else further on operating systems?
They haven't told me any different. I'll shoot them an email and see where we're at, because I haven't been to every machine.
It's supposed to be done at the end of '24.
Yes.
So surely it's been done.
I would
'Cause I think it
think-
was a security thing.
Yeah, it is, and 10 goes away at October, or December the 1st. You have to have them all done, because your support goes away for it.
So we match 209,080.
Okay, do we want to break for lunch?
My vote.
So is it over
Right across the street over in tourism.
tourism? Okay.
You'll lock up. All right. Break time. We're scheduled for 1:15.
And then lunch at tourism.
We're gonna do the highway next. Highway next.
Microphones off.
Do
No.
Okay, we are reconvening. Let's see. So,
My suggestion is to get the ones that have sit here a couple of hours out of here as quick as possible, so veterans and.
do we need to do eight, I mean, you've got human HR, so let's go ahead and get. And then we'll do veterans.
We do have a job description for HR, we do also, it's not called job description, it's called, what's the word, it's on the details of what we do.
Turn your mic on.
And the scope of work, we got a detailed scope of work that we're
It's
going
not-
to present
it's
to
not in
you
here.
at your next council meeting. It's in full detail of everything that the HR person is going to be doing. I know Anton wanted that. We do have that. We'll be bringing it to you at your next council meeting on the 8th, I believe that is. So you can see that. But our pay for that, or our rate, however you want to look at it, we're holding at $50,000. So we'd like to have that put in the budget somewhere. Then once you guys see that on your next council meeting, you can decide whether to move forward, go against it, whatever your thoughts are going to be. But we have everything that you're going to need for that.
Any questions on that? So do we want to
So
move?
you can put it in contract in the commissioner's budget or the
Oh.
services.
Yeah, you'd have to. How do we want to handle that? So wouldn't it go, would it go under the commissioner's budget?
The commissioners either under other services and charges or contract.
Contractual services, well, since contractual services doesn't have anything in it currently, and keep it kind of separate from the other stuff, maybe that would be the line item to
Yeah.
get that into there. And so based on the projections of the amount of time and the type of services, you're projecting about a $50,000 price tag.
Yes.
It could vary plus or minus depending
Good.
on what ends up coming up, how much time is spent. Because they will bill based on the amount of time, it's just like an attorney. So much time that they use for X, Y, or Z. There might be some travel, things like that, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, but we want to hold it at 50,000. That's,
Okay.
I mean, we don't want to go over the $50,000.
Well, we're either gonna put it there or not.
Right,
So,
right, under the
if
commissioner's
Council
budget.
wants to, go ahead, we're gonna have to fund it. All right?
Is that to the council?
I do think that, as far as thinking of a little bit of a cost offset, I think that the council, in terms of legal line item, is probably an area we can reduce or eliminate, considering that we have a
Right.
more collaborative environment now, and we have good legal representation.
We do.
We don't need to have
Our own.
a separate type of thing.
Right.
So we could do that, and if you look at it that way, you're talking about a $20,000 cost for something extremely critical. That's not a bad deal.
Yeah,
There.
and I mean, I know there's pros and cons for people about human resources, but, hindsight's always 20/20, but if we'd had a human resources officer 2 or 3 years ago, we wouldn't be in some situation we are right now. That's just where we're at.
over 16,000 right now, but it's gonna be probably more like 21,000 you're gaining in our telephone services by the time we're said and done. So
Thanks to Norm.
there's a little bit more money there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we gotta bite the bullet, in my opinion. But I do wanna see offsets, like we talked about here. I think we'd be pretty good to be neutral on it. The other question I had is that of that 50,000, that's just for ongoing regular, or is a part of that also addressing the personnel policy and that type of thing?
It's gonna be addressing all of it, you know. And
All of it, okay.
Yeah, because the county attorney is going to help with the personnel policy as well.
Okay.
We need that. He's very talented on that kind of stuff. He's got some good ideas, so they're gonna have to work hand in hand.
Okay, so that's included in the estimate?
Absolutely, yes.
Is that separate in the estimate, or is it all together?
No, it's all together.
All together, okay.
We're trying to hold it at $50,000 the best we can. Now, then again, you gonna get anybody? You know what I'm saying? It's hard, it's another hard pill to swallow. It's kinda like the 911 director. It's kinda like the maintenance person.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody comes back with the greatest credentials in the world, but they want 55,000, or if they want 60,000, that'll be a council's decision.
Again, it depends on the hours they're proposing.
Well,
or-
and
Yeah.
refresh my memory, because we had talked about looking into firms. Has that already been done? And
Yeah,
is that-
we're looking into all aspects, you know, the firms, you can't get for $50,000. You know, they're more $75,000, $95,000, you know. There's some individual people that's got some good talent and stuff like that would be a benefit, but still, whether you're gonna attract anybody at $50,000, we don't know, for sure. But that's kind of, you know, we gotta start somewhere, and I like to start at $50,000 mark and see what we can get. May come to you and say, that's not even close. And that'll be a decision, you know, the council will have to make. If that makes any sense.
So do we need to,
So we don't have a solution then?
We got a solution, but we just don't have anybody yet. We don't set up the contract. We don't know if anybody's gonna bite yet on the $50,000. We have everything that we want them to do and stuff like that, but we don't have anybody biting on it yet. It's like the 911, it's like the maintenance person. We don't have no bites. The money's out there. We got it budgeted, but you gotta find the right person to fill that slot. You can't just grab on the first person that comes along. I didn't want to put it at $75,000 budget. Stuck it out at 50,000, see what we can get. If we get a good source, we'll go with it. If not, we have to come back to you and say, hey, maybe it's gonna be 55,000. It's like the 911 director. We've been battling this for a long time. And that's where we're at right now.
I'm just trying to think that if you have a firm like WIS, which we've talked about before, who does that work.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying we go with them, but I'm just using that as an example, that I wouldn't think that they would not want to participate. Like, they would provide you the services you need, but it's gonna be like an attorney. It's gonna, whatever
per
time,
hour, yeah.
whatever time is gonna really drive the cost. So if you're saying that you have not connected, you've got a wish list, but you've not connected that yet with a provider.
Not yet, no,
Okay.
because I don't know what, we don't know what we're going to get. I mean, we know that they can do this, this, and this, but how many hours a week we're gonna get for this $50,000? The question is, if you say it's gonna be 50,000, then they can tell you what you're gonna get for $50,000. We know what they can provide and the services they can do, but it's like the maintenance people. It's at $51,000, okay? We can't get nobody for that. It's the same scenario, in my opinion. If you advertise it, here's what we got, this is what we're needing, this is what we want to do, and here's the benchmark, $50,000. Put it out there and see what you can get. before you put it out at $75,000.
Well, and I guess that's where I misunderstood, because I thought you already had a plan, you already talked with someone, you're estimating that it's gonna be about 50,000 to do that. I would really like to see something more solid, but it's whatever the opinion is of the group. Because I think we were ready a long time ago to appropriate money for putting someone on retainer, like the attorney, and utilizing them for things we need them for when we need them. But it sounds to me like that's not really
Well, right
quite
out
where
of the
we're
gate,
at.
right out of the gate, you're gonna need them full-time. Right out of the gate. We got the insurance things, we got, we have to deal with for Sheila's office. We got, entering personnel, exiting personnel. We got so many loose ends just on our employees that right now, that's not their responsibility. We don't have no exit talks, we don't have no entrance talks. We need somebody to administer the drug testing, to make sure all that, and make sure their applications are documented, the correct stuff like we have. That's the start. We don't have any of that right now. I mean, other than what the auditor's office is doing to help. Now, if you want us
The
to,
auditor's office asked for a full-time position this year, which you guys give to me, but when all this conversation started several months ago, February to be exact, we traded out the mapping for the HR because we thought the commissioners were gonna get the HR. So we're still struggling in our office, trying just to keep up, and especially with Lindsay being new, she's the best, but we're still struggling. I'm still having to have 2 other employees help get the daily stuff done that is supposed to be under an HR position. If you guys don't give them an HR, you can have your mapper back, because I need my position.
if you want us to put this out there to like WIS, say here's what we need you to do, then you come back and tell us what's gonna cost. If that's what you want. At the end of the day, we have to have a human resources officer somewhere along the line. Whether they get to do the whole shebang, or they only get to do a small portion of it. Or we cannot continue to let our employees go without some sort of guideline.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with the ballpark price. It's the upper end unknown that I'm not too comfortable with, that it's, could be 60, could be 80. There's other counties that appropriate less money for this kind of service. So I'm just trying to put my head around why would we have that kind of dollar amount, and we've not really talked with anybody yet, I guess is my concern. But there's time. I would suggest talking with the firm and saying, hey,
Sure.
Here's what we're thinking, how could this work? They've already provided a proposal a couple years ago, stated their services, stated their hourly amounts. If those are the services that you need or want, then
Those are the services you need or want, but they're not at $50,000.
yeah, I don't know.
I mean, that's just where I'm at today. So we just tried to narrow it down to the $50,000 mark, but if you want me to get 2 or 3 different firms and say, here's what it's gonna be, here's what it's gonna cost you, then I'll bring you that cost to you.
I guess I want to know the dynamics, how will it work? Because a lot of these places are out of town. Are we talking visits regularly? Are we talking some remote components? Are we talking, what's the interaction going to be like? How much does that add up on a regular basis based on our size of, number of employees and positions? I don't know.
Well, with where we're at with the personnel policy, where we're at with that right now, of course, we know how the personnel policy is. It needs to be addressed. It should have been addressed years ago.
And I would rather see the personnel policy as a separate project anyway, and we've talked about that.
We have.
I'd rather separate that out and do like we're doing with Windows. Get it done, do it now, not wait till next year. Treat that as a separate project. If it costs 20 grand to do it or whatever, then it costs what it costs. But then that's separate from your ongoing normal operational HR. I think you need to keep the two separate.
Okay.
Reason why I say that is because when we had attorney issues a couple years back, if some of us may remember, the proposal then was, well, we're going to pay more money, we want more money for legal, and we're going to have them do the personnel policy.
Yeah,
And it was $25,000 more
yeah.
for 2 years, and guess what? Nothing was ever done. But we paid 50 grand over 2 years just to give the attorney more money. I really, not that the HR firm would do that or that you would mismanage that way, but I guess what I would like to see is something a bit more separate.
Well, that's a one-time project.
Right, keep the one-time
Hopefully,
project.
I mean, I know it's a fluid.
Yeah, keep
thing,
it
but-
separate, let's get the policies updated, let's do what needs to be done to get that done. But then we're done, there is no more money going towards that, the project's complete, we're not budgeting for that, we're not paying him any more money, we've got the finished product. But then focus on this budget part that's the regular stuff, the exit interviews, the policy stuff,
Okay, all right.
those kind of things, policy
I'll take that, yeah.
interpretation, hiring practices, forms, compliance. You know, you're going to have questions like you would normally have for an attorney.
Mm-hmm.
You would call the HR firm to do that rather than an attorney. And then they bill you. You know, if you use 30
Sure.
minutes, then they'll put that on their record and bill you at the end of the month. They're kind of on retainer for that. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Good. I see what you're saying.
Well, and we've been on board with the HR, you know, from the get-go. It's just, I think we're kind of miscommunicating on what each other, you know, what we are wanting, so.
Well, I'll take it from here, I'll get it done, you know, and see, I'll show them once again everything we need to do. I'll let them determine what it's gonna cost.
And if it's outrageous, then we look at, you know,
Look,
having our own in-house
Then we would look at
employee
in-house.
Right.
You're right.
Yeah.
Then it becomes more advantageous
Right.
there.
I
to
can take
handle
care of
the
that.
day-to-day stuff, and then the specialty stuff can still be
The
subcontracted.
counties that you say are paying less than 50 grand, who are they using?
Well, some of them use WIS, it's a pretty common one, but,
Greene County's doing it in-house for less than 40.
oh, well, there you go. So talk to them and see what.
Full-time employee for
Full-time
under
employee.
30, that you
Yeah,
said?
for under 40.
Under 40.
And they, you know, anything that's specialty, you can still contract
A firm.
the once-a-year type of stuff out to a firm that's, you know, above their pay grade. But the
Yeah, that's
day-to-day
not a bad idea.
forms, intake interviews, all that, you can get at a
Reduced.
lower rate by hiring an in-house, and everybody can just go, they can be funneled from the auditor to a room down the aisleway as opposed to call this phone number.
I got it. I'll take care of it.
Okay.
And I bet Sheila could write that job description for you, because they're already doing it.
We've already got the job, we've got all that down.
So would you guys entertain current employee, Lindsay, if she agreed to do training and stuff and increase it? I wouldn't want it to be a contract because she, again, like everybody else, needs benefits and all of that. We're doing it anyway, and it's not about the pay, it's about the workload, which is why we asked for help. But the other reason was, my person that does know it has 4 or 5 other jobs in the office as well. So is it something that possibly we could look at and separate now, especially if you're gonna do the policies separate, maybe, and again, I don't wanna do anything that's gonna cost me Lindsay, but that she would be taking on a workload to learn the job, but I know there's training out there, and she's doing 90% of it anyway. You know, very rarely are we having to send stuff to the attorney. You know, we're able to read the policies that we have. The problem we have is our policies aren't worth anything, which everybody agrees on. I think it's the only thing the 10 of you agree on.
Well, not the only thing.
One of the few things.
The donuts, they were good, am I right?
Hello.
Well, and so are you saying that you're kind of thinking out loud here, that you would change the position, it would be become more of like an HR director type thing?
Instead of, so you would move
And
her
then-
from payroll to
do
Then you would pick
HR
up
or
a
what?
lower, different position then to make up for that, that's at a
So what
different, no.
That's not what she,
Combination
no.
position, is that what you're saying? A combination position, so still do what I'm doing, but have partial HR, because I'm already doing the exits, the new hires. The only part I'm not doing is policy part. which
You'd
is
still be
contract,
short
right?
manpower though, because you're already short as it is. What I was thinking is you change the position and make it more director-oriented and separate, but then you backfill with a lesser cost, because, you know, you, what's the word I'm looking for? There's an efficiency of rate for the type of work you're doing. And if you have someone that's trained, professional, and they're doing that, then they're at a different pay level than someone that's just answering the phones, filing things. But your workload for the office in aggregate you could backfill it with a lower cost position or some part-time, you know, and make it a much more efficient, because if you're still looking at keeping this under 50 grand, that's doable. That's doable. Because the pay would go up for a director type position. You'd have to redo the job description and there'd be a higher pay level. So there's a cost there, but there's no new benefit because that's already there.
Right.
Then you're looking at maybe a lower cost, lower classified position than
Just
at
to
the
kind of
auditor's
fill it in.
office to backfill. And surely you could come up with something that's in that $50,000 range. Again, it doesn't have to be decided on today, but just thinking out loud on some of the different options here.
The law says that this position is under the commissioners, so if they want to search and see, we've got time, we all know it ain't gonna happen before January in budgets anyway. So you got time to still pursue with the job description and scope of services that you have, to see if you could get something that would be comparable.
But the sooner we get that done, the sooner, because we'll need to add the amount into the budgets, won't we? I mean,
Not until October 14th's public hearing to change anything that you're
okay.
working on.
But we just need to keep that in our minds and get that done so we can add that
Well,
to our budget
It needs to
before.
be done immediately. The HR position is critical at this.
Yeah, I really don't
We got our backs
want
against
to
the
wait until January. You're not talking, 4 months. There's funding available if we had to do something between now and then. It's just the commissioners have control and authority over that position, so it's what they ultimately would want. But it is an option to possibly get some training and education for Lindsay to carry on, and then I would say at least a part-time person to fill the backside of it. But it's up to you guys, and discuss it with Tony. Go ahead and put your fillers out with WIS and pick out whoever, a couple of the others that Anton might know of, and see what they tell you. Because we still might get something less than that 50,000, especially if you're taking the policy side out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think you should run with that policy thing just now. I mean,
Yeah. It should have been
get
done
us
a
the
long time
proposal
ago.
and let's get the money, get them started on the project. The HR, the regular ongoing, obviously there's several options here, still need to be worked through some details, but I would treat them separate.
Okay.
So we'll come back to that.
All right. So do we want to move on to veterans now?
You got veterans and EMA.
Let's have veterans.
Veterans, there you go.
Come back to it.
Okay, well, how are you?
Doing okay?
Good to see you, Dennis. So we did some wage-related stuff, and the pay for the position of Veteran Services Officer is $19,865. It is one that was one of these really underpaid positions. So it had a bit of an increase here, percentage-wise, based on the description. And then part-time, which is a transportation coordinator type thing, That's 17,480.
Thank you, I do appreciate that. We were definitely very well underpaid, but I didn't request, I knew what constraints the county's in right now, so I didn't request it. Anything I was expecting, maybe a cost of living adjustment, but that's great. Appreciate that.
And just double checking the rates, because remember, we had the weird inverse, remember about the
yeah.
Just want to make sure here, so just to talk about rates, the new rate for veteran service officer, the base rate is 18.716. The base rate suggested for the transportation coordinator is 16.462. So we're in the correct order, I think.
Yeah.
Before it was reversed.
Yes, it was.
They were getting paid more than you. So that problem has been solved, and they both have been adjusted.
Thank you.
Okay, FICA is going to be 2,857. And there isn't any perf because they're not full-time positions. And the rest of it stayed the same.
Registration
Okay.
conference,
Registration
$50.
conference, I requested a $50 increase on that one, mainly because I don't use it for, I use it for, Indiana Department of Veterans Affairs pays for me, as far as Veterans Tech is concerned, which is a web-based program to deal with, but they don't pay for Melanie, so
I can
that
cover
would
that.
cover her.
I've got 48,167. 48,167 is the total there. There is a gentleman from, I believe, Tipton County, veteran service officer, that we're talking about a federally paid for transportation. I had read into that, but it only looks like it's to VA facilities. It's not other doctors and other facilities. I don't know if, Polly, you read through that and got the same kind of vibe from it?
Yeah.
I don't know how they were able to eliminate all of their cost for transportation, because if you're, not everybody's just going to VA clinics, right?
Right.
There's other places. So how they were able to do that, I have no idea. I don't
Using
think-
the Department of Veterans Affairs for their transportation, there are a lot of ifs, ands, or buts about that.
I bet, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that's something we would want to look into, because that would actually hurt our local veterans.
Well, that's the impression I was getting when I read that. It just didn't look feasible
Yeah,
to us.
right.
So, okay.
That's all on that, right? Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
Dennis.
Thank you.
Dennis.
Okay. Jack's not here for EMA, is he?
Does that mean you're gonna stay longer since you got a raise?
No. Sorry. My health is going south.
I never know till you asked, did you?
He's honest about it.
I understand, but
So which do we want to do next?
You had opioids down on here, is this
Yeah,
the place for that?
we're waiting for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're putting that one off.
Alrighty. What else did we have here? Storage units?
Storage units.
We're not really budgeting anything.
we ain't budgeting that, that goes to the sheriff's funds.
So it's either highway or EMA or dispatch.
There's no difference.
Pardon?
It don't bother me, I'm right here.
Jack's
Dispatch.
in here, so let's go.
Go dispatch, 'cause
Dispatch?
I'm gonna let Matt come up with them.
Oh,
We'll be in the wings there.
So, not opioids, but on storage units, so for that particular thing, we're not gonna have an actual budget.
yeah.
The fund is there, the cash is in it, we're just gonna
It's
leave it.
going,
Leave it
yeah.
alone, leave it alone.
That could be a backup or an emergent thing for jail-related stuff.
For dispatch, it should be under court services. Mine's alphabetical. Pretty much. Yeah.
More support. Thanks.
Hello there. How are you?
We doing dispatch?
Yeah.
No, the Matt Miller Farm.
Alyssa, hey. Come on down. All right, so we have a bunch of new wage numbers here. The position of E911 director, $62,535. Slightly different because there was longevity before, but it's pretty much on target. And I'm in Fund 1222, by the way, because we have split.
Yeah.
So the regular wages, those are actually in the other fund, so I'm skipping over that. Holiday benefits, though, are out of the 1222. We do have an election year, so that needs to be increased, and I'm coming up with $22,947. That's going to zigzag year to year. It's also higher than 24 because the wages are being increased. So there's a jump there in percentage.
Yep.
And then perf is going to be figured on full-time. That includes the holiday benefits. And before we do that, we'll need to finalize the regular wages in the other budget. So we'll hold on that one. Overtime was the same. Part-time is the same in the books, but can you go over part-time real quick? Because you had said, I guess there'd been some discussion about whether
Yes.
part-time's feasible or not.
Well, there's a few things that we would potentially like to do, make some moves here. I don't think it's necessarily going to cost any additional money, but.
Sure.
So the part-time position is hard to fill, it's hard to keep somebody for. So what ideally we've talked about and would like to look at the option of doing is to vacate the assistant director position that Sherry had established a couple of years ago, which is an increase in pay from the base rate for a dispatcher. Not do away with the position, but do away with the assistant director position. So
Sure.
keep the spot as a dispatcher.
So vacated assistant, but put it back to a regular dispatcher.
Right, which is
so
where it
normal
was.
staff
Sherry
size.
did the opposite. So she
Okay.
pulled one and moved it to assistant director.
There's a difference there. but
Right,
yeah.
so if we could so what ideally we would like to do is vacate that assistant director position and then make 2 supervisor positions from the existing staff that's there. So 2 promoted positions, I guess, to supervisor. So if we vacate that part-time position and the assistant director position, that would, in theory, free up a little bit of money to be able to give an increase in pay for those supervisor roles.
Okay, I'm making a note. Eliminate part-time, eliminate assistant director, replace with a regular dispatcher, and then designate or have the ability to have 2 supervisors.
Right. That puts
out of
us
the
at
mix.
10 full-time dispatchers and a director.
Can you have a job description for
Yes.
your supervisors?
Yes.
What we need to do is maybe have the consultant look at those and figure out how much more would come with that versus a regular dispatch.
Yeah, because we don't really have a comparison to it, that it hasn't been.
Correct.
It wasn't in the wage study to begin with.
There
so
would be a difference, though.
I didn't even know where to put it for.
Yes, yes. So why don't we, for now, come back to the wages?
Okay.
Just for reference, though, just to give you some numbers, on hourly rates, particularly for dispatchers. The new rate would be 19.423. Yeah, 19.423, so there'd be an increase there. There are there's an IDAX coordinator and an assistant IDAX coordinator. They both get a little extra because of those roles. That too will have to be figured out in this, because if your supervisor is also one of those, then how do we work that? Or what would really be great, and I don't know if it's possible, but if you somehow piggybacked and made this 2 supervisors fulfilled the IDAX roles, that could be a part of their jobs. So, but it may depend on who and how where they're trained and stuff. But if there's a way to make that work, we can eliminate kind of this odd add-on and just say, hey, our supervisors, they're to handle the IDAX stuff. One's an assistant in that role, the other's the primary, secondary. Then that would also enhance those 2 job descriptions, and we can get an appropriate rate.
Not impossible.
If that makes sense.
Just, I haven't looked into who potentially would be in those positions, because, I mean, I think it's more appropriate to let the new director choose those, so, if we get a new director, so.
Right. Food for thought, though, just to let you know there.
Food for thought, you only bring in about $320,000 a year. $394,000 request here, and you just now are increasing wages as well. So you're gonna have to, you have a cash balance right now, you're $300 and some thousand cash balance, but that's still 4.5 more months. So you don't, if you give them more than they're bringing in, you got extra $75,000 will get ate up if there's any, they've got increases and stuff. So I just want you to be aware that you're talking maybe 2-3 years extra cash that you'll have if you fund the 390. Well, it'll be more than that, because again, wages are up.
So we do have good news, though, in that respect. The projected income for the income tax is definitely higher. It's almost 50,000 more. So the revenue in Fund 1235 is going to be higher because of the income tax. And I think that's where the regular wages are anyway. So I think between the 2 funds, we have a good amount to work with to make it work. But we might have to take a little bit take away from 1222.
Okay.
And then rely more on 1235, if that makes sense. So just keep in mind, you might need to shuffle around some line items.
Okay.
We might end up putting overtime and part-time over into 1235. That's 40,000 right there. So something to be mindful of.
What did you say the revenue is for that?
Revenue for 1235 is projected to be $547,641.
Okay, meant 1222, but.
It's set at a minimum of 288,000, I believe, but there are supplementals that we get once in a while. 40,000 here.
Sitting at 20,000 this year.
20, okay.
Under 20, and it's about 4 months, so and it's averaging a couple thousand a month, so.
Yeah.
Again, it'll carry it would, his current cash balance would carry it without doing transfers or doing anything, just be mindful.
You don't want to keep depleting that cash balance.
Yeah, I think if we can take at least 50,000 out of this, 50 to 60, and roll it over, that would be helpful. Also, the group health insurance is out of 1222. We know that's going to go up another 10,000 or so. Contract services went up 15, I noticed.
Yes.
So there are some increases, but I think we need to, it's all going to boil down to which funds you want to put it in and how it's going to be structured. do we want to just come back to these two then later? Because we won't really know until we finalize the plan on the assistant director, and we can work on final numbers and then come back to this.
Okay.
Works for me.
On our loan, and this is gonna be in 1235.
How much?
How much is left? How much do we owe on that equipment loan? And then when is our next overhaul of equipment needed? So, in other words, it's one thing to retire this debt for the equipment overhaul and stuff we did 5 years ago, but are we gonna need to earmark a similar amount of money for an upgrade or redo moving forward?
I mean, we just did the recording stuff recently. And I think, I don't know of anything big that's coming up that would need any kind of, I really can't think of anything that's coming up that would need anything other than incidental things that, you know, there's not a large scale.
Replacement of a piece of equipment.
Right, there's not a large scale anything coming up. Norm actually helped out really well with the battery backups, things like that have come up. But I don't know of anything big that's coming up that needs an overhaul or a replacement of anything major.
And I know some of this 101,000 that we make a payment on, some of that was building related, build out related. Not all of it's equipment. But it seems like in the past, every 10 years or so, there's always been a major E911 equipment change or upgrade or purchase. And, you know, I don't want to be caught flat-footed
Right, no.
when we need to spend big money. You know,
I will say that
that doesn't
battery
seem like it should,
backup's the
though.
one that I'm currently messing with. The other two are the same age. So there's a potential there, depending on if this one comes back with the batteries in it, like it should because of the air flow it's throwing. If it's a wash, then that's a $10,000 piece of equipment you're going to replace, and there's 3 of them. So just keep that in the back of your mind.
because we do have an equipment line item, and this is just throwing something out here completely. Could we could use some extra cash to pay the loan off. We could save.
How much do you have left on that loan?
It's probably 3-4 years.
I can see,
Yeah.
I just highlighted it.
Depending on the amount, we could save some interest money that we wouldn't have to pay anyway, because it's all out of the same pot of money. But what we do is we free up the 101,000 out of the budget. That will offset some of the increases and the issue with the other fund. And then you could still put money into equipment to cover the incidental stuff that fails, you know, the batteries, the server. You wouldn't need 101,000, but you could put in 20,000 or 15 or whatever that might be. But the thing I'm concerned about though is that at some point we'll have a big upgrade, you know, there'll need to be something, and then how do we make sure we have something earmarked for that? And so this is years away, I'm sure, but I just want to make sure that's brought up in the discussion, so.
So your cash balance in your 1235 and your unexpended balance for the rest of the year is only 176,000. So right there's 351,000 sitting there today that could go toward paying that loan off. And they still have 5 more months of bringing revenue in between now and the end of the year. And again, they've already decided that they're going to bring in $500 and some thousand next year, 547, would more than take care of their budget. And it could go toward paying the loan off.
Yeah, so maybe we can come up with a plan there. Yeah, 1235, the balance was 527,000, and then 1222 is 322,000. So if 911 in aggregate has over 800 grand in cash, and I think we could utilize that to pay the loan off, get that off the books, and then we can recalibrate on equipment, some kind of equipment line item, and help the other fund out. If that's something the council is interested in doing, then let's go back to this then later and let them have a chance to work on that.
Who makes the call to who owns the line to see if there's what the interest is?
She will. She'll call the bank. She's authorized to check that out. And this incidentally was the loan that the State Board of Accounts wrote us up for because we went beyond 5 years for a term, which the state changed the law for us on. But nevertheless, paying it off early is to our advantage
Right.
anyway. So there could be something there we can utilize. But
What was the life of the loan anyway?
I think it's 7 or 8 years.
7 or 8 years.
And we've budgeted, this will be the 5th year, 26 would be year 5. So we're more than halfway through it anyway. It wasn't a big loan. It really wasn't a big loan, but interest. And again, I want to thank Chief Deputy Miller and Chris Lunsford, the 911 board, Alyssa, Stephanie, for helping kind of work through this period of time. So we appreciate it. And our dispatchers for working extra hours.
We're still working on it.
Yeah, we greatly appreciate it. So we'll get back to all this then and regroup. How's that
Good.
sound?
We do EMA?
Thanks, appreciate it.
No, LEPC? Jack.
I heard on the way over, Matt's buying tires for everybody.
Yes, he is.
That didn't take long to get around.
We appreciate that, Matt. We'll be in touch.
Good
afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Jack. How are you?
Full.
Lunch? All right.
Lunch.
All right, so we have some numbers to fill in. Now, what we talked about earlier, we got an answer back from the consultant. I wasn't convinced with the answer, so I think it needs a little more time. We're not going to change anything now, but if you remember, they recommend that your position go from a non-exempt to an exempt. And Polly, I think, had the last follow-up because Addie was out of the office about this being kind of a one-person office. You know, there's really no management of people, for instance. That component's not there. It's a very simple budget. It's not a very complicated department. So is that really necessary to change that? Is that question? We just need to get the final answer on that.
Well, you guys have the final decision, so
They
not
did
look very far to find the
right.
answer.
They did say, and we did talk about this a little bit, that there's legal reasons why, and I'd like them to explain it to everybody, but they're looking at the type of position, the qualifications, the pay level, the size of the office, whatever factors they all look at for that. For whatever reason, they're suggesting that your position be exempt. And their argument legally is that for other positions that are out there that meet similar requirements, and for them to be exempt creates an ambiguity that could be a legal issue. You know, other people that are exempt already are, you know, they could have recourse saying, well, why am I exempt when he's not, you know, that kind of thing. So I get it, there's that legal red tape stuff, but I would like them to give a much better explanation than I can come up with. So we're still working on that, and we'll get back to you, if that's okay. But we're not changing anything right now. As far as pay concerned, the appointed pay amount is gonna be $54,745. And then you still, Jack, there's a, used to be back in the day, 50% of your salary was reimbursed. That's not the case these days with the way that works. So generally, do you know what dollar amount they will be reimbursing?
$18,391.
So same as this year? Okay. So in our miscellaneous revenue for the general fund, we want to make sure to include that dollar amount there.
That'll change next year, but that's what it is this year.
So it'll go up a little bit. Is it a specific percentage, or is it just a number they come up with?
It's a number they come up
Okay.
with based on, there's 3 different tiers, and of course, we're the bottom tier, based on population.
Okay. All right, FICA then is 4,188. 4,188. Perf is 6,131. And then the only changes, a little more for outdoor warning system.
I got a new number on that.
Okay.
Give me a second here.
For some folks that have been following it, we have expanded our warning system, outdoor siren warning system. And so there is, additional equipment and units to maintain and that kind of thing, so. No?
New ones aren't on that system.
Okay, okay.
I talked to a few people, and it's almost like buying an extended warranty for a brand new car. We didn't have any trouble the first few years out of the original sirens. I don't know why we did these. And every siren you add, it goes up. And we got a few extra parts that go bad.
Right.
Common, the most common ones that go bad. And I think it's a waste of money putting new sirens on the contract right now. I just do. So,
At least initially.
yeah. Unless you guys want me to add them. These don't include the new ones. We'll maybe get a couple years to burn the new off of it and then put them on the contracts. Well, look at it. So I think it's just a waste of money right now.
So you're thinking that we only need $500 more to kind of keep up with the current and?
That's what I thought a couple months ago. I haven't done the math. I got a new number on what next year's gonna cost. It's
Okay.
gonna be 67, 68.
Okay. So why don't we increase that to cover that? Okay.
And that's locked in. 26.
67, 68. You had a little bit more for equipment service agreement. 6,500 there.
I thought that's what we were just talking about.
Oh, okay. I was talking about repair of equipment. I was a little further up.
Oh, we
You-
need
you-
67, 68 and that too, if you want. I was talking about the
Okay.
actual contract.
All right, well, that's good.
I got 6,500 in. That was kind of the best guess a couple months ago when I
Got
put this
it.
in.
Makes more sense. Okay, yeah, I was still up, hadn't gotten that far down there. But
Okay.
repair of equipment, you did have a little bit more there for like radios and things and.
Stuff's getting old.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. And then you had a new line item for a copy machine lease?
Not me.
No? Okay.
If I got a lease, I don't have a machine, I'll tell you that.
Okay.
Disaster preparedness.
Is that 10,000?
Yes.
What line item was that supposed to be in?
34301.
01. And what was the name of it?
Disaster prepared equipment.
That's a new line item. So what's that one for?
The commissioners requested for him to add that to his line item so that he had money readily available in emergencies because, again, he either has to go in the red or come and get an emergency appropriation from the council. So just giving him extra money to be able to work with and get immediate help or services or expenses at time of disaster.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, he has no money for a disaster. If something would happen, he needs to have funds readily available for him to take care of business. Is that a correct answer, Jack?
Yeah, that's
And there's an expectation for, you know, things to be purchased a little bit at a time and kind of build up things to distribute in case we have something severe and stores aren't open, things aren't available to the community, you know, MREs and water type thing.
You had talked about where that was gonna come from. I mean, I know I had heard a lot of different, you know, like opioid and you know, and different things. Where did you guys set on a?
Opioid money.
Okay.
The current one is the opioid, and that was the lump sum, the second part of it. And the only reason I have not moved that yet is because the opioid report is due next Friday. And I don't have it done yet because I just got final numbers from the department yesterday. Long story short, as soon as that report is submitted, I'm gonna have to add that to this year's report and the timeline. But that money will go in there, and then this is just to keep something flowing each year, to keep it replenished.
So you're still wanting to have a line item here for 10,000, and then it ends up moving, going to, oh, it'll just stay.
Stay in here.
Okay,
This is,
okay, got it.
Just be permanent,
Cover recurring costs of anything that needs replaced or like that, is my understanding. There's supposed to be some, a document providing me with some guardrails of the limitations of this fund. I think the county attorney's working on that, so.
Of this 10,000?
And the opioid money also. So the way I see it right now, the very first thing that somebody in this position should consider, where are you gonna put this stuff? And you have to be able to get it out fairly quick. So you kind of need some sort of device to stack it on shelves. We need commercial shelving, a location to put it. I'm guessing that's gonna be the armory. And then a place to, you know, to rack it and store it and deploy it. You can't just put it somewhere and not be able to, you know, for a couple of people to go down and be able to put it on a trailer or something, you know. It's gotta be like a commodity that can be shipped or moved. We just can't pile it up somewhere and not be able to distribute it. So there's gonna have to be some infrastructure put into this process from the beginning. I'm not talking about forklift, but I'm talking about probably some kind of machine that would be able to raise something, I don't know, 12, 15 feet, pallet, and put it on a shelf, and then you'd be able to retrieve it like that. So, haven't looked into it really hard. FEMA's consumed a lot of my time the last few weeks, and continue to do so. But this is a priority. Got a place to put it first. So nothing's going to be bought until we're ready to and organized to put it in.
yes, no, maybe, let's get this moving.
Did everybody have enough to eat at lunchtime?
Is there a list of stuff? Is there a list of stuff that you're looking to get? Like, is it
I'm waiting for
Well, the things I just
total
mentioned,
here.
water, MREs, emergency?
Yeah. Food, water, maybe a good amount of tarps, just, things that's not gonna be a luxury, but just maybe help the community.
Where's the money gonna come from right now? The opioid?
Opioid money.
And then what you don't use will compound it the next year, correct?
That's a shield question. I never know if my money's gonna roll over or go away.
The opioid money will.
The opioid money stays if it's not used. Well, no, because it's being moved in to a fund and a line item. What is not spent, and probably what really needs to happen is whatever Tony is writing, whatever the balance is in this line item at the end of the year needs to be moved to that same fund.
Yeah, that way, eventually, he'll have several thousands of dollars in there. If something big goes down and you need 10 excavators, you need to write a check right now to get them here, that's available to you.
Yeah, we wanted to increase it, every year.
Do you have a?
Well, I if we're really trying to just start some kind of a seed fund with some resource, financial resources that are available, then, I'd almost rather set aside some cash just from what we already have and just get it created instead of having a $10,000 line item here and bits and pieces. I don't know, but, because we could designate a certain amount now, or during the normal year here to say, hey, we want to kickstart and have this fund set up, and we want to start with 20 grand and add so much this year or that year. Why not just do that rather than add to the budget $10,000?
I think it
I don't know. Or are they
depends
two
on the-
separate things? I don't know.
I think it depends on the purpose for this. I mean, if it's like keeping water and MREs and just keeping a continuous flow on that, maybe the line item would be better. If we're talking about banking money for an emergency, that would be kind of something different.
Like the excavator or something,
Right.
that kind of thing.
So, I mean, I guess it
It's
depends
kind of
on what the
both. Yeah.
We have an emergency tomorrow, an earthquake or something, we need equipment, we need supplies.
And when you're talking opioid, it's Fund 1237?
38 unrestricted.
Oh, the other opioid fund.
Yeah, there's two funds.
Okay.
It's restricted and unrestricted.
Because I was gonna say the other one we're paying for one of our deputies out of, so
Yeah.
we're not gonna have any money there to put, so.
It's unrestricted.
The other one. Okay.
Current cash balance in that one is 97,000, so
Okay.
it'll be, and again, we just got money we weren't expecting and notice a couple hours ago, plus last week's notice, there's 2 more settlements, so we'll be building the cash balances back up.
Is that with or without that 50?
Half. The 97 will be taking the 50 out, so there'll be 47 left, but we just put more money in and again, received notice that 2 more settlements have come through, so those will start rebuilding pretty quick.
So what do we want to do?
Well, I like it.
I'm intrigued by it, I think.
I actually think we gotta remember back to what I said earlier, our main focus as a government entity is safety and welfare, law and order, and justice for our taxpayers, and safety, and that is a high priority for everybody out there.
So 10,000? Seems like the consensus. The grand total is 95,282.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that.
I'm not going anywhere yet. I'm so fast, my friend. LEPC,
Yeah.
Yeah.
same as last year. Use it, don't spend it. It just gets appropriated down in case we do need to spend something throughout the year. And it's very, very restricted on what we can spend it on. There's 7 things. And like I said, we never abused it. We don't spend it. But we got fined a couple times. It was year where we had to pay something and, it was overdue already. Then we had to go to you guys for appropriation, so we just do this to avoid that.
And the cash balance is 32,000, so that's good.
So I think that's it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate that
Thank
very
you
much,
all.
Jack. Yeah. We'll be back in touch.
Long few days and appreciate you putting time in.
We're ready for highway. Highway.
Hey, Greg.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good.
So is the county plant Johnson grass, is that what we're gonna kind of designate for that. There's so much on the road. It's constant. It's never ending. So for the directors or appointed pay, we are looking at $64,766. And then on the regular wages, did you have any reorganization or changes on positions before we get into this?
We didn't. There is one that I'd like to discuss, and you and I have discussed it before, but do you recall the mechanic?
Yes, you want to just keep that in line with operators?
I do.
Still, okay, so the same thing there, okay. You have several positions that are empty because of just attrition and kind of keeping them empty because of the catching up.
That is correct.
Do you intend to fill all of those by next year?
We do.
Okay, so no reduction in staff in the long run. And part-time pools, you have truck drivers and laborers, same thing?
Correct.
Keep the pools, okay. Similar capacity on hours?
Yes.
Looks like laborers, 1,080, and truck drivers, same thing. It was based on 3 people for 9 weeks, working 40 hours a week.
That's correct.
That's how we did the
School
math.
was
on
out,
that.
correct.
Okay, all right, so that part's all square. So let's see.
What about the big jump in overtime?
Well, if you look at this year, because of the storms that we've had and the bad weather, we have had a really hard hit on the overtime. We're down now below $9,000 in overtime, and last year in December, we had a lot of snow and shoved and bad weather, so overtime will be taxed this year. And with the current weather trends that we've been having, the thought process was to prepare in overtime instead of paying comp time.
What's the seasonal part-time?
That's what we were just talking about. It's truck drivers and laborers that work typically summer time period for about 9 weeks.
Truck drivers usually are school bus drivers that come to work for us, only work a period of time if not driving school buses. They pull hole patchers and that kind of thing.
Are they eligible for overtime?
Well, if they work over 40 hours, but we try to keep them under.
Well, now I'm shifting over to regular wages here.
If we fill some of these empty positions, that would help with overtime also, wouldn't it?
Not specifically,
I know you got
but because when you know, it's the call out, and if you look at some of the storms that we're having, in general, on your regular work day, we've got the guys tight, we get them out the door, we try not to work any overtime unless it's a call out. Or we've got some kind of big special project, like we had the Cunot Cataract Road project, we were trying to get the road open, we worked a half a day a Saturday. And, you know, a couple hours evening just to get the road open, but we in general do not do that.
And overtime's unpredictable. Highway.
We may not have any next year, there may be, but then it could be worse, so we're trying to prepare.
All right, so regular wages, we've got all the positions we talked about, all the full-time.
How many positions is that?
Let's see here.
24.
24?
Full-time positions, 22, so 21, 22, 23, 24 with director.
24.
Yeah. So anyway, I've got 1,035,877. And then seasonal part-time was 40,883.
40,000 what?
883. And then back to overtime, what did we decide on that? Don't all speak up at once.
You said you had-
Where were you at this year? Or you, last year, 24 was 36,000?
Yeah, well, we had 58,400, and we're
Where
right
you at
now
now?
just below $9,000.
Pretty much,
You made it then.
yeah.
Mhm.
He's almost 50 grand up to this point of the year.
And we're,
Yeah, 4 months left, yeah.
one snowstorm and we're done.
Where did you get the difference there? The 80, from the 58 to the 83?
Oh, okay, great. That's not that bad.
No, the commissioners thought we should increase it just to that amount to try to cover
It was based off the expense that we've had already. We spent $50,000 already, you know, so we're basing off having a bad year, because we'd rather budget heavy and not use it, is to have to come back and ask for appropriation. And we don't want to budget, we don't want to use comp time.
Correct.
It's always tough because it's a
25,000.
little bit of a shot in the dark.
You don't
And
know.
I guess I'm a little bit on the opposite take, Commissioner Hobbs, because we're on a different side of the table here. I kind of would rather budget a little more light. And then if we have a bad year, then obviously we'd appropriate more to cover it. I think the best thing to budget for is more of your average over a certain time period, because you're catching the good years and the bad years. And, you know, if you're under that, great. If you're over, you got to do what you got to do. The more numbers we put on the books, the more limiting that is for other line items, the more limited it is from the state standpoint when they approve budgets.
We understand.
That's why I kind of think if there's an average over the last several years and that average is 78.5, I'm just throwing that number out, then I'd like to see a 78.5. That's just my personal opinion. But whatever the majority kind of thinks a good number would be, we'd have to make a decision on that.
Throw out a number.
65.
65 it is.
Okay.
Well.
Again, we're
Well,
gonna.
and I think that falls in line if you look at the pattern and then the storm and the time of year and the
Once
time of
again,
day.
We'll take care of you either way.
It's gonna be irrelevant, because
We do have to
if
take
need
care of
more
it
money,
either way.
We're gonna have to come and ask anyway.
Okay, so with that number now known, the FICA is gonna be $92,299. And then perf is $130,552. That takes care of the wage stuff, so. Now, it looks like supplies is the same and equipment is actually the same. On equipment, the note I had for this year was drop one road grader off of lease, buy one instead.
Okay, we have
Tell me
that
what ended
back-
up
we have
happening.
that back under grader leases now.
Okay.
And what we have found that road graders have doubled in prices the last time we leased them.
Oh.
We found that we could go another term, keep our same payment, and then own these graders for $1 at the end. So I asked to continue that grader lease and do that instead of increase the budget.
Okay.
We've had those graders, we leased them when they were brand new. We put every hour on them, they've had the same 2 operators in them, we don't
Wow.
switch them around, so we know the machines. And they were willing to put more warranty back on the machines if we do that.
Okay. So price stays the same.
Yes.
You actually had a reduction in gas, oil, and lube, is that correct?
What we did, we took the trend of the gas, oil, and lube that we had, and that's, we transferred money out of that in the past.
Oh, okay.
So what we did, we reallocated that into repair of equipment.
All right.
Now, I still believe that's gonna give us plenty of money in the gas, oil, and lube that we won't have to worry at all, but boost the repair of equipment.
And then everything else in between looked the same. And you had no money for uniforms?
No, we wear uniforms no more, that was just an
Okay.
expense, so we took those out.
Because I remember the note last year was rework in progress, so that was your rework. Okay. Same, and then there's a slight increase in special projects road line
Just a
items.
slight one.
Yeah, just a slight one, and
Just
the
a
council
slight.
to explain this, and the commissioners could, I'm sure they'll speak, but y'all asked and said that you wanted an accurate and true budget, and we've got a lot of major projects ahead of us, and we're working on a plan to do that, and quite frankly, council, the projects need to be done, that won't even cover, but we had to have a number, and we thought, fair was the best we could ask for, and that was the $4 million question there.
Yeah.
It is a significant increase, but not really. I mean, it looks bad, but how many years in a row did the commissioners ever come and ask for more money for the roads?
Well, we've done a lot of appropriations every year. but
Yeah, and that's just it.
Not necessarily for projects.
But if you look at this money, this is for roads. This is for this is not for, we got a budget, what, $3.4 million, and $1.3 million, that's payroll. Another $1 million, that's for supplies and stuff like that. That leaves you about $1 million to put right down, as far as paving roads. The commissioners has made it very clear, and I think we're gonna stand on this, that, and Greg understands where we're coming from, we cannot pave any roads until the ditches and the culverts and stuff like that are put in. We have spent hundreds and thousands of dollars graveling roads just to watch them get washed down the road. And Greg can tell you, and Chad can tell you, they've retrieved quite a bit of rock this year out of some of those ditches and stuff. We got a plan in place that we're meeting with asphalt companies. We have got to get the ditches and culverts, we have got to pave some roads. We have we do not have enough money in their $3.4 million other than the CCMG roads, which are cutting, they're cutting that. As Board of Commissioner Norm, you speak up, and we can ill afford to waste taxpayers' money by putting gravel on roads all the time. It don't work. You're wasting your taxpayers' dollars. Let's get the ditches, let's get the culverts in, let's get that done. Then we'll have somebody coming in behind us and paving the roads. We'll take this, it costs us about Greg, $90,000 per mile?
$98,000 a mile paved road, right?
88. 98.
So would you take that into consideration? We have the manpower right now, and Greg, tell me if I'm wrong, to do the culverts and the ditching and getting that type of stuff done. Is that correct, Greg?
Yes, I will tell you that I believe we have an exceptional crew right now in the ditching department. Never have I had a set of guys that's worked so hard for me, and one day last week, they put in 5 driveway pipes. and you can take laser out and put on them, and those pipes were installed correctly. I think we're doing a better job than we've done in years, and we're doing it with speed.
Our goal is to ditch, culvert, get some trees cut, and pave right in behind us. That's your goal, but it's gonna take this money to get it done. If not, we're gonna be right back to spending hundreds of thousands of dollars of gravel on these roads that, you know, it's taxpayers' money, we can ill afford to waste. And Dave, hats off to Dave Rich, he's not here, his 3 boys are getting ready to get deployed, so pray for them. Dave has worked very well with Ralph Rogers on getting locked-in stone prices for a year contract with them. He's still working on that. We feel that the taxpayers deserve better than what they've been getting. And we've talked to Greg about this. It's time we stepped up to the plate, get the roads fixed the way they need to be fixed, but it's gonna take this type of money to get it done. That's where we're at, and that's what we're gonna stand on.
And guys, I will tell you from a superintendent's standpoint, in regard to material and the cost savings of money, I've never seen with the negotiated price that David had been working on, I've never seen stones cheap. I mean, we're saving every dime we can, and I mean, he and I we've been to the quarries and we've looked at stones been graded, and it's exceptional, the prices that we've been able to negotiate, or he's been able to negotiate. It's been him negotiating. And come yearly bid time, I'm going to ask that we be able to do the same thing with our culverts and things, instead of work off a yearly bid, try to work off these negotiated prices, because it's been an incredible journey on the savings that we've been able to make.
You know, they talk about, you know, building more homes and bringing people in, which we need to increase our tax base, which we do. We gotta have a bigger tax base inside Owen County, but you gotta have good roads as well to get there. It's one big thing people look at, and, you know, take a look at Coal City, Arnie, Freedom, Arnie, Sherfield, Rocky Hill. We've got several roads that have to be asphalt. They need to be paved, but we can't do it without the funds. And we get numerous phone calls a week, when you gonna pave my road? You know, we like to pave everybody's road, but we can't. But with this type of money, at $100,000 a mile, you know, we could pave 40-mile road.
There was a formula that I worked on, I don't know, one of the times I ran for something. That we were at like 27 years on a rotation at our current funding level on a road that lasts 10 to 15 years. That does not work. It will not work. With these kind of funds, we might be able to change the number and catch this thing on the back end. We've got the community crossing, which is great, but we know that's going to get reduced this year and probably next year, and it may end up going away because it'll be something they can channel somewhere else. But if our commitment should be, let's catch it. We know how many miles of road we got. We know how many miles that we need to pave. We can figure this up and get it down to how many years it'll take us to get through this. The other problem is, just like he said, and I haven't been in here very long, but 90% of the calls I've gotten are about my road and how bad it is. Okay? I believe if you make this commitment and we start going down this road and we do them right, like we're talking about with ditches and culverts, and get the trees off of them and then pave them, and people can see that you're coming their way, that'll take some of that off of us, but it'll also let them know that we're going to address it. It's not just, we can't pave a road right now, which is what they're kind of being told right now. We can't pave a road. We have nothing to pave it with.
And I can say this, we have a clear picture from the Board of Commissioners of what they want done, and that clear picture isn't changing. It's the same thing. It's not a daily change. It's not do this here, do this somewhere. This is where we're going. We're changing our mind. I have a clear picture as where we're to start and what we're to do.
So-
And that we can work off of.
Just doing quick math, if your guys' budget, you're spending 1.4 million on wages, and then another, just over $1 million on equipment, trucks, repair, all the trucks. But we're only spending $250,000 a year on stuff to put on the road.
Yes.
So we're spending $2.5 million to put $250,000 of stuff on the footprint.
Thank you. And I want to go back to the question I asked first time. We did a lot of appropriations, but we need to get away from the appropriation thing. How many times in the past, at budget times, did the commissioners say, we need another $1 million to put on just for roads, not equipment and stuff?
Yeah,
You some-
we're equipment rich.
Yeah,
So, Sheila, is this, I mean, you've got 1176, does this budget, is this just for 1176, or is this, where's the 1173 budget?
They're combined.
They're combined.
Okay, that's what I was gonna,
So,
what I was thinking.
The division, or you have to take a percentage out of 1176 to 1173, but you have to set this budget first to move over. And
So-
it has the better cash balance that will support some of these projects. I mean, even with this 4 million, they'll still be able to move them over and utilize what your current cash balance is in 1173
Okay,
as well.
right now, 1176 has, the 1,061,704? No, that's 1173. 1176, I've just got a cash balance of 242,640.
Correct.
So this $7.4 million budget is supposed to come out of both of those funds then? But even with both of those funds together, it's not even close.
We're bringing in 145,000 plus or minus each month in those,
Okay.
except for the month of August, where you get the nail
145.
was off a penny. For whatever reason, August every year is only like
It's the start of the
80,000,
state
give or
fiscal
take,
year.
but you still have another
Still.
145,000 or more coming in between now and the end of the year in both of those funds.
So the 145,000, so per year, you're getting like 1.7 million.
45 times 11 plus 80, yes.
So,
Times two. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I would love to spend $4 million on roads, but we don't have $4 million. So how do you propose to pay for that?
yeah,
I guess
that's
would be the next
I
question.
mean, just because
I mean,
we
that's
asked.
the $4 million question. The
Just
state's
because we
gonna-
asked the state
Yeah, the
for
state's
that
gonna come
doesn't mean
back
that
and
that's
say,
that
you're
we're
only
gonna
getting
give it.
3.1 million, cut it to 3.1, and then we move on. I don't want to give, because most of the public doesn't really understand how road funding works and the limitations we're up against. I'm very concerned that, we're giving the public the impression here that we're going to make things happen, we're going to put $4 million, but to be honest, we don't have any of that money. It's zero. So I don't want to give people this false hope that somehow there's going to be all these roads paved and we've got this grand plan. How do we do it
There is
if
not
the
false
state
hope.
doesn't give us more money?
Right.
well, let it fall on the state.
So you're just making a point.
We're
We're going to submit it
absolutely,
and then let the state cut it,
but
and then what? You were going to tell the public, call your state legislators,
Thank
help
you.
us out? Is that what
yeah,
our plan
because
is?
if
Because that would be great, but we don't get that right now, so.
that's exactly how it works. If yous don't approve it, it don't go to the state. If yous approve it, it goes to state, state comes back and cuts it, we can tell the taxpayers, it wasn't the commissioners, it wasn't the county council, it was the state, but if it gets cut right here, then that's where the phone rings. And we understand, send it to the state and see if the
Okay.
state wants to.
But we've got to be, I mean, you can't spend everything and then have zero cash balance at the end of the, I mean, even if the state might approve a budget, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's what we need to do, because that would end up with nothing at the end of we still have to use our head on.
We're gonna have to rework it, so just walking through this. Let's say we leave it where it's at, other than our minor adjustments.
Sure.
We submit it to the state. They come back in December and tell us, gotta cut it by X, approved. Approved at the cut amount. So then we come back, we go to this line item, we take the 4 million out. So we're back to normal. We don't want to cut too much more out because then we don't have appropriate cash balance to operate. So we'd have to figure out the right amount, but we would have that opportunity in December to do that.
Yes.
But in the meantime, the public still has nothing.
Okay, this is my
So-
question.
There's no guarantee on any of it. We're at the mercy whether the state approves the budget or not.
Would the state ever approve something that we would be able to not sustain?
But they approve budgets as a whole. They send you notice back, we're cutting $4 million. It's up to you guys.
It's up to us where we cut it.
Cutting it from.
But
They don't
obviously
say,
that's what it
We're not
is.
funding the highway, we're not funding auditor's office. You or two, you seven are going to meet this December and decide what cuts are gonna be where, because they are gonna come back significant. Normally, it's just me and the council president and Anton that usually get together, and we only have a few days to do turnaround time to get our 1782 back. So we have scheduled extra meetings, hopefully we'll know early December, so that we can meet either your regular council meeting or the second scheduled one to get them returned to the state on time. But they are going to be cuts, and it's not gonna be just viewing the 4 million they're asking for. Again, they give you a dollar amount, and you have to pick where you're cutting from. And I don't think it's fair to cut it off from this project. If there's others, we're not done yet with everybody else, but I don't personally like the mindset of it. The state says we're gonna cut $4 million, we know where it's coming from and we're done, and we don't look at anybody else, because I think there's other places to still look at to help try to build some cash balance and some monies for them to carry out their projects.
If they come back and say, yeah, we have to cut some, we know we're gonna have to cut some from the county highway. Let the state make that decision. If they come back and say, well, you're gonna have to cut $5 million from your budget, they could. I'm not saying they will.
You know where 4 of it's at.
Then that's,
Exactly.
then that's, but I think we wait to let the state see what they say. Maybe they'll look at this and say, you know what? We're gonna help them. I don't know. I'm not gonna say.
You spoke to somebody from the state recently, right?
We've had
You took Senator
numerous,
Bray out on the roads?
numerous meetings, and yes, we've had numerous meetings, and it's been positive. Now, we don't have a crystal ball, but we're throwing it out here to see what the state does with it.
I guess my
Is that what he
thing is,
recommended?
Oh, absolutely, they recommend us, yes, put the money in that you think you're gonna need for 2026, put the money in, send it to the state, let them dissect it. We've had numerous people come there, legislators, congressmen, we've had the NDOT, we've had the governor down, we've had everybody down, and we've got more meetings coming up, and they took an overall look at stuff. NDOT's like, you can't, with your budget, you can't hardly do anything. We don't have enough money to put the boots on the ground to take care of the roads, other than keep throwing gravel out. We can't do that anymore. The taxpayers deserve better. So let's put this out there. If you approve the budget, take it to the state and say an extra prayer that they say, you know what, we're gonna approve that budget and we're gonna see what they can do with it. Then we'll go to work. We'll go to work
I guess
January 1.
my understanding is the money we're gonna get is the money we're
Right.
gonna get.
And that's not, that's not how it works. The
I know it's not.
the DLGF is gonna look at our cash balance.
Yes.
They're gonna look at our budget numbers. They're gonna look at the amount that's distributed from the motor vehicle highway formula. And then they're gonna say, cut back down to 3.1 million, and then it's just gonna come right back to us, and then we'll do it, and then we move on. There isn't an appropriations committee at the state that reviews our request and decides, yeah, we're gonna give Owen County an extra money. That's not how that works at all. It's purely a technical review
Okay.
and approval process
What
for
if
the
they do
budget.
approve the budget?
Well, they never will, because there's no money. That's the thing. There's not enough cash balance, and there's not enough revenue to pay for the budget. That's the problem.
Well,
And they don't change that number just because Owen County asked for it.
I
Right.
understand that.
Right.
But you have not because you asked not. And this Board of Commissioners are standing on our proposal, hoping that we'll get something from the state that says, we can do this. I mean, even if we got $1 million, that'd go a long way for helping.
It'd be out of our cash. I mean, it's our money, but,
Right.
yeah, I mean, again, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I just want to make sure that we're very clear, to, especially to the folks that are tuning into this.
Yes.
And the folks that read up about this are not under this false expectation that we're going to get a dime more than what we are normally planning to get.
I want everybody's
So-
listening here right now, we're putting this in our budget, but there is absolutely zero guarantee we'll get $1.
Okay.
So the taxpayers out there, but if we don't ask for it, you're sure not gonna get nothing. So we're gonna ask.
Fair
for it.
enough.
Is that,
The other thing, I mean, technically now, I'm going to throw another option out there. I'm not saying we do it, but there is still plenty of capacity on wheel and excise tax in Owen County. We do not pay the maximum in our county. If you want to raise more local money and have money to pay for roads, you can advocate to raise the wheel and the excise tax. It's at $25 generally per vehicle. It can go to $50. So again, it's a tax increase, and people don't like tax increases.
people know where I live, Anton.
They know where I live too, but as far, I'm just throwing that out in the
Yes,
discussion, since
right.
we're talking about funding here, let's be honest. That is 100% money that we get, that we can use on roads.
Right.
It's hard dollars. And if you can raise another $400,000 or $500,000 a year, you could do a loan and knock out some major projects, have a 3 or 4 year payback using wheel tax money, for example. Remember, Nick, we talked about this 15 years ago. Do a little kickstart, a shot in the arm, get certain priority projects done and get them done quick and off the books. But again, it requires money to do it. It's not free. And in the case of the wheel and surtax, that's money out of the pockets of taxpayers in the county.
Sure.
But if people want to do that, great. If they don't want to do that, fine. But it's a money option. It's all boils down to money. So just throwing that out there.
It's an option, and it's good, I understand totally, we're trying to do absolutely the very best we can with what we got to work with, and as far as having enough to do with the roads, we don't have money.
The other thing, I'll go back to staff. You know, you talked, Greg, about filling all these positions. If there's a way to reorganize and restructure where you have a different crew setup, a different schedule, a different way of doing business, we're all ears. I mean, there is some merit to a leaner, more efficient staff sometimes, and maybe there's a way to make something work to free up another $100,000, $150,000. I know that's not $4 million, but you know, if you reorganize, there could be some ways to allocate that savings towards road materials and those kind of things. So, you know, don't discount that. It's still plenty of time between now and the start of the year, but you know, I'm not saying that our current staff level is sufficient, but maybe the full 24 is maybe too much. I don't know. So that's something that you might want to
And
look into.
we're looking at different options, and Greg knows this too with the staff we got right now. Maybe we just get out of the paving business altogether. Let's start contracts and stuff out and getting it done. But at the end of the day, whether you're contracting down you're sending it to the state, or we're coming for an appropriations.
Cost money, you're right.
We have to
Yeah.
answer to the taxpayers, won't know how come the roads are not being fixed. And to be honest with you, we got 14 people working. We're doing the CCMG roads, trying to get stuff done. Either the state helps us and gets us some more money, or we come back to you again, ask for appropriations over and over. I'd like to get away from the appropriations every 2 or 3 months. I'd like to be able to have enough cash flow where we can get these jobs done and people see progress out from the taxpayer side of it. We hear about it every day. And I'm not, blaming nobody, but we're cash strapped for the highway. But to be honest with you, nothing, no offense to anybody, we're spinning our wheels in loose gravel that we can no longer put on the roads.
It's a good analogy. Unfortunately, it's the reality of it.
Yeah, so that's where we're at, and, I hope the state does something. I can't say what they're gonna do.
So on your, we match on the highway number, then are we gonna leave, I guess, what's the council's decision here? Are we going to submit a 7 million plus budget, or are we going to submit a $3.4 million?
See what they say.
Maybe it'll raise the red flag that we need something else. I don't know.
Maybe they can point us
I
in the
did,
direction.
I went back to Joe's statement earlier though, and we're actually it takes 2.2 million to put down 1.1 million. When you take out the culverts, the pipe, the road signs, the ice dirt. It takes 66% roughly to do 33% of the stuff.
I think it's less than that, because
High
I didn't
overhead.
I didn't factor in any of the
Yeah.
insurances.
Well, yeah.
We're only buying $250,000 worth of material a year.
It's crazy. The more you think about that number, that just.
Yeah, so our payroll is astronomical. And
Yeah, when
if
you
we
look
can
at
cut,
insurance.
if you, right off the top, I think you could cut $400,000 off the payroll and switch it right into your special road projects easily.
And we could do that, and that is something, yeah, I agree with you, and that is something we're looking at, that is a viable option, that we could do that. And I would like to stick with this to see what the state says, and still have that on the table. Because Greg knows where we're at with our payroll. How many people have we had to lay off this year already?
We've laid 4 off, and then we've had the ones that left, we just didn't hire back.
Yeah, so we,
And
7, 8 people.
I have no part-time
You'll save
employees
a
either.
lot with workman's comp and all your other
Yeah.
insurance.
It all adds
you're
up.
saving on
10
your
grand per
benefit.
person, per
Saving
position.
benefits. And Greg knows that we're looking at options about his crews ditching, putting culverts in, somebody coming behind us and paving. We don't have the manpower to do all 3 of them. We just simply, we don't have the manpower. We can't do it.
Didn't we buy a paver
We do.
4 years ago, 5 years ago?
$500,000 paper.
$500,000. Can we sell it
Yes.
and then use that money to put towards a special project?
Sell the paver, and me and Greg's we kind of talked about that a little bit. Let's talk about something else. Let's just bring it out there. If that's the route we go, stuff like that, sell your tri-axles. You don't put plows on your tri-axle, do you, Greg?
We do not.
You just haul stone with the tri-axles.
That's it.
So put your plows on your tandems, is that what you call them?
Yes.
Tandems and
I
pickups.
mean, you've talked about that. They haul stone, they put a plow on, they can do their thing. Sell your tri-axles, sell your pavers, sell anything else you gotta get. Take that money and put it on the roads.
I would be more inclined for something like that. And what about the $300,000 truck? I
Well,
mean,
they're working on selling that.
Yeah, so I mean, that's something
I've
else that
shown
you
it
could.
Once, and we've got another entity interested.
We still need to present the budget, I think, as is, to the state to see what they say. Maybe they come back and maybe they just got $2 million.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we present the budget as the council
That's just
presented it to
my
us.
thoughts.
we've talked about this. I think this is their wishes and desires. I think we have an understanding of where it's going to go and what's going to happen, but let's at least honor their request, and then we'll deal with the issue when the state gives us a response.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Nick, seconded by Joe. I have deep concerns about this. I mean, I just don't want us to get where we're at the end of the day. I mean, say that they approve a budget that we can't sustain, and that we end up putting us in, you know, with no cash balance and nothing. So that's my,
But the state won't allow that according to
Yeah,
you.
the state will not allow any budget that's not sustainable.
No.
but would it not, I mean, so, but could they approve a budget that at the end of the day, it was, I mean, zero? I mean, you would still be.
Yeah,
able
they
to
could,
fund
so
it.
I think what.
That's what I'm trying to
I
say.
think what Polly is touching on is that, let's say we send the 7.5 million in.
Yeah.
They come back and say, okay, we're gonna approve 4. Well, 3.2 is, let's say, the actual reasonable choice, but they approve 4 because
you have the
we have
cash.
cash in the cash balance.
But then you consume your cash
But then if you
balance.
do spend it, if you follow through
Mhm.
and do what you say you might do, then you're really not in a good financial position at the
No.
end of the next year. You're at 0.
Right.
Because
That's-
we had
that's my
permission
point.
to
That's
spend
my
our
point.
cash, right. And that's true, it could happen, but again, when they come back with their cuts, then we don't have to cut the minimum. They may give us the minimum, assuming we can spend our cash. But if we know we want to have a certain amount of cash, then we certainly then would cut more. You know, but again, it's our choice. You know, we
But I
still
mean,
have that say.
But on that, you know, we could say, I mean, any department come and, you know, have a submitted budget that, you know, is above what we think is doable. I mean, do we do that with every department then? I mean, that's my concern. I don't want, we have come so far, and I do not want to put this county back into financial duress.
We're not here to put nobody in financial duress. The state's not gonna approve a budget that we can't maintain anyway, and we don't know. We're simply here at the fact that we have to do something for the taxpayers. And I'm tired of taxpayers getting the crumbs. You just made a point right there, Joe, how much money we actually had boots on the ground. You made the point. I asked this question twice. How many times in the last few years has the commissioner ever come here and asked you for more money for the roads at budget hearing times? Didn't happen. We got to quit putting the cart before the horse, in my opinion. Let's ask, let's see what happens. We still have options on the table that we're gonna work on between now and when we get through the budget or deny the budget. That may save us $300,000-400,000. And if that's the case, great. You know, we'll utilize that for the roads too. We got options there, but this just happens to be one of the options.
A lot of your additional appropriations have come from the low amounts in your material that you put on the ground.
Wow. Take a look at how much stone you spent over the last 5 years, just on stone on the road.
Especially on a weather event, post-weather event.
Yeah, we could have.
But that's another one. I mean, if you spend your whole cash balance and you have a weather event, then what are you gonna do? I mean, there's no cushion there.
But, Paul, and I understand we need cash balances too, but in an absolute perfect scenario, we would end up with 0 every year, and the taxpayers would get every tax dollar they spent that would go into the infrastructure, safety, everything. We should never, in theory, hold on to taxpayer money. I know we need a budget.
I'm not talking
I know
about
we need a
holding on
surplus.
to it. I'm talking about not overspending
I
and
understand.
having negative cash.
I don't want to be negative, but I also don't believe that any government should just be holding on to surplus money of the taxpayers. It's their money. They should have it. It should go towards the means of all taxpayers.
I
And
think I think we're all in agreement with
Yeah.
that. It's their money, and we are supposed to manage it wisely, and that's.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, I see where you're going with that, Steve, and that's a good point. It's a good point. We're not a bank. We're not
No,
saving money and
no.
just saving it up and for no purpose. But part of financial management is also cash flow and making sure you have appropriate buffers for certain situations that may arise. And so that 0 point is really 0 plus X.
Yeah.
Considering the size of your budget, the cash flow, the obligations. But I understand in principle.
Well,
I
how
mean,
many
it's certainly
times
a
have we
good
had
point, but
weather-related events that, you've had to come and, that were not budgeted for, that you had to come and have an additional appropriation because it was, some things you don't necessarily plan for.
We don't plan for any of it, but we've got to get ahead of the road program. We cannot continue to survive the way we are. You might as well contract everything out and not have a highway department. We've got to get ahead. You got to make a stand somewhere and say, we're going to get ahead in 2026.
Madam Chair, I call for a vote.
I'm sorry, Nate.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, motion carried.
Thank you very much. We'll see what happens. Appreciate it.
511.
Oh, we're not done.
No.
So we have cumulative
Man,
bridge
I was-
and local
It
road
is,
and street.
it's crazy.
Can I add real quick?
If it was.
You guys do need to
7455.
prepare. If they say no, they're not giving it to you, what you are gonna do.
Group insurance,
You're gonna bring in
$245.
right at $3.5 million for the year between
We-
the two of them, so just have a backup plan.
We do, but we cannot bring it up. But if this falls, we know where we're going.
Because again, the
Yeah.
LGF will come back early December and say, you only have X amount of dollars, and we only have 10 days to call a meeting and to get it returned to them. So I just want you to make sure you have a backup plan if they don't approve.
Yeah,
Thank
we don't
you.
want to be stuck. And I pointed this out before, we appropriate 100 grand in bridge number 15. And I know that some people are for that, some people are against that, but there are far more troubled spots, in my opinion, and there's less costly options. That's a lot of money we're putting towards that bridge. There's 100 grand right there that can be moved into paving a road. So I don't know. That's just another thing that's kind of hanging there.
It is hanging there.
You have
Those-
100 grand right now in your cash balance.
Exactly.
You set it aside. and
we
you'll get
budgeted,
another
but
100,000 this year, but you will not have $200,000 to carry over for
Right.
that project that you've done, so.
so
that's-
it's useless to have that there if that's the case, in my opinion. But again, if you were to redo that bridge, it's going to cost a lot of money one way or the other. Where are you going to get the money to pay for it? It's an awful lot of money when there's other access points into that area. And I know that was a former commissioner's decision. Maybe that needs to be revisited. And I know that there's certain folks that would not like to hear that, but it's a fair question. There's 100 grand right there. You add that in with the staff reorganization, now suddenly you're talking some real money. Especially if you do a loan and use that money for a payment over 3 years or something and do a big shot in the arm, a bigger project or set of projects up
Well,
front.
And I agree with everything, and I appreciate, all of them appreciate you vote for this. Rest assured of one thing, and we're not gonna just throw everything right out on the table because we can't. It wouldn't be fair. If the state says no, we put Plan B into action. The taxpayers will know it. It will not be no hidden secret. If the state says no, we're not doing this, and we can't fund it like this, taxpayers will know. They're hearing it right now. There's no guarantee we're even gonna get one more dollar. Then we put Plan B into action. And Plan B and putting it into action will be the commissioner's decision to do so. And that'll be the end of it. We do have a Plan B. and maybe even Plan C, too. But we don't have too big of plans because we're limited to what we can do.
Sure. And maybe it'll be a little bit of a wake-up call. You know, we need help. We need folks, the members of the public, to call state legislators and tell them what they think about roads. Yes, it's understandable to call the highway department or a commissioner, but at the end of the day, when we're talking the type of money needed, as we've just been talking about for the last half hour, it's gonna take state action to fix it. And without that, nothing's gonna change.
Right.
So, I encourage people to help us out by making your calls to your state legislators and complain to them and ask them why there's no more money coming to rural counties and rural municipalities in Indiana. It's been a battle for years.
Yes, and we've had
Years.
numerous people come down from the state, and I'll be honest with you, I got caught off guard how many people showed up here in Owen County on different times. Called me, called Dave, Norm, Greg, and met, and we went out and looked and showed them our budget. They're like, oh. And Joe, when he pulled a number for you right there, there's just not enough going on the roads to make a difference.
So, good discussion.
Yep. Where we at, King Bridge?
Yeah.
Actually, King Bridge and Local Road Street are set amounts that you get from the state, and it's
Yeah.
$812,000 every year, so.
Those we can leave the way they are.
We don't support any more than that, so that's what.
Yeah, that's 5 years and
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thanks everybody, appreciate you. Have another donut.
Anyway, did you know that Indiana ranks in the top 5 for fuel taxes? Or the 5th most charged fuel tax in the country?
Okay.
Do we want to do sheriff?
I apologize to.
I knew that was right, so I should actually
Liz
just
and
Google it
Marcy,
again.
but the sheriff is
We
2 hours
are
behind,
All right.
so I feel
Fuel
we
tax.
should.
So we're gonna move them to
You
next,
guys be
tomorrow?
able to come back tomorrow?
Yeah. I knew that was right. Pretty sure.
At 3 o'clock,
And we're also, one of the only states that make
we'll squeeze you in and you can come back. 10:15, because we already did the clerk, we'll be here at 10:15 in the morning. Is that okay, guys?
Okay.
So instead of clerk,
Hello there, Sheriff.
How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Fine as a frog here.
Found out that you paid off for the 911 building.
Oh. 224,000.
224.
That's not bad.
She said 911 building.
Well, it was the building and equipment project that we started down there.
She said, 'cause I thought the building was all paid for by that.
Well, it was, but then there was a shell on the end to finish out. It was just a gravel floor. So the build out, the foundation, all
Okay.
stuff to dispatch the equipment.
Do what?
I wonder if she
right.
finds out what the amount saved.
You guys want to take a 5-minute break?
3 minutes.
5-minute break?
Interest.
Huh?
Maybe some money. It wasn't a bad rate. but-
Sheila, they need a 5-minute break.
Turn the mic off.
was sick as a dog. That's the first time I think I got COVID. I was just-
And you came,
But I didn't want to have COVID. I knew I was sick. I didn't test till the next day.
you didn't get close to anybody anyway, so.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I don't know, there's some pretty girls that live there.
Are we ready? Sheila said to start without her, so.
Yeah, I'm plugging in some numbers to make it a little more efficient anyway. So
All right.
we might as well just give it a minute.
Which one are we starting with?
1170.
Okay.
Well, we'll jump around a little bit because there's some offshoots we can take out of our numbers.
Okay.
So we might jump around just a little bit. I need to add up the final part here.
Rattlesnake Road, actually.
I'm hot, how about you? Right, and then I'm a little.
Tree fell through. No, I believe I got rid of it.
It just tickled me.
Yeah, I told him I was getting out of there. And then I had to get back into. Well, I had to do that job last year. And I was gone all the time. Didn't pay me, that's what. But son being gone. Montana. No, he thought it was great too. Yeah, she was loved it. Don't think I've seen her any happier.
I don't know, we'll have to find out where she lives though.
Like she'll just miss that really bad, here and there. She went out to the. Family about us and just decided to go out to one. That's helpful. Maybe it is.
You can speak to them.
Just talk out loud.
Yes.
Not sure if retirement will last long. We don't have no question on that.
No.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Those are my brothers. No, yeah, we live. Yeah. What time?
10:30, something.
Put that in the big orange too.
Did you see that?
I did. Yeah, right.
I don't think that was, I got it.
Almost.
Having to send you. The first bitch in dinner we've had in 5 years.
At 10:30?
No, it'd be about.
Oh,
after
later.
the service. Didn't want to come, you don't need to wait. So, Oh, there it is. Well, it says 1170 sheriff. How was that? Oh, there's a sheriff.
Has anybody seen the renderings of Monroe County's
Yeah.
Justice
Oh,
Center?
my.
$250 million. Everybody talks about that. $250
Good
million.
grief.
That's what the cost.
That's crazy.
That's something else.
That's gonna go in right there at 46 and
Well, it's not. They voted it down.
Where are they gonna put it?
Well, that's where they're gonna put it, but that plan that.
Oh, okay.
It was wild.
But where are they putting it?
York Curry Pike, it's 46.
Okay.
Crossing the highway. Bypass extension.
that giant pile of soil is.
Yeah.
Is that for the jail or that's one of the things? And now you gotta pay me to move it.
Yeah, they're gonna fill in quarries with all that dirt.
I don't know,
There's a couple of quarries back there, so I figured they're.
what's this Kreider owns that? Just stacking it out.
Overtime, jail versus deputies, what kind of general percentage? Is it 50/50? Is it 60/40?
Yeah, I'd say percentage wise, who uses most?
Yes. How much, what would you say? 60/40?
60/40.
I'm just coming up with a general cost estimate here.
Yeah, I think our proposed jail would fit in like the garage for their jail drawing they did. Lots of columns.
Yeah, it looked like, when I saw the thing, it looked like the Cook headquarters, is what it looked like.
Must have been the same architect or something.
Yeah.
For the average home, for the average.
We're gonna have
There's a lot worse. I mean, Rocky Hill Road is not the worst. That's when they took out the other entryway from.
How's your crops looking?
Look good, yeah. Wish the price was better.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the crops are looking pretty good.
Okay, I
We
think
can't tell when
we're
it's
making it a
gonna
little
be.
easier for our
We need
numbers.
another rain. So,
How about that? You got any cattle?
we don't have any cattle right now. Yeah, Clay was our cattle man, so he's in Montana.
Okay, so we reorganized a bunch of stuff. We know that we already did the merit deputies at the beginning of the process, so there really no change with them. But we do have some other numbers that are involved. Oh, and I guess the state did not give an increase, so sorry. That's affects your part of this. So as far as like elected official pay, that's gonna be the same, $110,108. And chief deputy, well, I should say the regular salary line, when you compare it to 25, is gonna be way off, because if you remember, as a part of our overhaul on deputies, the jail commander position was put into jail housing. So the only person that, the number that goes into regular salary is chief deputy, and that's 81,652. And then under regular wages, that's gonna include everybody else except jail commander's not a part of that. The DARE deputy is out of opioid, so that's not in there. And I think that's it. No other separate
Cook,
cooks in there.
school resource.
School resources in there. Yeah, let me check one other thing
Have
here.
you hired a new cook?
Yes.
All right, so regular wages is 1,675,151.
One thing I would ask is, Matt is at 70. I would ask that he actually be at 75, and he doesn't know I'm asking that, and I didn't tell him I was gonna ask that. And the reason I ask that is, there are people under his command that make more than he does. And two, his duties are far greater. You know, in the event that I'm not there, he's making those decisions. The work that he does with 911, since he's on that board, has been astronomical on top of what he has to do for my agency. I don't really think it's fair that he's working for, he's commanding people who make more money than he does. I would ask that 75, I think, is more appropriate than the 70. Compensates him for his duties that he does amongst 911 and our agency.
So that was one of the things on our list here concerning both jail commander and chief deputy. They have been a percentage of your amount.
My amount.
But the consultant recommended specific targets for them, not a percentage. So for example, the midpoint, that was, let me go to that screen here. I'm talking chief deputy here first. So right now it's 70%, which you were alluding to. Their recommendation, their low point recommendation is 73,315. But he's already at 77, under that 70% figure. The midpoint, which we're not at yet, is 81,461. Okay? That would be an increase there. So somewhere in the middle is matching, would match up with what where he's at now. But whether it's 70%, which is the current, or whether it's their target, he's getting paid a little more than that. The total salary at the moment is 81,600. There are 3 deputies that are higher than that, but one has a considerable number of years in longevity.
One has, yeah.
So of course he's going to get more just because of length of time. Well, 2 of them are. The other has both longevity and additional duties like sergeant, detective,
Right.
and evidence room manager. So,
Which I'm going to address evidence room management in a moment.
yeah, so it's a weird, you're gonna have scenarios like that. It's just weird to say, yeah, hey, he's in command, but there's other factors that he's not been there as long as a couple others, and so they just get more because of the years, not because of the position, but because of their years of service.
I'm clear.
So I don't know. We can go to the consultant and say, hey, here's the situation. Maybe the job description needs to be updated.
That's what I would.
I've never looked at his, to be honest. Do you even have a job description? You actually do.
I think it's just pretty much, thought you were winging it.
Yeah. It's kind of been everything above,
Because these extra duties, I don't feel like
Right.
are included.
Yeah, he's not compensated for the extra duties,
Yeah.
and he has a slew of them.
That part does need to be reevaluated, because maybe when they look at that, they'll be like, yeah, these pay targets need to be higher. That might be something.
Because I agree, I feel like you need to be making more than what you are.
So let's look into that. For now, we're gonna use what we got, but let's look into that, and maybe we might ask you for some more help, or Matt, we might reach out to you directly to kind of look at your job description and determine if there's anything missing. And also talk about the general nature of the position and the management standpoint and other workers and that kind of thing.
I think my job description was literally just a
It might just be
copy and
deputy
paste.
plus something.
I think it was, honestly, I think it's just a copy and paste of the sheriff's, minus the elected part of it, to be completely honest with you, because I think that it went off the statute, so.
Okay.
And Ryan, what were you wanting to ask for him? What
75%.
75%?
Okay, good question. We'll make a note, and work on that. You wanna, we'll finish up the rest of the wages, shall we?
So my secretary, my court security, 2 full-time, they are full-time deputies, so originally they were classified wrong because the consulting company called me.
Yes.
Their description was wrong since they are merit deputies. They just had them as court
Yeah.
security only.
They did update that in our report.
Right.
Yeah.
And then matron. But those 3 positions aren't at midpoint.
Matron was one we talked about earlier this morning. Matron is one of those ones where they suggested that it changes to, was it another one of those excludeds, or was it exempt? Let's see here, matron. Yeah, it's been
Excluded.
non-exempt, but then they suggested that change to excluded. The same with chief deputy.
What,
And that's this new terminology that we're really not familiar with.
excellent.
Yeah, which we're gonna be following up on. But those are 2 positions. I think from your standpoint, it really doesn't matter. Because you're already exempt, I think. But the matron would be, because the matron, and she probably doesn't have significant overtime anyway. But,
She does not.
right, so it may not be a big deal, but that's one that they suggest goes to an excluded category.
Yeah,
And
hers
the
would be,
reason why is
it would be
because-
rare.
What was that?
It would be rare for her to have overtime.
Okay, and the reason why is because it's an appointment of the sheriff, it's kind of a specific
Yeah.
appointment, if you will. It's kind of like a chief, not chief deputy in a sense of road, but like an office chief deputy that's a political appointee almost, and that's why they suggest that excluded part. But otherwise, the dollars are still the same that we came up with based on these recommendations. And essentially all the security, they actually did move up because they move into a different classification.
Right.
That's reflected in these numbers.
Okay.
They did get an increase there. They're essentially will have caught up,
Good.
is what's going on there. Okay, so regular wages, I gave you 1,675,151. Okay. And then we talked about chief deputy. Overtime, it looks like that stayed the same anyway. So holiday benefits, I have at 83,554. And then FICA, 155,249. And then PERF is 73,200. And it appears to be lower when you compare it to 25. I don't know why exactly, but I figured PERF on really everybody that's full-time except the police retirement eligible positions. And on overtime, I took 60% of that and figured PERF on that. That's why I asked that question.
Right.
Because not all of your overtime is PERF eligible. You know, it'd be your merit deputies and they don't get the PERF. So
Right.
I didn't want to figure it on that. And maybe that's what we did last year. Maybe we just did rough math and just picked a number that had them all in it. But that's really not 100% accurate. So those are your wage-related numbers here. And since we're working on wages, maybe we can skip over real quick to jail housing. That's where the jail commander is gonna be. It's 4906. Just so you have these numbers, and that budget didn't otherwise change, but, the regular salary is 82,934.
And this is in jail housing.
Yep. Okay.
82,964.
I've got 11,400. I do want to say that in practice, we had our first, I don't want to say lateral, but kind of lateral. We did have an opportunity that came up, I don't know if all members know it, where the new system actually worked to our advantage. We actually picked up someone that had some experience, which I don't know the last time that's happened, but
Right.
they were able to take advantage of the fact that we had created, it wasn't just someone being hired in as a probationary deputy from ground zero. They actually were able to be hired in immediately as either a regular or maybe a first class, one or the other, but both are
First year
lateral
merit.
eligible.
Yeah,
So if you happen to get a 4 or 5 year experience, whatever that cutoff is, technically you could have a first class deputy right out of the gate.
Right.
If they had prior law enforcement experience. Whereas prior to last year, there's not a thing we could do for them.
Start at the
They
bottom of the
are
barrel.
zero,
Yeah.
you know. So that has been a very helpful in practice thing. We just need to kind of keep that up. So jail commander is 82,934. FICA is 6,344. PERF, 9,289. And then group health was 10,000. The rest of all the line items that are normally in there appear to be the same. So that all adds up to 168,567. 168,567. Now, the thing we want to be careful with here, we know that there was a good cash balance in here that was sustainable, and what already was paid out of there versus revenue was reasonable, but it's not going to last forever. There's going to be a point where this is going to have to be trimmed back down and absorbed into the regular sheriff budget, but that's not going to be this next year or two.
right.
But at some point, we just need to keep in mind that this is not going to be a forever place. It just happens to work at the moment. The other fund was opioid. And that's where the DARE deputy is. That's opioid 1237. The regular wages on that one is 70,743. Holiday benefits, 3,810. FICA, 5,703. And group insurance, 10,000. The total is 90,256. And I think this one also similar, it had a cash balance, it's been sustainable, the town contributes each year something.
Didn't they give you,
What's that?
town give you their DARE money? They had originally were talking about giving it.
30,000 is what they were talking, and I never saw it.
Okay, so let's follow up on that.
And I went twice to ask for it.
Had they voted on it? Had they actually said, we are giving it to?
I'm not sure on the vote, that Mike might know that, but Cheryl's the one that told me that they had no way to use that money.
Okay.
had no programs, and they knew that we did.
So they were gonna contribute.
Right, because it's so locked in on what it can be used for.
Yeah, and a lot of municipalities, especially even smaller, where they got $800 or something very small, that just have pulled their money, just like that, for that purpose.
Right.
So it's not uncommon, but it'd be nice to have them follow through.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it would.
So we'll follow up on that. And you mentioned earlier, Sheila, that the school has paid
130.
Is what we got this year back from them,
130.
31.
And we'll need to make sure that they have the newest figure for the other two deputies.
Yep.
Because their part is always kind of behind a year, if I'm not mistaken.
We went through that
Right.
before they submitted their,
Secured school safety grant.
the safety grant, so we went over the current numbers.
Because right now for 26, our estimate is 144,500. Okay? So, which is really not that different from this last year, but again, we did our end of the year adjustment. So they probably were basing it on the prior older amount, that 130, instead of the new amounts. So they're kind of behind. I think they need to bring that number up.
They should be caught up again for their application this year, they were given the current numbers.
So 140
And
something.
they did last year, we give them the current ones,
Yeah, we meet with them twice a year to discuss that, so,
So we'll be okay?
yeah.
So in miscellaneous revenue, I need to make sure for 26, we have the 145, and make sure they're billed for that. And, or whatever else that they're responsible for. And we can get that. Okay, so that took care of opioid and jail housing. That's the only two where there was money from salary type stuff. So that kind of brings us back to the normal 1170 budget stuff. And surprisingly, there really wasn't a huge amount of difference in here.
No.
I know that group health needs to be increased to 310,000, because we have 31 eligible full-time positions instead of 33, because we have those other two split out. But everything else,
Medical,
Medical.
yeah, can't do much with that.
it's an 5,000 increase there.
So on fuel reimbursement and fuel, we talked last year a couple of times about like reorganizing that. And I don't know if we ever really, we had any particular closure on that. Was there a solution? Or?
There was supposed to be, they were looking into doing fuel cards.
Okay.
And apparently we couldn't get approval for the credit for those, the county, so, yeah, that got declined, so, yeah, so we're back to square one.
On your credit, wow.
Well, on the county.
No. We got you for your credit and your tires.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, so we're back to square one where we were at before, so.
Okay. Well, the way we've done it, of course, is people pay into the fuel reimbursement fund, their part that they use for use. Depleted this line item more than it should, then at the end of the year, we appropriate back out and make you whole. That's what we've been doing.
Right.
But you said that there was some administrative work that's been tied to this, that's been kind of complicated.
Yes. Yes.
So it's really about cleaning that up.
It's about the departments paying when they get their claim.
Well, there could
So-
that part
That
too,
too.
right?
That's, again, I know we have the claim cycle, but at least encumber it, and some of them aren't, they're just paying it out of next year, so they're running behind in theirs too, but it's like pulling teeth when Donna sends out her notices and lets everybody know what they owe, so.
Can there be an ordinance, since it's kind of an internal, and I know there's a claim process, but since it's kind of an internal thing, can there not be an ordinance from the commissioners or something that basically says, once that's invoiced, then it gets processed, automatically, because it's from one department to another? Is there a way to spell that out and then we don't have to wait for someone to pull the trigger?
You can do the same thing you did with the copiers and just pull it from everybody's fund and put it in there, and then they don't have to send out notices to anybody or anything, it's just whatever is there. That keeps people from, well, I didn't use all my fuel money this year, so I'm gonna go spend $1,000 because I had money left. And it would keep them from having to invoicing everybody. Again, the same thing we do with copiers, we put them all in one fund line item, he doesn't have to send out anything to anybody.
Because like EMS, they have a fuel line item. Now, that's drawn from theirs, or do they?
They pay.
They take it out of your.
They're levied funds, so I can't, the levied funds are the only ones that I can't commingle with, but everybody else is gonna go.
And highway uses their own.
They have their own.
Well, instead of them using the sheriff's fuel, making him have to go through all that, make all the rest of them go down here to dudes and get their fuel, they can bill us, and then Sheila can take it right out of their thumb, eliminate the sheriff, you don't have to do none of that stuff anymore. Just be done with it. That way, just set them up down there, the sheriff's done, and Donna's done, then when the bills come in, the auditor's office pulls it out of the.
What's the difference in price?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, but the difference in price is gonna be.
Probably not worth the headache.
How much are you spending for the labor to get it done?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, that's an option.
No, I'm sure that if there was a difference in price, we could talk to them about equalizing the price to whatever we're already paying. Plus, I don't think you guys are gas station attendants. You shouldn't be doing that.
Would EMS still pull from your guys' tank? Or they have their own?
They would, I mean, they've got the diesel tank over there.
So it wouldn't affect them.
So.
No, they could still get gas at Dudes, but diesel at their own tank.
I understand maybe more, a little bit more a gallon, but we can check on that, but how much time does Donna spend figuring all that out and sending it, stuff like that, figuring all back out, that takes time out.
But the other option
I will tell you,
was-
Donna's overworked.
But the other option was just pulling it out and having it paid out, like the copier.
Yeah, I think considering the workload there, we talked about this, if we can do anything to kind of lighten that load
That would
like you're
take-
talking
that
about.
would
Which I've
take
got
it
us,
off of her.
That would be
I have a
Should
request.
figure it.
So, we're in the
Not that
process
all
of,
came out of- I mean, like the distribution
here very soon, of building a new facility.
contract is all-
I
is
have
all paid from
an evidence room
the commissioner.
that has evidence from the 1980s that is not labeled. There's things in there that have no case numbers on it, nothing, that doesn't belong to anything that we currently have, but we can't get rid of it by law.
Wow.
Without a court order. I have deputies working as a evidence clerk that works in my evidence room. That is not something that's normal. Police departments don't typically have an officer that works in the evidence room. One, they don't have time. My guy is my detective. He's working 2 murder cases right now, countless rape and molestation cases. He doesn't have time to go in there and file evidence from 20 guys submitting evidence. He just don't have time for it. He's working cases, he's working. Most departments, most major departments have an evidence clerk, which is a civilian position, and they do all the evidence. They label all the evidence in the evidence room and put it where it's supposed to go. They get the evidence to the laboratory in Indianapolis to be processed instead of me sending a deputy to the laboratory. They get the evidence to court when court requests that evidence. That is normal. What we do is not normal.
And they purge evidence that doesn't need to be kept anymore.
And they coordinate with the courts and with the state on purging evidence that no longer is needed and can be, and the cases are over. Obviously, cases from the 1980s, which is what we've got, are not needed. They have not been needed for 50 years almost. So I need someone, and what we can do to help Donna is I need an evidence clerk that can work 3 days in evidence, purging that, because I don't want to take all that evidence from this facility and take it to a new facility and clutter that evidence room. That is too much work, and it's needless. We're going to clutter a new evidence room full of old stuff that is not pertinent to anything that has occurred in the last at least 40 years. I need an evidence clerk who can work part-time as an evidence clerk and help Donna 2 days a week on the new tax warrant procedures that the state has required. Used to be once a month she had to submit paperwork for tax warrants. She has to do it every 2 weeks now and once a month. So she's went from 1 report to 3 reports that she has to file with the state. It has tripled her work. She's already way overworked as it is. That is what I need. That is, and especially with the evidence room. The evidence room is huge, and it's going to take at least 2 years to get that evidence room where it needs to be. At least 2 years of somebody working in there constantly dealing with this, working with the courts, working with the prosecutor's office, getting this stuff filed to where we can destroy it, we can return it, or we can discard it.
Well, when we talked about...
We've talked about this before.
You know, we talked about the efficiency, the pay grade. You know, why are we paying a deputy,
Right.
a road deputy, and taking them off the road to do that? When it can be more efficiently handled by a lower cost.
Yeah, I don't have enough deputies as it is.
Yeah.
And when I take them off to go in there,
So it would free up, it would give you a little capacity.
It would.
Without adding a deputy, so to say. So, you know, if we're to entertain that, we're gonna need a job description. We're gonna need, I would want the salary review and come up with the targets on pay.
I would say it would be...
But if that's something we would want to have him propose and review further, we could certainly do that.
I got the proposals right here.
Okay. Hey, really?
Yeah.
That was quick. Typed it up real quick, huh?
About that.
But yeah, I think we would need to review that.
I would say that it would be comparable to Donna's pay, since that would be part-time what their job would be anyways, to help Donna with tax warrants.
Yeah, it probably would, but we'd want to make sure,
Right.
particularly, you know, from the evidence room standpoint, there's a
There'd be a
different
little
animal
different.
there,
It'd be a little bit
compliance,
different,
and
yeah.
there's some other stuff, I don't know, I'm not sure. It may be a little more specialty.
Well, they're gonna be dealing with fentanyl and
Yeah.
everything else, so,
We're gonna have
yeah.
testifying for cases.
It's a different animal
It is.
than what Donna does, so it may be different, but what does the council think on that?
I think that has a lot of merit to it.
And it's too, you don't typically have, when an officer submits evidence,
You don't want to have.
they don't touch it anymore.
Yeah.
Now I've got a detective who submits hundreds of items in a case, and he's retouching it, and he's retouching it, and he's retouching it. When you talk about a chain of command,
Yeah.
or a chain of custody, when you're talking about court, that's a problem. And we don't want problems in court. We want convictions in court.
A good point.
Do all of your full-time positions, to your knowledge, do they take the county insurance? Is it pretty much 100% utilization, or is there a varying degree? Because right now we budget for 31, you know, as if it's all full employment, full use. That if sometimes there's some unique situations where someone doesn't take it, you know, there could be a way to reduce some costs.
I would say not all of them do, no.
Okay.
I could see a couple that it would not benefit them to do that at all.
It just depends. The reason why I ask that is because, you know, it's a big line item and there could be a way to reduce some costs. As it stands now, without evidence room, without action on that, just what we've got to take care of, the bottom line, and it may not match yet, but it's, you know, we're talking about 3.7 million. The projected income for this fund is 3.8. So there's a little bit of room to work with here, and still be good financially. So it's a very feasible thing. We just need the specifics. And there is a little extra, if we want to do a shift of some sort, I would, if you want to free a little bit more up on the general fund, we can move a little bit of one of the two line items from the sheriff's part of the general fund, like one of the vehicle leases or something, over to 1170, and that would help us, not only would the sheriff be able to take care of his needs, but we'd be able to free up another 50,000 or something on the general fund, which is rare to say that because it's usually the other way around.
Right.
But because of the growth in that lit money, that gives extra capacity to utilize that lit money versus the county general if you want to free up some money there.
Or we could just ask the state because they're giving out free money.
Or we could ask the state for extra money.
I don't care who you ask.
Anyway, so there's some.
That's okay.
Yeah. So there is some, like I said, there's some good news in the fact of the state's projections on income tax, where this could be a place where we could take care of a couple problems and still be whole. I think we should take advantage of that. But that's, what are your thoughts?
You need a motion on that, Ed?
I don't think we need a motion necessarily, but if that's something that the council would like to do, we can shift it around. So as far as the evidence room manager, what, do we want to give him a chance to give us a proposal here and review that and then revisit that as kind of like a wish list item? Or how do you want to handle that?
It could be a her. I'm sorry.
What now?
You said him. I said it could be a her.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's.
Did I say him?
I think you're in.
Person, yes, it could be.
Could be a him.
Could be. It could be. I don't know. I gotta find somebody.
But you're wanting to do this and have this set up for next year?
I want to have this set up to start the process before we ever get to a point where we're gonna have to move into a new building.
Yeah,
This
it
has
would-
gotta
it
be
would be
done
nice.
sooner than later, because this is gonna be a nightmare. I mean, an absolute nightmare.
We've expanded our evidence room so many times, just to try to contain this stuff. And it's not easy to get this stuff purged. It's not easy at all.
It's a process. It said you've gotta have written permission from a court, which means you're gonna have a prosecutor reviewing the case, make sure the case is complete, all appeals processes are over.
Yeah.
If we even have anything, there's things in there that, keep in mind, evidence is not done the same now as it once was, okay? We have changed a lot, even in the last couple of years. We have changed the way we do evidence a lot. But there's things in there that have no label. We don't know what it's to. Everyone who works there now did not work there then. And we have no clue what it is because it wasn't done right. This is key. These are the fruits of the crime. Without the fruits of the crime, there is no crime. That's why we've changed everything. This will be an absolute nightmare.
So you could have a firearm that has
We
no.
We have
Oh,
several.
and had no connection to anything.
We have lots of firearms.
Wow.
And I think this should be something we address finalize in this budget so that they have some direction for the new year.
Yeah. So, are we talking wish list, finish up tomorrow or whenever we have, kind of go back to everything? Okay. So yeah, please pass that, please pass that around. And then maybe whatever the difference is, and we can shave off, if you want to do the next, what total did you have, Nicole, on this?
For 1170?
Yes.
3,694,979.
That's what I've got. Okay. So in the sheriff's part of the general fund, that's where we have our sheriff retirement, less the offsets, like we usually do.
Right.
Where, do you have a letter from the firm with the numbers? They usually provide like an estimate.
I do not have that.
Okay.
The letter I gave you yesterday for the sheriff's retirement.
Yep, right here.
There's an extra.
Just kidding, of course we have that prepared.
This is also yours too.
Well, that's funny, yeah, because it's the, yeah, it already was in here, that number. Yeah, you already updated it, I think, in your budget, so that's good. The 366, 430 is the minimum contribution. That doesn't include offsets, so before, it looks like we had numbers for tax warrant and civil processing fees. So the question is what are those newest numbers? What can we conservatively figure would then be used for sheriff retirement? And then we just simply subtract it from this 366 number and budget for that, essentially. So do you know if we could maybe get those numbers? And then you'll get a copy of that to everybody. So tax warrant numbers and civil process. Okay, so that number could go down. And the vehicle leases, where are we at on that?
So this is our no new lease year, this one coming up. So we will be in the last year of the first lease. We still have the other two currently.
Got it. I had, and that's 2004, but it said cover lease 1, year 3, but we're probably done with that.
Lease 1,
We're probably cycled back out.
we should be cycling back out. Yeah,
Lease 2, year 2, lease 3, year 1.
yes.
We're probably moving, so are we on that third lease? We're in the final year?
This says we will not have a lease.
We will not have
That
one.
next year we will not have a new lease. So that first lease will be over.
The first lease will be over.
So how much do we need to put in here for this year? Or 26, for 22.
225, is it 225? Okay,
Pretty close to what you did.
probably pretty close, yeah.
So just keep it the same.
Yeah, I would keep it the same.
So what we could do is we could split the lease and have a certain amount of that in 1170. That helps reduce the cost in the general fund for probably probably cancel out the increase in police retirement.
We did, the third lease was cheaper than the first two leases because we switched vehicles.
Okay.
We went to a cheaper vehicle that we found that wasn't cheaper the years prior.
Interesting.
But all of a sudden got cheaper. Don't ask me why.
Okay. Yeah. So we could, have a rotation of vehicles line item in 1170, and then just figure out, okay, yeah, so much, we're gonna pull from both line items, X comes out of that out of 1170, and X comes out of it from the general fund, and then that pays for your leases.
Right.
But maybe if you can get it, maybe just double check the exact figure you anticipate for 26.
Okay.
Then let's work off of that. If it's 240, fine, but if it's 220, even better, so you just don't know.
It could be slightly less just due to those last four vehicles were cheaper than we anticipated. What were they? 37, 37.
I think they were 37,000 instead of 46,000 each.
Okay, and then firearms and canine, those kind of funds, project income, they were all kind of the same.
Yeah.
So, really no changes on those. Correctional facility, again, we were just leaving that 150 for maintenance as needed. Again, knowing that we would like to keep saving money and earmarking for the jail project. The 2026 revenue projection for jail lit next year is $1,017,811. So that's gone up a little bit. It looks like about a $22,000 increase for over the current year, which is just that much more available for, covering the loan. And then in your regular 1170, we still have a line item earmarked for 315,000 and some change as well. So
Yes.
between the two of them, that's kind of what we're working with on the financial side of the jail. And I still haven't finished the rest of watching the meeting from the other day, but I guess there's still some work being done on finalizing costs and coming up with the actual project.
Right.
So, okay.
And I believe companies are getting the commissioners some figures. I know I spoke to BW yesterday, and I think Sam is in talks with Dan Zerner regarding Garmon.
On that, we talked in passing about possibly throwing it together an executive session to where we can all speak about the jail without contractors in the room. Is that something you guys would still be interested in doing, the council be interested in doing that before our next council meeting?
Absolutely.
Prior to it, not the same night, but maybe another night?
Absolutely.
For the council meeting?
Yeah, because when we had that meeting with Jeff Peters, and then we put some pretty big weight on this next meeting for significance in the process. And I think there's a lot that we still need, a lot of us had questions on. It'd be nice to be able to talk to Ryan and Sam without any contractors in there. To where I had some other questions, just how I felt about the meeting and how it was guided, so just to get those answered.
Are we able to have an executive session specifically for that basis? We're legal?
We have it
Okay,
because it's
good.
contract and negotiations and
Okay.
plans of it. We've
Well.
got to be able to have the time to advertise it. And as soon as I could get it, is in next Wednesday's paper. And you have to have those 48 hours Friday. It's the soonest you would have one.
I think that was one of the dates you had picked too. So,
I won't be there.
I think it would be beneficial without contractors.
I like the idea,
Yeah.
because
They're all gonna pitch
With the
their own,
client.
they're all gonna pitch themselves, and
For the
let's
client, you know.
talk about them behind their back.
yeah.
Right.
yeah, because each one of us picked up on different things.
So am I getting it advertised?
Well, so what date then are we really looking at here?
Fifth is as soon as you can have
When is our council meeting?
it.
Hey,
Could we maybe, I don't know.
Or you could do it prior to the council meeting.
Yeah, I may not be able to get here.
well, I won't be here Friday because I'm gonna be gone to Montana. So, I mean,
So
but-
it'll be Friday or?
You can have it on Saturday.
Let's do it during the chicken chuck. It's at 10 o'clock. We can do chickens and then have our meeting. Right?
Chuck those chickens.
That's off the roof of the courthouse. Maybe that'll work. Chicken chuck.
So what's the date?
The 6th.
The 6th?
An hour at most.
What time?
Nobody, can anybody make it before the next meeting?
I can make it before the next meeting, but Anton said he
I
didn't.
might be able to pull off early, half an hour, but I may be a half hour late.
That's a Saturday, right?
The 6th is
We're
a
talking about
Saturday,
the-
but we're talking
About the 8th.
Oh,
We're talking about before the council
it's
meeting.
fine.
I could be here.
5 o'clock on Monday, the 8th.
That work.
Yeah, that's fine.
It'll be for both the council and the commissioners with the sheriff.
That's,
Executive session.
that's not next Monday, is it?
No.
But that'll
Is
work
that
out.
what you saying?
Next Monday is Labor Day.
That's what I thought. So we're talking the 8th.
One at 5, right?
5, yeah.
Okay. Now, as far as just, and I don't want to, we don't have to go into a big jail discussion, but I just want to make sure, you know, we're obviously still have the money that we've been talking about for a while here that's available. There's no special action needed. I mean, we would have to appropriate it officially, but it's there. We have a cash balance built up for down pay. I know Jeff Peters knows all that and had talked about that. So if we're looking at a project, and we've thrown out around a lot of numbers, and there's a lot of people going back and forth on 25 million or 22 or whatever it is, but
Well, I think we stipulated
Yeah.
it was what we were generating in our lit tax for a payment.
yes, that's the key. Now, if we can pull off 25 million with that, great. But we may or may not, plus or minus, depending on the interest rate and all those things. But I'm sure the term of the loan is also an area that could also be used because, you
But he
know.
had all those figures, like I said, I mean,
Mhm.
it was very informative.
Okay, so we're not, there's nothing unusual, I guess, is what I'm asking. that-
And there were some things, my discussion with them yesterday, there were some things that we have done internally that would reduce costs as well.
Okay.
You know, with the Carroll counties versus with ours, they had showers in every cell. We're not doing that. We're having one shower per pod.
Oh, I see.
So you're taking out
Less plumbing
all the
fixture.
plumbing, all that stuff. Internal walls inside the admin, they had like 6 offices. I don't need 6 offices. I need 3 offices. So, you know, we took out several walls there. I know walls are minimal, but it all adds up in the end.
Yeah.
So,
And the project still has all the administrative space, meeting space.
Yes.
Things that you were wanting, coroner, we talked about an office, those kind of things.
I would, it does not have a coroner's
Okay.
office in our jail. I still think that while we're building, I think on the backside of the Sallyport would be the perfect place for a coroner. They could pull into our Sallyport, unload, have their own place for an autopsy. We're no longer having to do transports for autopsies and such. I think that would be such a minimal cost, you know, probably a few $100,000 versus building a whole new facility or something like that in the future. But that's just my opinion, and mine really doesn't matter because it's not my department, so.
Okay, well, and it could be also a design thing for future, the way they set that up.
Sure.
In that part of the building for our purpose, for jail.
Correct.
Even though we may not build it at the same time.
Correct.
But we're setting it up
For the
for a
future.
possible build.
Right.
And that could save some money when you're ready to add on, instead of like, well, we should have never built it that way, because there's no way you can go through that wall or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. And remember, we started earmarking this 315 in the 24 budget year. Technically, by the end of this year, there's $630,000 of the cash balance, which the cash balance is good, is earmarked for the jail. So how do we, before that that runs away from us, because it's so easy, how do we?
We created a jail fund that we put like the storage units, and there's some others. I say just start transferring
Okay.
those amounts, so that way it's all in one fund, you know exact dollar amount you have.
We had to have
Project
it.
fund is 9181, the current balance is 152,779. There's still storage unit money that needs to go in there, and again, the 600,000 is.
So do we need an ordinance? Because we talked originally about this. How soon can we do that?
Resolution just to transfer it from 170 to the 9181.
Can we go ahead and get that drafted? And, was there anything spent out of this line item for the jail this year? Or was there anything incidental that had been used?
Don't believe so.
Okay, so the full, let's just keep it even, 630,000. We
No.
want to make sure to transfer.
Oh, there are things that need fixed, but I'm trying not to.
Right,
I'm
yeah, some things are unavoidable.
Right, sometimes things are unavoidable, but I'm
Yeah.
trying not to, but there are things that.
The reason why I
definitely-
asked that question is because if there were, then obviously that's the first place to go.
Right.
Because then we just transfer less though, because we
Yes.
wouldn't transfer the full amount. So I wanted to make sure we didn't already spend money and then we're double dipping on your money, on the money that's there. So, yeah, so we're not in any issue with that. Okay. We still do have the correctional facility line item of 150 that could also be used
Correct.
in an emergency.
Right.
That's probably
That's probably the
an easy
go-to.
way, because it's already appropriate.
Right.
As well. So either way, you've got options if you have a bigger issue comes up, so. Okay. I don't know if we had anything else. Project security, I do have numbers for that. If we want to go ahead and get those in. So full-time security. All right, so, and this is not a very complicated budget. There's just a couple line items here. 62,686, 62. Okay, so for full-time, regular wages, it's gonna be $127,098. FICA is, and I got part-time in there, but FICA is 14,518. Part-time is 62,686. Uniforms are the same. I've got 205,801 for the total. The full-time, the perf, it's actually, both of these deputies are subject to the police officer retirement, so there's no perf in this budget, so that's blank. That's it for all the sheriff-related stuff. We have several follow-up items. We'll just have to do that, and review this proposal and come back to it.
Okay.
Correctional facility, you're only about-
Same, yeah, 150 for that one.
The K-9 fund is one of those, we've got a large cash balance. You guys have given a $26,000 budget this year and you rolled the year over in the red. We've got 14,000 that came in from the sale or something, so there's some money that's in there, so him and Donna know not to go over whatever the cash balance is, but you can still fund the full 26,000.
Okay. We really appreciate your diligence in making this easy and having some good numbers for us. But I think also it's taken a few years, but we've managed to enhance, add, correct, modify, to make sure that we're actually accounting for everything anyway. So there's not as many surprises from year to year. And so we appreciate the help with that.
Thanks.
We're good?
Thank you.
Madam Chair, do we need a motion?
Yeah,
Extension,
I think she's gone. Well, we can surely
We
bid
could
her
do
in
ours,
some.
why don't we do ours real quick, and then we don't have to do that at the end of tomorrow? Is that okay?
Okay. We're doing ours.
Ours is easy.
budget.
Council?
You said you were gonna reduce the legal?
Yeah, so we talked about HR though, and reducing legal with that, but we never really committed to HR yet officially, so maybe we just keep that the way it is. What do you think?
And just.
We can take that out when we decide on what we're doing with HR maybe. Elected official pay should be the same, but let me double check that here. Yeah, I think the council actually doubled their pay, so, you know. That would really go over well, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
74,335. And then FICA, same, 5687. PERF, 7136. And I had a note about Councilman Robertson, there's a PERF. You're in a unique PERF situation, right? So we don't have to count for your part in that. Okay. And then we have the legal, which is subject to removal. And we had the same supplies. We have that one line where we kind of plugged a number in here for advertising, and what do we want to do with that?
For the other services?
Yes.
Okay, that amount is there, because when we did the 1782 last year, we advertised $1 million, and then we took some of that out and moved it into this line item. You have a couple options there. You can either leave that amount there and go ahead and budget for it. We know we're gonna add $1 million to advertising anyway, still again this year, I'm assuming. So,
Yeah.
or you can leave this amount in there, just like this for the rest of the year. If you don't use that, you could earmark that for the jail project, and that amount can be transferred into the jail project as well, because that's where it's sitting.
Yeah, I mean, I would love for us not to have the line item. The only reason why I think it's been there is just because of the advertising and stuff and flexibility, right, Polly? It's helped. And we don't intend to spend it, and you know, but it was kind of like the old days where we had tax caps and we actually put a budget line in for tax caps. We never spent it. It was just figured in as if we were spending it, but we didn't. But
Why don't we
this,
just leave it the way it is?
we can. The only concern is that that's from a general fund standpoint. That's 200 grand we can cut, and it helps offset several of the big increases that we've put on the general fund. You know, commissioners had some big increases. IT, EMA had 10 grand we added in there. We have our pay increases we gave.
Ask for $175,000 for the clerk. And that
Yeah,
amount is- and
we're
that
taking
would
on.
keep you from having to do an additional appropriation, and you could just transfer.
Oh, no, that's true, for this year.
For this
Yeah,
year.
we could do that, yeah, solve that problem. But as far as moving forward, just regular operations, it's still a $225,000 line item that's not needed.
But will we advertise high like we had before
I
and
just-
put something on?
To advertise high, but.
Yeah.
So would we plug a different number in there, or would we leave that number in there, or what for?
You can zero it out and then do the same thing when you're looking at your 1782 and moving numbers out, that could be the same place you move it to. So it's just there, and just like this, it keeps you from having to go ask for more money because it's there. You're always gonna have an excess in there, and I don't see the levied funds being the ones that get cut, or, you know, the pie portion might change. You might need a little of it, but you won't. You're still gonna have excess. You're either gonna move it to the council fund, or you're gonna move it to the county general cash. It's where you want the control.
Yeah, my main priority is flexibility in December, bottom line. I mean, that's been our number one sensitive point. on with the state, because we've been burned on this.
Right.
So that's number one priority, but at the same time, this is $225 or $225,000 that's on the books, it's on the numbers at the bottom line, and we know that our bottom line is gonna have to be limited. I mean, we know we had voted on the wage increases, we've already added a lot to our bottom line today. And so it's just one of those places where if it's not spent
I say take it out of the
anyway.
budget, because you know you're gonna have excess in your levy funds to move in there if you need to. It's not, you're
Yeah.
not counting on spending it on anything specific that you know
We
you're
had never
gonna have.
planned on spending it anyway,
No.
so it was
So
just
do
there
we need
for
to take
flexibility.
it out then?
I think if we all agree, we just take it out.
Okay.
So it's gonna be taken out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And did you say that goes back to the 175,000, that goes back to the election?
Well, we were thinking for this year,
For this year,
because it's
'cause
in
it
that
was-
budget for '25, we can then use that to cover the election expenses, to help that fund out.
It's still coming out,
It's coming out of the same,
Yeah.
of the general fund, so.
so we'll do a transfer form at your September 8th meeting.
Otherwise, we'd have to do an additional appropriation. That would take 2 months to,
I won't be during the conference, but I can get paperwork.
yeah, I think that'll be helpful for our bottom line here. Yeah. And
Then
then,
the other thing, and this is true for everybody's budgets, the registration and the conferences have gotten
yeah,
just, yeah, outrageous is a good word. We know we're gonna have to increase them somewhere along the line, whether you wanna put it in one budget or you wanna add a little bit to each one of them, but I do think we need to add at least 1,500 to 2,000 to every single budget.
I don't mind doing that. I think as long as we, if we tap into that elected official training fund for every dollar that could be used for first, and then the excess be in these line items, then I think financially we're good. I just hate to just up all of these line items in the general fund when we've got 20-some thousand sitting in that fund.
Just want to make sure you don't get that down where you don't have that
Right.
position. Because elected officials, we now are required to have so many hours a
Mhm.
year. So it's not an option for us not to go.
And can the elected official training fund be used for those then?
If it's state called, it's unappropriated.
Mm-hmm.
So I have 2 a year that is paid that way. All my other ones either come from the clerk side or it comes from the election side right now. But I know I have just now started tapping into the 1217 with some of mine, because the cost has really gone up.
So like your AIC meetings aren't covered, that would be something that comes from another,
No,
Fund.
$250.
Correct.
To register.
Right.
Was it 285? 250, 285, something like that, yeah.
or I know we have what are like quad meetings and that kind of thing. LAWA has conference, SRI that does our tax sale, they have conferences, so.
There's a lot of
that's over and
opportunities.
above.
It's just
And
managing
that
that.
fund gets used.
And I think it's important we maintain training and opportunities like that. I really
I
do.
have the election side and I have the clerk side, so.
Yeah.
And voter registration,
Have a
so
double.
I'm required to go to so many of these. And you don't want to miss them.
Yeah. The other thing I'll mention, just to throw it out there, is NACO, the National Association of Counties, has what's called a Professional Development Academy. Now, it's $1,000 per person typically, but that may be something the commissioners, when you think about the department heads or your appointed officials like highway superintendent, those kind of positions, I think we should consider some one-time, just let's beef up training, get them professional development stuff to help them better manage their staffs. And not that they're not managing them, but a way to build up our department heads more. in kind of a one-time fashion. Let me know if you want to look into that a little further, but I think we should consider something like that. It's a really good program, so, but it takes money to invest in people, and it's one thing where we're limited in what we can pay a lot of times or what we can offer people, but if we can offer them some development as well and kind of help improve on that part, it's something. So, anyway, for the council, I have $127,998. And do we want to do lit real quick? Lit economic development? Since there's only 4 line items in that?
Okay.
Is that the last one?
Huh? Yeah, we pretty much kept it the same as last year.
Who would be the one to beg and plead for that one?
That one is, that has been there since.
So this is another bright spot for us. We don't get to talk about bright spots much, do we?
You know what increased?
The estimated revenue for our part of this is going to be $1,284,469. And our budget for this year was only $1,055,000. So we actually have some capacity in lit economic development that could cover or absorb some from the general fund if we need to shift some money around, okay? One thing is that Community Crossings grant match, and I'm glad Commissioner Hobbs is still here. First of all, the grant award has been lowered, sadly. Instead of 1.5 million, it's now $1 million. So the other thing is our match is no longer 25%, it's 20%. And so there's some good and bad with that. The good part is that technically we could lower this. We don't need as much match. And that could help us offset some other costs in other areas. We would need $250,000. Okay. But then on the flip side, Commissioner Hobbs, remember, was talking about roads. And so maybe there's a way we can utilize that 250 to not only help us out financially in some parts of the general fund, but also make sure that there's money that's still earmarked. Now, it's not going to be able to, doesn't help us get any more money from the state, but if it's, let's say, $100,000, we could still earmark for roads.
Absolutely.
You see where I'm going with that? We could utilize some of that 250 in whatever way we want to use it. But it depends on the finances, because the group health insurance number, that's going to go up. We had 50, in 2025, we had 50 positions that we were paying for out of Lit Edit. And so that amount is going to have to be 500,000 right there. That's $50,000 increase just for the health benefit. So we've got that to be concerned with. And the only other things out of this budget are the ADA project, the Owen County Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development Corporation. So there's only 4 line items in this budget.
How much is in that budget right now?
For this year, it's $1,056,000. Yeah. So at a minimum, we need 500,000 in group health. So that's an adjustment we need to make. And then community crossings, we at least need 250 in that. And if we leave the chamber and the ADA projects where they're at, that puts us at $855,000.
I think we need to,
Community,
revisit
that's
the,
under community grants.
What was that?
What was the figure under community crossing?
It was the grant match, $250,000.
Do we spend $30,000 a year for ADA projects?
That's a very good question.
Oh, okay.
On ADA projects, are we spending $30,000 a year for ADA compliance projects?
and he knows not to go over that amount. When he reaches it with wherever he's at, he lets us, and Jack gets the bills, and then I think he's done for this year.
Was it a 3-year program, something, a ramp up? Okay. So with those figures, our budget would be $855,000, but our revenue estimate is $1,284,000. So we have $429,000 of unused budget capacity that could be used here to address roads, if you needed to do a little bit with that, and also offset some of our general fund pressure on those levied funds. So there's some options we have available to us here.
Could that money also be used like for windows?
It could, yeah, it could be. I would prefer cash be used for that, but yes, technically, those kind of projects as well. It's any legal purpose, any lawful purpose. So as long as we budget for it, it's good.
What do you have, ADA?
ADA, 30,000?
Okay, even though they didn't ask for it.
And then EDC is the 75.
75, yeah.
Got it, 825.
Did you get a contract for EDC?
Let's talk about that.
Okay,
If you don't mind, a couple minutes.
sure.
There's not been a contract with commissioners and EDC since 2017. No contract. Nobody's ever signed a contract. Commissioners never signed a contract. They agreed to, they agreed to economic development, which we do too, but there's not no contract. Now, they presented us with an agreement, but I need to know how council wants to proceed with that. This has been funded every year without a contract. So do we continue to fund without a contract, or does the commissioners need to sign an agreement?
I really don't think we should be operating or partnering with folks without a contract.
Me too.
I don't care what it is. I mean, I think we need to have something in writing that spells out both parties and.
They sent us that.
Okay.
For the, it's 75,000.
Okay.
Yeah, but we haven't set that amount yet. That's not usually, we don't usually set that amount until we have our EDC budget.
Yeah, and we can go back to it, but 75 is what we've been giving, so it's not.
But I don't
changed.
know, we haven't discussed that yet, though.
What are we getting?
You just put 75 in a line item.
Well,
so
that's
we
why,
need to
that was
discuss
not,
it.
yeah. I would like to discuss that more.
Yeah. Yeah, when we come back to it tomorrow with
So
Marcy.
let's, on the 75,000, let's put that on hold.
Yeah.
The contract's not an issue, but, the money's in you guys.
Okay.
So it's 855,000 pending.
Pending.
EDC.
Yeah. So yeah, we have a good opportunity here on lit. Now remember, in a couple years, the exact nomenclature and splits of lit are going to totally change. There won't be the separate lit edit. That won't even exist. So these line items will eventually get shifted, or will need to be somewhere in the bigger mix. But for now, this is where we have that split out. So.
Has anybody heard from the assessor? Is he gonna be here tomorrow, or Suzanne?
No.
Because we still have
He's
the
not.
assessment and
He-
assessor.
Yeah, he's not gonna be here.
Who is?
I assumed Suzanne was gonna come in his place, is she?
He's in the conference,
He's at Fort Wayne at a conference.
Well, Madam Chair, if there's no more to discuss, I'm gonna make a motion.
Okay.
Recess?
Recess,
recess,
yes.
Yeah, we're not adjourning.
You gotta come back.
Somebody second?
Morning, huh?
Is there a second?
Mike's off.